Get ready for some fun. Get ready for some excitement. We are here for Yo Viral's game here at Portomaso Casino as part of the Party Poker Millions. And I'm going to leave the microphone off with these guys. They will introduce themselves.
More action. And yesterday you made a good session. Yeah, it was a nice session.
Nice session.
Yeah.
And you guys gonna see it soon, the session of yesterday. So
Okay.
we for the technical problem yesterday, but today we make it happen with the team Hydra TV. Today we are making it happen with Bart also.
Back.
Hello, good evening.
Hey Bart, what's up? Where are you from?
Belgium also, not far from him.
Not far from him.
No.
And yesterday you drink quite a lot of shots.
Not enough.
Not enough?
They didn't bluff me enough.
That's why we're gonna change the rule tonight.
We change it. I do the inverse today. If I bluff you, I will do a shot on the river. Huh?
Okay, if you bluff me on the river and you show the bluff, you do a shot.
Yes, because then I punish myself. So
So I want to call you.
no, you don't. You want to fold?
I want to fold.
Yeah, that's why I do it.
Oh, you gain fold equity like that.
Yes.
Very, very smart.
Thank you. I had good thinking.
So I'm gonna add something. I'm gonna say that if you lose the stand-up game, you're gonna drink a shot.
I never say no.
You almost never lose a stand-up game. That's
No.
the point also.
I think I lost 2 yesterday.
Ah, you lost 2?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad. That's gonna be maybe 2 shots. Aurélien, yesterday a really unlucky session. Today you plan to win how much from us?
Let's see how it goes. Even 100 would be nice. Just be positive. Yeah. No, let's try to be positive and enjoy the game as I did yesterday.
Okay,
It was super nice. Thanks to this amazing guy on my right.
I love this positive attitude. He comes from Dubai and he's here for the first time in Malta. Aurélien,
Exactly. Thank you so much, guys.
thank you, bro. Aziz, who just arrived right now. What's up, Aziz?
I'm fine, and you?
Super. Aziz, you come from Paris
Yeah, that's right.
and second time in Malta?
Second time in Malta.
Second time for your Vira's game.
Yeah.
How was the first trip?
It was very nice, very welcoming trip. Thanks to you, so very great. Very happy to be here.
Very happy to have you again. And tonight you start with
Around 17?
17,000 euro.
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
Okay.
Let's go.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna present Andy on my left. Andy, big tournament player. He has an ended of like 2 million, I think, and a player online also, I think, right? More than live nowadays. You can present yourself if you want to the community that from the
How's it going, guys? Yeah, I mean, I played in yesterday's game. It won't be released till Tuesday, but a lot of action. Obviously played the sit and go earlier and bubbled, the one that Johan obviously won. But yeah, I've really enjoyed Malta so far. Weather's so nice, and this game's really, really fun. So very happy to be here and contributing to the game.
Super. Thank you, Andy. I'm posting on my Twitter, guys, that we are live. And that's amazing. Tonight, you guys can follow us till 3 in the morning. That's going to be insane for you because there is like 30 minutes delay. We finish 2:30, but for you, it's going to be at 3. And thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel that you are watching the game. And just come and follow us on Twitter, YoViral, YoHVIRAL, and on Instagram. Let's go. Shuffle open deal.
Thank you very much, Yo Viral, and all the players for the introductions. Once again, this is Jason Glatzer. We are here at Portomaso Casino for a special evening. It's going to be 8 hours of cash games. Stakes are at 50, 100, no limit hold'em, a nice mix of poker players, influencers, Yo Viral himself as well. There will be an 8-3 game, a 7-deuce game, and as we can see, there is also a stand-up game. These are all 300 euro prop bet games. We heard that there's another Bart game like there was yesterday. Basically, if Bart now is bluffing on the river, he will likely have to take a shot. And the lovely Alexandria, who we had at the earlier session, the one that Johan won, the 5K Creators Crown. He won that for 20,000 euros just moments ago. Alexandria was one of the dealers for that, and you could see Bart in seat number 2. He also won a 5K this week, but it was an open event, the 5K high roller for about 75 bags. So 2 5K winners at this table. Expect a lot of action. The game is no limit hold'em, and shuffle up and deal.
Till everybody is sit down except one, and that one person will pay 300 to each.
8 raise, 300.
7 juice and 8-3 are also on during all the games.
So we have Andy with the pocket sevens. First to raise in this Yo Viral affair, raising it up to 3 big blinds.
Yeah, I did already like this. Yeah, this is this one. No, okay. They asked to do this one. Is this one? Oh, it's better. It's much better. They asked this one.
Also, one rule that you need to know.
Okay, so row L here.
I want to mention it again. If you lose your stack during the stand-up game, you don't pay. And then someone has to pay, and that's the last person. Okay. And you pay everybody except the
So a 3-bet. Roel is here to play a 3-bet with the Queen 3 suited.
won the stand-up game during the stand-up game.
Already some action.
Win now the stand-up
Never
game.
mind, I will accept the
Yeah. You understand.
We'll get a general idea of how Andy is approaching this game based on this hand and this hand alone. He's going to be facing a lot of aggression, it seems. Perhaps not the best seat at the table for him if Roelia is going to be doing this a lot. Gets a call from Andy with the sevens. Andy in good shape if he knew what his opponent had. Andy still ahead on the deuce-deuce 10 flop. Does check it over to Roelia, who is ready to snap continue. And bet 600. Is that enough to get Andy to fold the best hand? It's not just about calling this bet. It's wondering how to play the future streets out of position with at least one overcard. There's only one now to your 7, and your 7s may not even be good to a 3-bet, even pre-flop. And the 4 of clubs on the turn. So now Andy's ahead, plus has a flush draw. Not a super strong one, but it has the only flush draw among the 2 players in the hand. Does indeed check it over. Is Roelio going to be able to keep up his story? Ooh, this looks like a big bet, folks.
1,950. 1,950.
It's a bet of 1950, more than half the pot, putting Andy to the test early on. Will Roelio's aggression work? Showing a lot of heart. Very first hand of the stream. Maybe the stand-up game is influencing this to some degree. It does take a little pressure off you if you're the first to sit down. But Andy going nowhere, making the call. These two did play together yesterday. As Andy alluded to, we will have that coverage out to you on Tuesday on Fury TV. On Tuesday, I apologize. And the 5 of hearts on the river changes nothing. Andy checks again, and Roelio gives up on his hand. So amazing read there by Andy, picking up the first pot of the day. And Andy is also the first to take his seat. Can now chill, relax. It's not only about the 300 euros you have to pay to each player, but also it's a little bit stressful to be standing for many hands at a time. Adds a little bit of fun, a little bit of excitement to this Hold'em action. As if it wasn't exciting enough, we have an action 5100 no limit Hold'em affair. Just like we saw in the Creator's Crown, brought to you by Stake 7, we are seeing a lot of fun between the players, a lot of camaraderie. Even though they're playing for a lot of money, they're having fun in the process doing so.
Yeah.
So Yo opening it up to 400. So Andy's chosen size was 300 earlier with the 7s. And undergun open by Yo Viral was a little bit bigger sized. It says he was in the big blind, so the button just didn't move properly. He was under the gun in that spot. Now he's in the big blind. But Yo, just by stealing the blinds, gets to sit down, so easy peasy lemon squeezy. Does not matter what he had there.
4.
The two Belgian players having a good time together.
I got it. 6, 6.
And Roelio and Bart.
In this hand. Yeah.
You want to keep Andy covered? I get it.
No, I just saw that you guys have 15k. I didn't realize.
You just Andy wins a pot and you rebuy it. It's the
Yeah,
same amount.
I was like, did you guys win money already and I didn't realize? Or you guys top up directly 15k instead of 10? It's nice. Gonna play deeper today.
So Escalating, he's opening up. We don't know what he has yet.
Like with 10k, I cannot bluff enough.
It is Jack 8 suited and going with the bigger size once again.
That's why you want to have more
More
fold equity.
ammunition.
More fold equity, right?
Gets Aziz to fold. Let's see what Yo does from the big blind. He is letting Escalating fold.
I was
So
dominating.
Bart gets to take a seat.
Ask you to put 500 in the front when you have time.
So 3 players standing, 3 seated. We can take a look at the chip counts. Roelio losing a bit off his 10k stack on the very first hand to Andy. Otherwise, nobody winning anything big or small. Yo Viral did top up to 15,000. That was really the only little bit of a change that we've had. It's Escalating opening up for either 3 or 400. Looks like 400. And let's see if Andy wakes up with a hand from the big blind. He's putting his cards back in the box. Usually a sign that you're going to play this hand. And Andy does call. The 3-10 deuce rainbow flop would hit, let's say, Andy's range a little bit better than what you would expect from a late position open, but could very well pound what Bart has as well. And Escalating betting 500, maybe more. It looks like 500. Andy not immediately acting. We do not know what his hand is, so we can't necessarily peek into his thought process, but it looks like a raise by Andy. Andy here to play. And gets a fold from Bart. And here we can see Andy just had a gut shot. He had a backdoor flush draw, but Escalating only had that backdoor flush draw. We see he was good with his ace high at the moment, but Andy using a bit of aggression, picking up another pot. So Andy has played 2 pots and he's won 2 pots. Happy days.
Yeah.
Then the rest, no.
Yeah, you have to put a combo. But today maybe it's a different one.
I picked one hand, you know.
Yeah.
Before I sit down.
We will know soon enough.
That one was Queen Jack as well.
Who's against me here?
I tried to rep a fruit.
Which walked almost against an ace. And if I had a king, I would have folded. Even an ace, I was close.
Julian folding his 10 deuce suited. Aziz opening up. Haven't seen anything from Aziz yet with his Jack 9 offsuit. Perhaps this is I want to sit down raise. Let's see what Roelio wakes up with. Looks like something. And Roelio does make the call. So now we can see Roelio had that ace-5 suited Aziz with just jack-9. And it's a 7-10, 7-2 diamond flop, so all players have a black card, so that doesn't really come into play. Roelio still ahead, but Aziz now also has a gut shot straight draw, and his 9 and jack are still alive. Let's see if Aziz fires anything out. So it's a bet of 450. It's going to be hard for Roelio to really do much here other than fold. And Aziz gets to take a seat. Shows his jack-9. So it looks like we have a button straddle now. We probably had one earlier when we saw that Yovaro was saying it was a big blind, but when he was under the gun. But there's already 350 in the pot with the button straddle. And the small blind and not under the gun will be first to act pre-flop with it being a button straddle.
And then you have to play until the next setup game, or how it works?
Yeah, 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. 15. Sometimes it sounds like 30, but
So perhaps the button straddle does not change the position in this game in terms of pre-flop action, because it does fold around to the small blind. And it looks like a sizable raise there by Roelio. Okay, so it wasn't a button straddle, it was a normal straddle. Apologies for that. Aurelian was the straddler. Does have a decision to make. Is facing ace-queen. Is a sizable raise. And he knows if he folds, he has to pay everybody off in the sit-down game, which would cost him €300 per person, or 1,500 euro. So instead, he has suited connectors, makes the call. And an ace out of the window along with a jack and a 6, so both players hitting a piece of this. Roelio with top pair, Orso with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. And Roelio likes what he sees, fires out for 1,000. This is a value bet. 1.6K, so it's a big value bet. It was 2/3 of the pot. And Aurelian making the call with his bottom pair. This could get expensive. The pot is building up. 4 of hearts on the turn is a blank for both players. Roelio rechecking his cards before jamming the goods in. Less than a pot-sized bet in his stack, just getting it in right here, right now. It's going to be hard for Aurelian to call. It would almost be I'm calling because I don't want to be the last player to sit down. But we could see he only has 5 outs. That's because some of the 6s and 7s that would get him there were in other players' hands. And Alex is counting out the chips after she was asked to do so by Aurelian. It's an expensive decision either way. The loser of this hand is going to have to pay everybody 300 euro on top of losing this big pot.
I finished down I didn't went home since then. I slept for. I won it actually.
Queen Jack?
Okay,
You're
that's all
taking
you
with
finish.
Queen Jack?
Yeah.
How many players?
8.
You know that I would shove an ace.
7
Three?
and one re-entry, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you have like a Jack, Jack 9.
This was
You
3.
want to fold?
They pay 3.
My jack?
It was
So
on
I
the
get
casino?
My jack 10?
Yeah, on this table. On stream, on live.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, also on live.
Aurelian trying to get a read here from Roelio.
It's on your,
Maybe I have
No,
a Jack.
now yes we are. But
but
this afternoon we were on Fury TV. It's English channel.
Okay.
Yeah. YouTube poker English.
He would be massively behind with one card to call if he does get it in.
On multiple, yeah.
There's 2 6s and 3 7s. That is
But
it.
it's 30 minutes delay, so probably
It didn't start.
10 minutes. Yeah, probably. Soon.
Always difficult for some.
Yeah, it's working because this afternoon it was working all the time. So,
How much?
3,000.
and the episode of yesterday will be released apparently
If I
next
make a
week.
bad call, it's like minus
So
5.
we're gonna watch it. Yeah. Everybody, every viewer will be able to watch.
Okay, you win.
Good fault. I have to show anyway.
4 pass.
Does fold, and Roelio showing that it was a good fold, in fact. Although Roelio likely saved himself some chips by folding. Of course, a miracle could have come on the river. He is going to have to pay each player €300. And we will have another stand-up game, but not until the top of the hour. And that's top of the hour real time. We are on a 30-minute delay on the stream, so we can talk about the whole cards.
Grazie.
And the bottom and
Button. So every time Alexandra will come to deal us, we will do the stand-up game.
Okay, so it's a different rule. It's every time Alexandria comes to deal, they will do the stand-up game. I'm not sure if the same is going to be every time if the other Alex, who was our other TB table dealer earlier today, whether the rule will be the same for him as well. But we will see together. There may be some more games even added as time goes on. Yo Viral can be spontaneous at times.
Standing up?
Amazing that he's put this game together, running all across the globe. And meanwhile, Andy now waking up with the big slick, opening up the 300.
Did you see the first hand? I really wanted to sit down.
And Aurelian in the big blind, not immediately acting. We do not see what he has quite yet. It looks like we're not seeing the cards until after they do their first action. All clubs, no love on that flop for Andy, but he may continue anyway. Does bet small. It's good enough. He was ahead, but it wasn't the flop he wanted to see. Happy just to take down that small pot there. Andy Wilson is a very experienced, one of the best tournament players in the world. But we don't see him very often playing cash games. He was invited to the Oviral game. He came to Malta for the Party Poker Millions just to be part of the Ovirals game by pokerpro.fr. And special thanks also to Hydra Entertainment, Fury TV for all the production, 24H Productions as well.
6 pass. 8 pass. 1 raise, 300. 3 call.
So Relio opening up the action with ace-3 suited. Barry, Escobarry, calling with the 6s. Or so. With the mystery cards at the moment.
4 raise. 1,000. 350. 5 pass.
Hopefully later in the stream we'll be able to see the whole cards before the action. But we might be just waiting until seeing what they do. But then we don't see what players are folding and things like that. It gets a little confusing. Meanwhile, we have Orso getting a little cute here with his A3 suited. Will it work? Not against Escalating with the 6s. But he will be playing out of position now with his A3 from the small blind and facing an ace 5-7 flop. Perhaps a little aggression by Orso will be able to steal it away. There is an 8-3 game and a 7-deuce game, which is why we see the 8-3 3-betting there. Explains quite a lot. A 1,400 euro bet by Orso. It may work. Let's see how sticky Bart is with his 6s. Is ahead, but only we know that. If Bart was able to go 30 minutes into the future, he would know that too. Does call. 9 of clubs on the turn. Makes things a little bit dicey if a 6 comes on the river, as that would complete Aurelian straight. But meanwhile, we have Escalating still ahead. And we can see one of the 6s is dead. So Orso, unless he can steal this away, is down to 1 out and 1 out only. But what fireworks that out would create. So betting 2,500, the stack size isn't exactly right because we see he must have reloaded. It looks like he has close to 5,000 back still. Art and deep thought. We know he's ahead. I guess he feels he's ahead as well. Makes the call. 10,900 euros in the pot, and it's a jack of diamonds completing the board on the river. Let's see if there's any more juice left in Orso's box to fire out a third bet. It would be awfully hard for Bart to just continuously call down. And it's a 3-barrel bluff with the A3 suited. Wow. It's an all-in and it's a big one. It's not for 100, it's for about 4,000, maybe even a little bit more. So we're looking at a pot of around 15,000 euros already. Can Escalating sniff this out? If he calls, he wins the lot. Not an easy call by any stretch of the imagination. He's saying I can only beat 8-3, which is exactly what Orso has. That's amazing. Thinking that he's capable of doing that, which he is. But Bart actually hitting the nail right on the head without even realizing it. It's going to be a very difficult call. It's not for 100 once again. We see all those chips and gets Escalating to fold the best hand, and it is the 8-3. So now every player, on top of winning that massive pot, also collects 300 euro from every player for winning a hand with 8-3.
Nice bluff. Nice to think with 6s actually.
He starts to know me. He
knows that you are a bluffer. Crazy bluffer.
I felt like it.
Step 1 of the
So Orso now has about 15,000, a little bit more, 16 to 17,000 in his stack. The graphic is slightly off there, but that's going to happen if players are reloading without it getting into the software.
Well, yeah. Yesterday would have drink a shot for that. Yeah, but today.
I need it actually.
Yeah, yesterday they had a game that was called Bluff Barry, and if you bluff Barry on the river, Barry would have to do a shot, but he's doing it anyway. No, he's doing it with a friend. It's him and Aurelian doing one together.
Very nice.
I should have got.
How much is the bump pot?
500.
It looks like it's bomb pot time. Looks like 100 per player, maybe more. Let's see. No, it looks like it has to be a bit more. So I'm guessing it goes along lines of everything else. 300 euro per player, already 1,800 euro in the pot.
Oh no, sorry. Okay. And remind guys, 7 deuce and 8-3 counts in the bump pot also. Stand-up game also counts in the bump, but actually there is never, almost never the case. Yeah. Okay, that's all.
So it's 500 per person, already 3K in the pot. All 6 players get to see the 7-4-5 2-heart flop.
I think when he shoves, yeah, he has a better full, right? He should have, right? But I can understand because you are almost there is such a good price, right? You have like a price that is.
And Aziz with the overpair.
Then it's more likely not to bluff.
Firing for 300 euro viral, going nowhere.
He's bluffing, but I'm just like confused also. I think I would fold, but I don't know.
Andy folding his rags.
I was capable of it.
Roelio as well. Bart with the quick fold with the ace-4. Only connecting with that bottom pair. And Aurelian firing out a raise to 1,600. With the goods, has this baby straight there. Only a 6-8 is ahead. This is what happens in bomb pots. We see cards and hands that we don't normally see in the mix on post flop because you get a free flop. And Aziz in a rough spot, maybe folding his overpair. It would be the correct play if from a results-oriented point of view. Doesn't look like he's going to be scared away. Is this a re-raise? It's a re-raise to 4,300. Oh no for Aziz. I mean, it is a pretty hand on this board, but not in a bomb pot. You're facing off against a straight. And Aurelian trying to figure out what to do. I mean, he shouldn't be folding. He's only behind the 6-8. It's a little bit of Hollywooding going on, I believe. Perhaps deciding whether he should get his whole stack in now or wait till later. Of course, he doesn't have just 10,000, so I don't think the whole stack is going in necessarily now. He has about 15,000. Those white chips alone are 10,000 in his stack. Aurelian taking his time, asking if Aziz has 2 pair.
It's horrible, huh? I have the second nuts again. Did I make the same mistake as yesterday?
So he's sharing what he actually has, that he has the second nuts.
But he's still on that.
For now, it's 3-6. If you have 6-8,
So Julian maybe giving away a little bit too much info, but trying to get a read maybe off his opponent by sharing that info to see if he's happy with the information or not.
Can I ask him if he wants to pay to see a card or not?
Yeah, of course, you can sell a card.
I can sell you a card if you want.
I like the concept.
That's very interesting. Aurelian asking Yoviral whether he can sell a card.
Free market. You
Yeah,
can propose.
you choose. You choose.
You choose?
You choose. I will say one price for each, and you choose which one you want.
I will price differently.
Yes.
You can also price the same.
Oh my god, I like it.
I would buy both.
Bart would buy both. I'm not sure that's allowed.
Okay, that's a 6.
Okay, that's 5,000.
Wow.
And that's 3,000.
It's fucking expensive.
So he's charging a hefty price.
You have to put more money if you want.
Okay. Does he have to show for the bumper? No?
He doesn't have to show for the bumper draw. Only stand-up game.
Oh my god, he folds the 6-3. Aziz getting one through.
Oh.
6-8 of hearts?
Wow.
Wow.
It's nice. I'm glad.
That is definitely history based.
Live at least.
To fold the second nuts, I know it was a bomb pot. I know he could have had 6-8. But just wow.
Go all in, that's all.
We are going on it.
Yeah, I don't like to play.
So went with his read. His read was wrong. And Aurelian folding the best hand there.
I fold it.
I would have never folded, to be honest. But
I don't trust him.
So quite a lot of money on this table, close to 100,000 between these 6 players.
Yes, sorry.
So you're from Paris?
Exactly.
That's why I put the button there.
Roelio opening up to 300, maybe 4.
Yes, I have to. I like to have it in my left.
Opens at 300 with Ace Jack.
Raymond does not let it here.
era lui il bottom. Who was the bottom?
No, I was small. I was small blind in the. I was small blind.
Yeah, but that's twice the
It's
bottom.
misdeal because
It's okay. Now there is action. There is action.
Okay,
But
sorry, guys.
il bottone rimane. The bottom stay after one, but it's always like that in every casino. And we did it yesterday also.
Sorry, maybe it was my fault. I didn't
It's
do
fine.
that.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
The next one we know.
Really? I had a 3, so I was like,
I had a really good hand.
So quoi que c'est différent.
I had a 3 the last time against you.
Non, j'ai fait l'école d'ingénieur.
So it looks like we had a misdeal, so nothing doing here, folks.
Hein? T'as fait quoi?
I think I was calling
Le SCP?
I think I was calling
Le pire c'est quand j'ai eu SCP,
I think so
le
too,
SCP,
that's why I
non, le
chose
SCP.
I think we actually just died there.
Ouais, prépare.
Yeah, you would have called. I'm pretty sure. It was a
Ouais,
bad
ouais,
river
diplôme,
bet.
ESSEC, ouais, il y a beaucoup de doubles qui vont à ESSEC en double diplôme. Même à
On a
l'ESCP
face
d'ailleurs.
card, I would have done something else.
Ça fait combien de
It
temps?
looks like Escobari getting a comfortable massage. Let's see if it relaxes his play at all, but does open up with the Soma into 300.
Ah, tu as pas fini? Ah ouais, non. Tu parles des par rapport aux gens qui ont fait. Ouais. Alors, je voulais finir avoir mon diplôme.
Elio calling with the 10-9 from the big blind. And Escalating is still ahead on the Jack-Jack 6 flop. Roelio's 10 and 9 are still live. And a quick check bet fold. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Escalating.
You do arms. Yeah. Actually.
Well, I know you would know, right? Because you did.
Yeah. The master of massage.
How much?
I think it's
In lifetime?
no, I think per year I'm spending 40 to 50k in massage, in poker table.
How much?
That's crazy.
I think, I didn't count, but
Yeah,
I estimate,
approximately.
I think 40, 50 per year.
But yeah,
Yeah.
bro,
I think
that's an entire salary, like.
That means
But I work
25,000 a year.
Yovi Rao single-handedly helping masseuses around the world, saying he spends 40 or 50,000 a year for massages at the poker table.
How many hours is that? 400 hours.
400 something. Have you ever
I
stopped
do
a massage?
20. Yeah, I stopped many.
Nah, in cash game, I mean. Like, you were so cheated. You were so cheated. You say, like, stop.
No, usually it's opposite. When I'm so tilted, I take the massage.
Ah.
Yeah. I stop when
Oh,
I'm,
but
when,
no.
no, I stop mainly when I have like pain on my ass because you are seated in the massage position and you have more pain on the ass after a few hours than.
Like, it depends how you like it. Soft or hard.
I like it medium. Medium well.
Medium well.
Like the steak.
I prefer
So it's
soft.
interesting, Yovi Rao, because he was not very talkative during the Creator's Crown that he won, but now back to his usual chatty self. Perhaps it's a little more
Medium rare.
focus required from him for tournaments.
Next video. Can't wait. I love to stand up.
But meanwhile, Roelio opening up the button.
Yesterday I managed to forget that we were in stand up game because we were not standing up.
Gets a call from Aurelian. So Queen 9 for Orso. We do not know what Roelio has, but we do know Orso flops an open-ender. Queen is an overcard. Backdoor flush draw on top of that as well. Does check it over to Aurelio, who checks it back to see the 2 of spades pair the board on the turn.
I call all in.
Oh, obviously.
Pre-flop. Ace-8 offsuit for 220k, which was 450.
Another check by Aurelian.
Jacks.
And a check back by Roelio and the 5 of spades. At least bricks Aurelian. We do not know what Roelio has.
But he was the last stand-up with another guy.
It does go check, check. And let's see the goods. It's king high versus queen high, so Roelio takes down the small pot.
Yeah.
Winning a small pot is always preferential to losing a big one.
No, just you.
No. Yesterday I didn't get caught. Last time.
Yeah, it was crazy also.
But bro, you were seated again.
I was stand up.
No, you were seated. I'm pretty sure. The last
Well,
hand.
I was
five,
sitting. Did Sergio? I was thinking. Did Sergio pay the stand-up game the last
Yeah,
one?
yeah, I
You
got
make
it.
you make sure.
Yeah, I got it.
So I was stand up because
Yeah.
Sergio paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was stand up and Sergio also, and I
Are you
four-bet.
sure?
I four-bet all
Yeah.
in with 4-5 suited. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean it worked. He had king queen, so cannot. Call. He told me. Yeah.
Did everyone gave me
But I think Sasha folded the pair for the when I told him pocket 8, pocket 9,
Ah,
he was like,
yes,
I think he
yes.
folded pair. I would have been drawing dead against a pair, almost. Sasha folded pocket 8 for sure. Pocket maybe pocket 9.
Yovi Rao opening up to 400.
30k actually is for like 30k.
30k me?
Yeah, you were all in.
And now we can see he did so with queen 10 offsuit.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know.
Folds around to Orso in the small blind.
I was strong. I was strong. I mean, 4-5 makes straights, the flush, destroy
And
aces,
now
destroy
Aziz
kings,
also letting go.
destroy everybody else's games. win the stand-up game actually.
I already know. He's not much.
But Bart, I also got unlucky in a stream. You know, I split $1 million pot.
Okay. Yes.
I had the nuts. When we went all in, I had the nuts. 80% equity I had. We ran it twice and I lost the first one and won the second one. So I split the biggest pot I played.
8 pass.
How much your biggest pot?
That was, yeah, by far. By far.
1, 3.
I mean, no, maybe not by far. I did a 700k one, but in the same game. So that's so crazy. The game, I did my 3 biggest pot in the same game.
So Roelio here opening up from the hijack with Jack 10 suited. Escalating calling with his 7s. Or so folding Aziz, thinking about what to do.
And going to 501k and some round of starter of 2k. Plus stand-up game.
And Aziz with the Ducks making a call. And Yo Viral looks like he's set to complete from the big blind. Indeed he does. So we're going to go 4-way to the flop.
Asian poker pro.
8-5-9 flop. Yo Viral catching that bottom piece of it. Roelio with an open ender, and of course Escalating with the gut shot with the 6. His 7 would have completed a straight for Roelio. Is ahead though currently with his pocket 7s. It's Roelio betting his open ender plus 2 overcards. Escalating calling with the best hand for 650. Aziz folding, and let's see what Yo decides to do. It's not this bottom pair he has. He has a gut shot straight draw on top of that. And Yo making the call as well to pump up the pot to 3,200. And Roelio pulling out in front on the Jack of Spades turn. Will he keep his foot on the gas? And it's more than half the pot, a bet of 1,800. It's going to be hard for either player to stick around at this point, especially at this price point, unless they want to be a little tricky. Does get Escalating to fold. Is Yo gonna be sticky? Not this time, just begging it's not a 7 deuce. Roelio was ahead on that last street anyway. And back to what he started with, big smile on Roelio's face after pulling it off with the top pair.
Have you ever played in Paris?
I play with you.
Yes, I remember you. Can you tell me where?
Oh, my tech game.
I think when the tables are upstairs. Down is gambling, and then you go upstairs. So you can see from.
Ah, yeah. No, it's Marbeuf.
I
Okay.
think that one.
Okay, yeah.
17,000.
Like poker is upstairs and gambling is downstairs.
That was a small session.
I was sure I have seen you.
Yeah, it was a small
somewhere.
session. The game was really.
13.
Yeah.
13,000 something.
15.
13.
I remember you from there. Okay.
Yeah.
13.
15,000.
Yeah.
One pass. You live in Brussels?
Folds around to Bart.
On Terpen.
Looks like he fired in a raise. Indeed, he did. Open to 300 with ace-jack suited.
Texas in Paris is pretty dead.
Yeah. You better move to Piero.
I never played Texas. Oh, so long ago. Yesterday.
And nothing doing there. Everybody else folding. Bart picking up the small blind and the big blind.
I prefer 5, it's my favorite.
Yeah?
4 is boring, but 5 is the best.
Where do you play 5 cards, Piero? In Paris?
Not in Paris, you can't play in clubs.
I played it.
The low.
Only 4 cards.
Yeah, only 4 cards.
I played it a lot in aviation when it was allowed.
Yeah,
I
allowed.
was playing all them in aviation.
When it was called yeah.
I started there. It was a nice club, huh?
That was really nice.
That was really, really nice.
Yeah. I think by government it's not allowed anymore. 5
Yeah,
cards,
they're
like
trying
that.
to put it back, but you know, government.
So Bart opening up the 300 from under the gun. We'll find out pretty soon with what? With ace-10 suited. A fold by Orso, fold by Aziz.
That's why they were poker players.
Over to Andy, in fact, in the small blind. So a bunch of players folding.
I mean, you are a poker player.
Andy looks like a call. Indeed he is.
That's your job.
His clubs are dominated if we get a flushy type of board.
We're all poker players.
Yeah.
An interesting flop, 9, 4, 8, 2 diamonds. Nobody with diamonds, nobody with spades. But Andy, even though he is behind, has an open-ender, the crap end of it, but an open-ender nonetheless. And the king of diamonds on the turn certainly hits at under-the-gun opening range. It just doesn't hit what Escobari actually has.
But I love only Texas. I mean, I love Texas Hold'em and I appreciate all the variant, but I stick to Texas Hold'em. Yeah, I don't understand too much about the.
You like to gamble or not?
It's Poker Pro versus Poker Pro, both tournament ballers. Andy betting 500 into a pot of 1,200, donk betting from the small blind, leading out and getting the job done. It seems like today, at least, every pot that Andy enters, he wins.
Small money, just small money. Yeah.
Mr. Bowie Effect online.
Faster to 4, 5, 6 cards.
Yeah.
Because it's more.
You know what I did? I did watermelon. I played 6 cards, 3 boards.
Yeah, but
that was fun.
That's
Actually,
really nice.
I really liked it.
That's really nice.
But the game is slower when you play
Slower.
Cherry
Yeah.
Slower.
So, stand-up games, guys.
Okay.
Ooh, Alexandria's back, and that means only one thing, back to the stand-up game.
I'll try to control myself this time.
You have to stand up.
To the run.
It'll be interesting to see how Escobari gets his massage while standing up. So last time we saw players trying to sit down as soon as possible. Part of it is that you don't want to stay standing up, but the other part is if you're the last player to be remaining standing up, you have to pay each player 300 euros, and you can only sit down if you win a hand. So Viral opening up with the King 8 suited. So far so good, but Escobari not giving him a free ride. Does indeed call. And great flop there for Viral. I mean, it didn't directly connect, but he has that flush draw. Escobari still a little bit ahead. You can see the equities say a little bit differently. But Viral is going to feel more than comfortable to bet here. He just wants to sit down. And Barry, Escobari, Mr. Bartlebert, waiting for some action.
Almost King 9 of them.
And it's a bet of 300 by Viral. That's good enough to get Escobari to fold. So we see Johan take a seat, looking very dapper, chilling out, making everybody else jealous. So folding all the way around to the button, which is rare in a stand-up game, and Roelio also folding. Oh no, Roelio opening up, and he's opening up wide with the 6-4 offsuit. Orso thinking it over. Deciding to defend. We'll find out soon with what. With Queen 9, so he is ahead at the moment.
Likes to play garbage.
It's a 4 king 3 flop, 2 clubs. Roelio connecting with this 4. And getting ready to continue. He will likely get to sit down, being that Orso did not connect with his queen or his 9.
Better the king of clubs. That I know I don't have.
The queen of diamonds.
I flopped again.
Bro, you're crazy. You already have the queen of clubs.
So Roelio is showing his 6-4, being called crazy, but meanwhile he gets to take a seat. Wins a small pot. Happy days.
Crazy as I am, I call you a 3 and a deuce.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you. You're out of it.
So Bart not only has to stand up, but due to his massage, he's really only playing with one hand while standing up. Looks like it was an open by Yo. Indeed it was. The 400 with ace 10.
Drink something. Come, play a little.
They're trying to get Andy to loosen up a little bit. Roelio calling with the 8-3, playing the 8-3 game. Both him and Yo are already sitting, but they can play another game. Meanwhile, Aurelio is counting out some chips. Might be 3-bet incoming. It looks like just a call. And also with ace-10, but his is suited to the hearts. And Aziz now contemplating. It looks like he's coming along for the ride as well with ace-deuce. So there's 3 aces already out. Roelio actually not in the worst of shape with his 8-3, which we can see, which is quite unusual. But meanwhile, it's a queen 6-4 flop. The players with the ace-10s are technically ahead at this point. Aziz drawing to also the backdoor nut flush draw. Checking around to Roelio. He's already sitting down, but wants to get that 8-3 through. A bet on the larger size will actually work from a results-oriented aspect. Fires out for 1,000. Gets Aurelian to fold. Likely will get Aziz to fold. And now let's see what Yo does. Yo quickly folds, and Roelio shows that everybody has to give him 300 euro. So we've had now twice the 8-3 game pay off. The 7-deuce game has not paid off yet, though. First time that we've had the 8-3 game pay off during another game, which is the stand-up game going on right now.
If you drink 5 tequila shots, we'll let you sit. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna take it.
I know you're gonna take it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't know what you say.
I say if you drink 5 tequila shots, we'll let you sit, but I changed my mind directly.
I wouldn't do it.
You would do it for sure.
No, it's a long night. If I do it every time, it's...
Yeah, but you sit for free, get 300
You
euro.
ever drink 5 shots tequila?
Bro, me, I die after
Yes,
one.
of course.
So imagine.
But 5 shots is a lot.
5 shots for you, though.
I'm also drunk. Yeah,
Yeah?
if you do after each other, yeah.
After each other?
Yeah. If you do 1 hour in between.
Have you ever done 5 shots of tequila? No.
So apparently, if Bart wants to do 5 shots, he can sit down automatically, but that's quite a lot. Even for Bart, who is known to drink a bit when he's winning. He was probably about 10 drinks deep while winning the 5K earlier this week. Not recommended to do for most players, but some it helps, I suppose, or at least doesn't hurt their game. An awfully big sizing there to 1,000.
How much you play?
12.
Thank you.
And Yo asking how much he's playing, so Escobar raising to 1,000 with just Queen 9. Wanting to sit down and sit down badly.
Start better than yesterday.
Yeah. Not very difficult though.
And although we do not know yet what Yo Viral has, I'm guessing he has a monster.
Yesterday went 3 times already.
It is a 10x sizing preflop. Something you'll see sometimes in cash games, very rarely in tournaments, unless a player just has 10 or around 10 big blinds in their stack. But we do have this stand-up game going on. And we can see Bart standing up getting that massage, wants to be nice and comfortable while getting that massage. And Yo jacking it up to 3K. Oh, now it's Yo's turn with the 8-3. And gets Bart to fold down the Queen 9. Bart has to stay standing up. Meanwhile, everybody else has to give Yo Viral 300 euros apiece. It's the 3rd time a player has won a hand with 8-3 early on in this cash game. Definitely changes the dynamic completely. There would have been no reason for Yo to get involved if there was no 8-3 game, facing a 10x opening size.
Stay stand up
No.
till the end of this game. Well, we're gonna make the job.
Yo is saying that players are going to be standing up till the end. Does not want to see any of the 4 win a hand. Wants to split pots with Roelio and torture his 4 other opponents.
My legs will have a good massage then. If I stay up all day.
Imagine a viewer arrive on this channel and is like, what is going on, bro?
Mixed game.
Like everybody stand up, having massage, playing with 8-3 for 3,000 euro.
Roelio with the 6-4 suited deciding to open up from the low jack also under the gun. Only for Escobar, who really wants to sit down, 3-betting to 1,300 with the Queen 10 suited. Folds all the way around to Andy in the big blind, who quickly folds as well. Roelio, what is he going to do? It is a fairly big sizing for the 3-bet.
No.
And does fold, so Bart gets to sit down.
I wasn't expecting 7 euros.
At no jeopardy to have to pay every player 300 euros. And more importantly, can have his massage in the comfort of his chair. Likely much easier for the masseuse as well.
It's my fault. Is it 3?
So Barry limping from under the gun. We haven't seen this move quite yet in this cash game. And Aziz with 10-8 offsuit, also wanting to sit down, raising it up. No, he folded. It's Yo Viral raising it to 400 from the button instead. And the two players that are already sitting down, battling it out after Escalating calls. And the sevens are still good by Yo on the 2-3 king 2 diamond flop. Escalating's two cards are both live, has runners to the nut flush. May feel inclined to call this bet of 350 by Yo with his sevens. Instead, he feels inclined to raise. Perhaps a 1200. It is the 1200. And Yo finding the call, which just went over card to his sevens. Going to be harder for him to keep up the aggression, Yo, and in terms of staying in the hand. Escalating also with a nut flush draw on this 10 of diamonds turn. If he leads out, he may even be able to take it down now, but even if he's called, he still has a lot of outs to get there. But if he's raised upon, it could put him in a dicey situation, but more than happy to bet. And Yo in a difficult spot. We can see Yo's ahead, but Yo could be miles behind a king. Maybe even a king 10 or a made flush with that third time in coming. It does look like he is going to put more chips into the pot, makes a call. And the 2 of spades pairing the board on the river. Yo Viral gets the check mark, but Escalating may try to still pluck this away. Has almost exactly 1 SPR in his stack. So very often you see players jam with these kind of stack depths. Escalating thinking things over. Both players already putting a chunk into the pot. And indeed he jams, putting Yo Viral to the test.
The tequila shot comes in play now.
Yo is beating a bluff, but not too much more on this board. How many bluffs does Bart have? We see he's bluffing here. This is maybe what Yo is thinking about. Showing lots of guts with this jam. Keeping the story alive ever since check raising the flop.
Have to show anyway, right?
And gets Yo to fold the best hand. Escalating picking up a tasty pot and shows his ace-8.
Yo to you, thank you. For not letting me reload.
Was an expensive shot.
Yo calling that an expensive shot because if Barry bluffs an opponent successfully, he is doing a shot.
Oh my gosh.
Part of the Barry game. Or the Bart game, whatever we are calling Mr. LeBear at this point in time. Well, Julian under the gun this time around.
Because of the shot, you want to get me drunk for the next value. For later in the game is more.
So Andy, who's been a little bit of quiet, getting into the action, but just a limp from the button. Andy unfortunately bubbled the creator's crown at the earlier stream today. It was an 8,000 min cash in that bad boy. 20,000 for the winner. But Roelio opting not to raise it with his ace-10. Bart with his king-9 just checking back his option. And now Roelio flopping top pair on the ace-8 deuce flop. Likely to get 2 folds here with not that much in the pot. No reason for Andy to do anything completely out of line here. And as I say that, he's calling. But Roelio now improving to something even better. Top 2 pair, but it's still a little bit scary with 2 clubs, 2 spades. He's going to protect his hand. And it says he only has 750, but we know he has a lot more. There was another reload by Roelio at some point, as he certainly has a lot more than 1,500 in his stack. It looks like close to 10,000, in fact, maybe even a little bit more.
We already know pre-flop.
I really had a really good hand, I thought. It's getting crazy. Normally you cannot handle it. 100.
It's not a lot. No? I'm joking, I don't care.
So it looks like Aziz is getting ready to open.
I want to do it also later, so.
Opens to 500. So unless there was a straddle, it's a bigger sizing than what we've seen, but he is still standing up, and that is increasing the sizings of some of the players until they're able to sit back down again. You can only sit down if you won a hand. Last person standing has to pay all the other players 300 euro. One of Yoviral's rules for his game today. And perhaps Roelio woke up with something. The camera's on Escalating. Now on Yoviral. And now on Orso, who folded his cards a little bit of time ago. Roelio folding his Jack-8 suited, same suit as Aziz. It looks like 3-bet incoming. A raise to 1,900, 2,900 with the big slick. So really big sizing there by Escalating, putting pressure on Aziz. And Aziz, who really wants to sit down, I don't know if he wants to pay this price to try to get ahead of a hand that is likely stronger than him. Is reaching for chips. Makes the call, and will play this pot in position.
Yeah, it looked like you were coming to raise.
And flops top pair on the Queen Jack 4 rainbow flop. Escobar with 2 overcards, a Broadway gut shot. Escobar thinking about what to do now that he bricked his ace-king, is checking it over to Aziz, who likely now thinks that his top pair is ahead at the moment. Does go check, check, and another heart comes on the turn. So not only does Aziz have the top pair, but he's now counterfeiting some of the outs that Escobar would have, because another heart would bring him a flush. So, for example, the ace of hearts and 10 of hearts are no longer cards that can help Escobar, where on the flop they could. Aziz checking it back after Escobar checks, despite the super strong strength of his hand, and the 4 of spades pairing the board on the river. Escobar hoping his ace-king is good, checking it over to Aziz. And I think we'll see Aziz try to go for some small value here. Maybe try to get some value if his opponent had a jack. The problem with this is opponent may have had a 4, in which case, is he really going to check if he has a 4 after it went check, check on the flop in the turn? And betting big, 4,700 into a pot of 5,900. I don't think we'll see a hero call now by Escobar.
Sure, right?
Escobar folds and Aziz takes down the pot, is over 20,000. He's at 22,500 euro after the hand. More importantly, perhaps for him, he does get to sit down. So just 2 players standing up, Orso and Andy. Andy was the first player to sit down in the first stand-up game, but right now has a sweat, as does Orso. Looks like just a limp by Andy from the hijack. Second time we've seen Andy lipping in this cash game. And Andy is a very strong mathematical player, so I'm going to assuming that there's a lot of spots you should be limping in Hold'em cash games, but it opened up the opportunity for Orso to just steal it away. Being that Orso and Andy are the only 2 players standing, I think we'll see Andy come along. Black coffee. And Andy flopping the top pair here on the 9, Queen, Ace, 2 spades flop. Orso with nothing doing, but was the pre-flop aggressor. May be leading out. Does want to sit down. I think either way, both players will be sitting down after this hand. So does want to sit down without paying each player 300 euros to do so. And firing out for 350, Andy is now has to choose between whether he wants to raise or call, and he is just calling. Andy now has the check mark, and he will win the hand, assuming he can stay in the hand, assuming Orso doesn't go apeshit and push him off it somehow. But it looks so like Orso understands that he's likely being crushed and no chance of getting a fold unless he's really willing to risk a lot to do so. And both players check to see the Jack of Hearts river. Let's see if Orso tries to steal it away now. After Andy checked again. Nope, not this time. Giving it over to Andy. He'll be pleased that he didn't try to bluff the turn or the river after he sees that Andy has that ace. It's already showing Andy winning the pot, but it looks like he hasn't acted yet, so I don't think he checked it back quite yet. Yeah, it's Orso checking first. It was even just left on Orso, so apologies about that. And Andy reaching for some chips, trying to get some endgame value. Bets 1,000, but it's not going to work. Orso just doesn't have anything. He is counting out his chips though, so maybe he's going to try to bluff it. Not this time. He was counting out the chips to pay everybody off. Has to pay each player 300 euro for being the last player to sit down. And that's it for the stand-up game, but we now have a second masseuse at the table. That's Aisha over there. So the Yo Viral game is now the Let's Get Massage game. Both Bart and Yo Viral getting some nice massages. The massage teams work very hard throughout the day. It's not the easiest line of work. So Roelio, who was active a little bit earlier, seems to pick his spots. It looks like he opened up here, raising it up to 300 with King Jack suited. Folds around to Yo Viral with a weaker Jack who folds it. So not much doing that hand. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Yo Viral game with stakes at 5,100, no limit hold'em. Various different little fun games are being put on the side by Yo Viral. We have the 7 Deuce game, the A3 game. We just got done with the stand-up game, which will come back. And occasionally we also have bomb pots as well, which we may have now actually, because we have the other Alex Steeler. When Alexandria comes, it is stand-up game, and when Alex, who we have right now, comes, it is a bomb pot, 3,000 in the middle, 500 from each player. Players are dealt their cards, a burn card is dealt, and then the flop, and then the betting starts from there.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
So 2 players to see the 3 Deuce 10 flop. Looks like just Yo and Andy stayed in the hand, and Yo is betting out with his Jack-8 with nothing doing. Andy not scared away. Does have an open ender. And Orso folding his 9s. So far would have been ahead. Nobody's showing up at the 10 yet. Maybe that changes with Aziz, who is the last player to act. Hope Aziz with just the ace high actually has the best hand at the moment. But meanwhile, that all changes. Now Andy with the best hand connecting with this 4, still has an open ender. Checks on over to Aziz. Basically just drawing to a 5, as an ace would give Andy the wheel. A 5 would give Aziz a better straight than a wheel. Or at least much better than Andy's 2 pair at that point if a 5 came. And Yo is still technically alive as well, with his Jack and 8 being live. But it's Aziz putting pressure on with a bet of 2,600 into a pot of 4,200. And after Yo made the easy fold, Andy deciding what to do, is ahead at the moment and does find the call. And the Queen of Hearts on the river, checkmark over to Andy. But what happens if Aziz bets big once again? Aziz may feel he has showdown value too, but I think he understands he would have to push Andy off a hand in order to win this pot. Andy with a pot-sized bet behind may not want to call off his whole stack if Aziz goes nuts. But both players do check. Andy will be thrilled to win this pot. A nice 9,400 euro pot, all starting with the bomb pot because of the dealer change, and close to 20,000 or double what he started with. Here's a look at the chip counts, a little bit with the cumulative winnings as well. Andy, as we just mentioned, is having a great start. Bought in for 10,000, won the first hand, just won that last hand, won a couple of smaller ones in between. Every pot is adding up and has the most chips at the table as well, has everyone covered.
Yeah.
1 raise 300. 3 plus. 4 plus. 5 plus.
So it looks like we have an open from Roelio. So hopefully that catches up. It was an open for 300 from under the gun. It looks like just everybody's in kind of the wrong positions because it's showing Andy in the small blind and Yo Viral in the on the button, but we see that it's a little bit different, and it's actually Aziz who still needs to act. So Aziz folds, but Yoviral raising big to 2,900 from the small blind. Aha, it's because of the 7 deuce game. We've seen 3 times the 8-3 game come to fruition. If Roelio does not have cards, maybe we see the same pre-flop with Yoviral, but with a slightly different game where you need to have 7 deuce instead of the 8 tray. If he takes down the pot, every player will pay him €300 on top of what he wins in the pot. And Roelio jamming. He had the ladies. Yoviral getting nowhere. He made a big effort with the 7 deuce game. Sometimes these games can cost you a bit of money, and Yoviral just found out right there that that was the case. This time Roelio had a hand and was able to snag some free chips. It sounds like we're having a round of straddles. Always have to keep on your feet during Yoviral's game.
19, 100. 65, 19, 100. 100.
13, 200. 13, 200.
6, 13, 200.
17, 350. 17, 350.
17.
Looks like we're getting some chip counts verified during the flow of play.
Let's try one more.
One round.
It's 46.
So Bart with the straddle from under the gun. And we'll see what happens now, because I folded around to Andy in the small blind, who's not immediately acting, but does indeed fold. Let's see what he had. We may never know, and we won't. So just a walk there. That's interesting. What did he have there? I think 8s, but we didn't get to see.
Raise 600. 6 gold. 8 plus.
So Aziz with the ladies this time, raising it up to 600. We'll see different sizing with the straddles going on. The first straddle hand was a little bit on the dull side, but this time around is a completely different story. Roelio calling from the small blind with the suited ace-3. Escalating coming along from the big blind with the suited ace-7. And Aurelian has not immediately acted from the straddle position. So already 2,000 in the pot, depending on what happens here, up to 2,400 in the pot. With Aziz in position with his ladies, and Aurelian with the 8-3, so he's open for this game, but meanwhile could spell trouble for Bart here. Escalating flopping the top pair, but that's no match to the queens that Aziz has at the moment. Roelio with a gut shot to the wheel, backdoor flush draw. And Orso with that 8-3 may try to be a little bit tricky because of the 8-3 game. But Escalating, feeling his top pair is worthy of a bet, fires out 1/4 of the pot. And Aurelian says the 8-3 game's nice, but there's too much going on here. I'm out of the way. And now what does Aziz do? There's 2 diamonds on the board. The queen of diamonds may make a difference slightly in his decision-making factor. We know he's never ever folding. But will we see a call or will we see a raise? If he calls, he's almost pricing in Roelio to come along for the ride. If he raises, he will at least get Roelio out of the way, but maybe Escobari will have to continue. Oh, but Yoviral was in the hand too, so we don't know what he had. Roelio folded though. And Bart thinking about what to do. Top pair is a very strong hand, but you were facing a raise by the original opener. But Bart not scared away. Perhaps should be though. The 9 of hearts on the turn. Aziz should still feel a bit of comfort here. Let's see if he goes for more value. Aziz deep in thought. And now asking Bart how much is in his stack. And it's a little more than a pot-sized bet behind, assuming the chip counts that we see here are accurate. He's saying it's around 9, so the story checks out. And Aziz jamming it. Can Bart get away? It would have been harder for him to get away on the flop than it is on the turn. But massive pot brewing. Bart would still have a few outs if he called. Technically 5, but in reality 3 because the ace of clubs and 7 of spades were buried by other players. We did see that ace of clubs, 3 of clubs go into the muck by Roelio earlier in the hand. And Bart gets away with it, gets away from it. And Aziz does not have to sweat a river, picks up a tasty pot and is up to 23,200 euro. Here's a look at the cumulative winnings along with the chip stacks of everybody at the table. So the straddles continue. We have an open by Yoviral to 600. Roelio laying down his ace-5. We don't know what Yo has yet. It may not matter if Aziz doesn't play his 9-4, which he doesn't, and Yo picking up 350 euro without needing to see any cards. Pays for a round of blinds and the straddle. I'm curious if we're going to see a third masseuse at the table.
8 plus. Yes. 1 plus.
Folds around to Bart, who opens up, I believe, for 600. We'll find out soon. It's the 500 with 6-4 suited on the button. Orso thinking about what to do. And that looks like a 3-bet to 1600 with ace-3 suited. So both players with diamonds. And Yo hasn't immediately gone anywhere. Perhaps has a strong hand. The man has a look of ready to 4-bet, but instead he folds. So remind me not to go with my reads if I'm ever playing against Yo Viral. And Bart wasting no time to call. He is in position in the hand. And no love for either player on this flop. 8, king, queen, 2 clubs. There is 1 diamond for the back door, which could spell trouble for Bart if it gets 2 more diamonds and the players are still in the hand. I expect to see Orso continue quite a lot on this kind of flop, though, after 3-betting pre-flop. Didn't hit his cards, but hit his range quite nicely. So a bet of 600 by Aurelian. Bart with nothing doing. May want to get cute in position, but that would be the only thing he'd really be doing here. Does call. Perhaps with a plan later on.
See you in LA. Yes. Oh, Vegas. I'm in both. I'm gonna be in Vegas all December.
The 8 of hearts pairs the board on the turn.
You too? Let's catch up. Okay.
Orso taking his foot off the gas and inviting Escobari to take over control, but instead he checks it back.
Because there is like a big tournament. I'm gonna stay there. Win. You know. Yeah,
And a blank 3 of hearts on the river does connect a little bit with Orso.
Yeah, we do. See you, buddy. What?
Another check by Orso. Now is Escobari going to try now to take it? The only way he can win the spot is by betting. It would have been the only reason to call the flop was to bet on the Turner River if it was checked over to you. And this may work. It's a bet of 1,500 into a pot of 4,700. So Escobari playing his opponent and not his cards in this situation. And Orso thinking about doing something. This does look like more chips out than it would be for a call, but he has that call amount that looks like separated on the side there. Might be willing to turn his hand into a bluff too. He did only connect with the 3, but what is he pushing off if he raises here that he isn't ahead of? Any 8 is calling. Most kings should be calling, depending on how big it is. But being that Escobar just has 5K back, it's too much of a risk. And it comes to the same conclusion, makes the call. And Escobar was ready to snap muck his hand, but instead Aurelian showed him his cards first. So good read there by Aurelian.
17, 20, 17, 18. Peut-être. Après, genre, ça descend. Ça peut... Non, en vrai, ça peut descendre à 14.
Ça va.
Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can hit here. So maybe put it on the table on the side. Yeah, sure.
Oh, it's my straddle, sorry, I've not looked.
Yeah, and the choice straddle.
Yeah, I don't look.
Wait.
I didn't look.
We are making a blind raise.
Wait.
I have
I don't know. Okay. Sit-1, raise 500.
It looks like Roelio opening to 500. Indeed it is, with the queen 10. Bart with the quick fold over to Orso, who also folds. Bart folding an ace.
Beaten by a queen and
Pass.
Orso also folding an ace, so that's 2 aces out of the deck. That's good news for a queen 10, but it may not matter depending on what Andy has. Andy is cool with making a call. We'll find out with what. With king 6 offsuit is actually ahead with the king high versus the queen high heading into the flop.
Deuce, deuce, free.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And it's a deuce deuce 6 flop, and I'm pretty sure someone else just called the deuce deuce 3 flop. But Andy with top 2 now with 2 pair. Both players check. And now Andy really with top 2 with kings over 6s. Has Roelio drawing dead. Does not stop Roel from firing out. It isn't a big bet though. 300 into 1200. 3 spades on the board may slow Andy down. Or it may also speed him up. Andy opting just to call. Play some pot control on a nice but slightly scary board. But the 7 of clubs is not too much of a scare card. Andy checking again. Now will Roelio try to steal this away? It won't work, but I mean if he overbets the pot, maybe it'll be working. But anything up to a pot size bet, Andy is going to snap off. Roelio taking his time, trying to make sure he thinks through everything here. Perhaps he's thinking, can I push Andy off a 6, not realizing how strong Andy is. And Roelio checking it back, saved himself some chips.
I thought you would not even fold a 6, so I'm happy that I didn't bet.
That's what Roelio was thinking about. Can I get him to fold a 6? And now he says, I'm happy I didn't bet, when he sees that Andy had not only the 6, but a king to go along with it. And meanwhile, Andy picking up another pot up to nearly 18,000. He was close to 20 a little bit ago, but he started with only 10, so things are going quite well for Mr. Wilson in seat number 8.
yeah, he told us to call him when it's on him. I don't know where he is.
So close. Coming?
Oh,
I was ready for a nice €2,000 bet.
I was so close. So close.
While we are waiting, I want to give a shout out to Andrea for bringing me a coffee via Franke. So thank you to both you guys. It's such a nice crew around, whether we're working for Party Poker, whether we're working for Hydra, whether we're working at all for that matter. Everybody's super friendly.
Too curious.
Yeah.
When I'm not cornered away in my little box, everybody asking me, do I need anything? And feel very welcome here at Portomaso Casino, always. So the crew here at Portomaso also doing a fantastic job. Malta is almost becoming a second home to me at this point, which is lovely. I love the poker community here. I love the events running here. Coming up soon at Portomaso, in fact, is the Malta Poker Festival. And Party Poker right after that will be hosting an event in Dublin. So there's quite a lot of poker action going on everywhere. But if you follow along with Party Poker has an amazing tour, good vibe, good events. Yo Viral is traveling around with his cash game too, so the two have intersected for a marriage made in heaven.
Yeah, I remember that.
There's a lot less today. Yeah, because there were so many yesterday. So many.
Yesterday, like, insane. Insane. So many. 7 usage.
I'm impressed how well actually Andy and Bart both hold their own in cash games. Now I think both do dabble in cash games, so are obviously not new to it. But both players do specialize mostly in tournaments, especially Andy. Andy's very often in the same Twitch streams that I am watching for poker. And the comments he has, the analysis he has is always top. If Andy says I'm looking at a hand wrong, then I am looking at it wrong. But meanwhile, we have Orso opening up with the King, Queen, U, Viral, 3-betting with the eights. And Orso going nowhere, playing the hand out of position, but essentially flipping against the snowman. And Yo Viral stays ahead with his eights, just one overcard to those eights, and that overcard did not connect at all with Orso, who checks it on over to the 3-better. And it's 600 into 2,000. Maybe Orso wants to see a turn. It's also possible that he chooses the check raise, but that's better to do with a diamond in your hand if you're doing it as a bluff, in my opinion. Decides this is it, no more. And Yo Viral doesn't have to sweat out. Shows a single 8, but perhaps teasing the table that he has the 8-3.
3 seconds to buy, you put in front of you if you want to buy. 150. 1, 2, 3.
Nobody falling for Yo Viral's tricks. He was trying to sell the other card, pretending he had an 8-3, giving players a discount if they bought the card.
Someone. I will sell someone in shop.
It will be a good buy.
You need to do shots of tequila.
Never a good buy.
No, sometimes. Sometimes good buy.
And look at this. We have another dealer change. So thank you, Alex, and welcome, Alexandria. But with Alexandria here, we know what that means, and it means one thing and one thing only if the players are paying attention. The stand-up game is back. And Alexandria reminding everyone that the stand-up game is back. So if you're just tuning in, what the stand-up game is that all players now have to stand up until they win a hand. The last player standing has to pay all the other players 300 euros. So it could get slightly expensive. 1,500 euros is a lot of money to most people. Perhaps not at the stakes these gentlemen are playing at, though. This is on top of the 8-3 and 7 deuce game, where if you win a hand with either of those holdings, you get 300 euros from each player. just because there's one game doesn't mean the existing games go away. And if this stands, if players are still standing, when Alex comes back to deal, we'll even have a stand-up game and bomb pot at the same time with the 8-3 and 7 deuce game live.
I'm gonna keep you guessing.
But interesting, usually the stand-up game creates more action. We didn't get to see the cards of what the players folded, but it did fold all the way around to Elio in the small blind. Does have a suited ace. It looks like a 3-bet there by Barry. What does he have? Queen 7 offsuit. Just wants to sit down. Doesn't believe that Roelio is raising with anything like what he has. It is not necessarily a super strong hand by Roelio, but he also has a tricky spot, knowing that Bart is tricky. Bart has position on him. And Bart giving a little bit of a smile there. Roelio still thinking about what to do. Bart trying not to give away any tells about what he is up to. And Roelio lays down his ace, and Bart gets to sit down, shows his Queen 7. Picks up the pot, but can now chill and relax. He was getting a massage. That can continue with some comfort.
I had a deuce in my hands, but thank you.
It's gonna work a lot.
Oh my God.
So Aziz, who's been a little bit quiet, getting ready to put in some chips. It looks like they'll 4 or 500, maybe 5. Is a raise to 500, and this is just what we were talking about before. We're combining games. It's a stand-up game, but the 7 deuce game is still live. If this gets all the way through, he just picks up the blinds and ante, but gets to sit down and collect 300 euros from each player in the process. And there's just one player standing in his way, and that's Aurelian. And he also lays it down. Here comes Aziz, showing the 7 deuce. Happy days. Sits down with 1,500 euros richer, 300 from each player, along with picking up 150 profit as well.
Most easy 7 deuce I ever saw, I think.
You can see it, you can see it.
Yeah, I know.
He said, easiest 7 deuce he ever saw. That was pretty easy. All he had to do was open. His sizing anyway is going to be a little bit bigger, so it's not suspicious in a stand-up game. Because even if you have a hand, you might as well open up bigger, because if you don't have one, you're also opening up a little bit bigger to maybe balance that out a little bit.
When I open one with a juice, or if I show you a 7 or a juice here, you can buy the insurance, I think.
But you don't want that we buy the insurance.
Yeah, that's why I didn't propose.
So insurance on the 7 deuce 8-3 game being bantered around a little bit. Some ideas brewing.
Come on, guys. Let me win one stand-up.
Escobar thinking about it.
That was the first 2, right?
Opening to 400. Decent holdings from the button too with the Queen Jack. And with Aziz sitting down. All it is a walk there.
I prefer having 7 deuce.
And Bart was already sitting down, so maybe he would have liked to have pumped up that pot a little bit, get a call pre-flop, and see what happens from there. But 150 profit is 150 profit. So Roelio stepping away from the table but making it back in time. He is still standing up. We have 4 players standing up. Still 4 players standing up. It folds around to Bart. Looks like a limp. It is a limp with 9-6 suited from Escalating. But Orso has something different in mind, raising it up to 600 with Queen 6 suited. And with nobody else showing up with anything, I mean, Orso's doing this just so he could sit down, but if he gets a call, he's in amazing shape in position with a dominating Queen 6 suited over a 9-6 suited. And look at this, Escalating limp 3-bet. This smells super strong. Maybe he sensed a little weakness from Orso here. And Orso getting out of the way quickly. And Bart, once again, showing the different gears. Picking up another pot. I can see why he won the high roller earlier this week with a €5,000 buy-in for about 75,000 euros. Isn't afraid to make the moves that he thinks is going to work. Getting some player stats here. So even though Bart has been making the moves, he's also down a little bit of money at this table. And the pocket rockets, we have not seen this, or if we have, it was one time earlier, raising it up to 600. Will he get any action? Andy is still standing up, as is Orso. He just saw Orso fold to a 3-bet, but he's going nowhere to a 3-bet now. And Andy with the King 10 suited 3-betting. How is Orso going to approach his aces? Is he going to call a raise? As we've seen, every player at the table is capable of 3-betting on the lighter side. I'm not saying it's the case with Andy at this moment. King 10 suited is a strong hand. But that comes into your head when you're 4-betting. You don't want to necessarily scare the player off, but you want to try to get the money in at the same time if you can. And jams it in. Andy with the snap fault, and Orso showing his pocket rockets. Gets to sit down, and now there's just 3 players standing up. Roelio and Andy and our host, Yo Viral. And if you're just tuning in, this is the Yo Viral's game. As you can see on the screen behind the players, Poker Pro FR has been sponsoring this stream. Special thanks to Hydra, to Fury TV, 24H Productions, of course, Party Poker Millions, and last but certainly not least, our venue, Portomaso Casino, for being such a gracious host all week long, not only for this amazing cash game, but for the tournaments running throughout the tournament arenas upstairs from us. We are on day 2 of the 3K Party Poker Millions, and we will have the final table of that broadcasted tomorrow. So Escalating, who has limped a couple times, choosing a limping strategy again, getting Yo Viral to call behind, getting a cheap price to potentially be able to sit back down. Andy and Roelio, the other 2 players standing up, also calling with speculative holdings. Escalating is actually miles ahead with the Queen 10, but that's all changed on the 5-6-8 flop. Now Roelio has bottom pair, Andy with middle pair, Yo Viral with an open-ended straight draw. All of a sudden, Escalating's hand's not looking good and gets out of the way to a single bet of 300 by Roelio. with the open-ender and bottom pair. If the 9 comes, it's trouble for him because it'll give the overall a better straight, and it's only Yo that calls. Actually, it's Yo Viral raising, not calling, putting Roelio into a spot of bother. Does have a very strong hand. Roelio taking his time as he should, trying to make sure he makes what he feels is the optimal decision for all he knows. He could be drawing dead to a 7-9 kind of hand. It wouldn't be drawing dead then, it would be drawing to a chop, but he could be drawing to just a chop, being far behind even. We see that he is a bit ahead, but does lay it down. Yo Viral gets to sit down with his 10-7. Does need to show it. And now it's mano y mano in the stand-up game between Roelio and Bowie Effect. Mr. Andy in seat number 8.
You know what I'm going to do, so.
You're gonna live. Me probably too.
I'm adding 5k. Alexandre, top of 5k.
5K double.
Okay, so Yo coming back in for another 5,000. The stacks are getting bigger at the table.
Is 400, 5 and 6 plus.
We're still with the under the gun open. I think Andy is basically calling any 2 from the button at this stand. And indeed does with an ace-4. Roelio probably the same from the small blind, does call as well with queen 10, both live cards. And Escalating, no reason to get cute with the 6 deuce with 2 players that really want to win the pot. And we go 3-way to the ace king 8 flop. It's a rainbow situation. Andy connecting with the top pair. Roelio with a gut shot to Broadway, and Orso with really just a backdoor flush draw, not much more. Obviously, maybe a backdoor straight draw that would be quite an ugly one, depending on which cards came out. But it's a 350 bet by Orso with not that much, but he did open under the gun. Andy isn't going anywhere quite yet. Has the top pair, but has some kicker issues. If he thought Orso had an ace in his hand, it would be likely that he would be pretty far behind with his ace-4, but so far so good. And Roelio coming along with his gut shot, but now it's the ace of hearts on the turn. This should give Andy a little more confidence that his ace-4 is indeed good. Obviously another player can have an ace, but there's only one more left in the deck. And after it checks all the way over to Andy, perhaps we will see him fire out once again. Not this time. And the queen of hearts on the river, so now Roelio connects with this queen. Nobody with the flush, nobody with the jack 10 for the straight. So Andy's still good with his trips, but maybe can get some super thin value off of Roelio. Or maybe Orso is going to try to bluff this, knowing that's the only way he can win this bad boy. It did check all the way through on the turn as well, after the ace paired the board. So checks on over to Andy. Is he going to try to squeeze in some thin value? And if so, is Roelio going to call him? Or is either of the players going to try to bluff Andy if that happens as well? All options are on the table. So betting more than half the pot, 1,400. Roelio counting out the chips, but checking his cards again. I think with the player behind you, you have to be careful, but he did call. Now, is Orso going to give up, or is he going to try to steal this away? It would not work most likely with Andy having those trips, but he may try. He does fold his hand, and Andy takes down the pot with trips, back up to 18,600, and the big smile on his face as he gets to sit down, and Roelio is going to sit down as well, but not without paying each player 300 euro. So the stand-up game is over for now until we have 2 dealer changes. But in the meantime, the 8-3 game and the 7-deuce game remain in play. If you win a hand with either of those holdings, every player at the table also gives you 300 euro. There's also the special Bart game, where if Bart bluffs you on the river, he will do a shot on the stream. Have our Flor Andrea does a fantastic job here at Portomaso Casino. Every time I come here, always trying to make sure everything is running perfectly. Let's see what Yo opened up for. It looks like a raise to 400. With 7 deuce, here we go. It is a suited 7 deuce, but it doesn't matter. There was no qualifications on the suits, just makes the hand a little stronger. And gets it through. And he's asking if players want insurance. Nobody wants insurance, and everyone has to pay him 300 euro. Ah.
But it was really
Orso taking the insurance, so one player is saving money.
7 deuce, but he asked about insurance, and 4 paying 150,
instead of 300.
All the other paying 300. You have from him?
So everybody playing 300, but Orso, who took the insurance this time, maybe understanding Yoviral's balancing range with these kind of spots. Last time he offered insurance, he did not have it. This time he did. So good read by Orso there.
Not 300. No, he asked about insurance 3 seconds, and like this we need to play half. Yeah. 4 paid, but just 150, not 400.
We will be streaming live till about 3 a.m. There will be a dinner break at some point during the stream, but if you're just tuning in and wondering how much action you missed, you did miss a little bit, but don't worry. Players are even deeper now. The excitement will continue all night long. We'll likely have some guests either before or after the dinner break as well. So don't worry if you're getting a little bored hearing my voice. We'll get some other people in here. Get a little bit of entertainment, some different personalities. But in the meantime, I'm having fun with you and hope you're having fun as well. This is your host, Jason Glatzer, coming to you live at Portomaso Casino during the Party Poker Millions with a stream sponsored by Poker Pro FR, Hydra, and of course, where you're watching it at Fury TV. So it's an ace-5-6 flop. We had an open and 2 callers. Escobari flopping that top pair, but opting to just slow play it. And now look at this, Viral. This is like a Yahtzee card here. He has a Broadway gut shot draw along with a flush draw, along with a royal flush gut shot draw. The king of spades on the river would be the true Yahtzee card. But Yo betting that out for 1,600. Gets a call by Escobari. And as he's folding his ducks, easy fold by him. And it's a blank 4 of diamonds on the river, so no magic by Yo Viral. But is he going to try to take it down anyway? He knows that Bart's capable of floating. Does indeed check after not hitting what he needed on the river. Let's see if Bart tries for some value from his top pair. It's not the cleanest of boards, but he may feel that he's good, and we know he is. Escobari taking his time, but looks like he is reaching for some chips. And nearly half the pot, 2,000. And Yo Viral now taking his time. I thought this maybe would be a quick fold, but maybe he has something up his sleeve here. Maybe trying to get a sense whether Escobari is trying to bluff him off the pot, and maybe he's going to come in over the top, but he makes the more obvious play of folding. So Escobari picking up a 6,500-year-old pot.
The boss! You didn't have to take a shot.
No.
But you still want like slow roll of it.
While we see our masseuse at the table drinking a bottle of water, it's an important reminder for all of you at Malta, you may not feel the sunshine, and especially if you're indulging in adult beverages, please stay hydrated. We do not want players being dehydrated at any point in time, so please, H2O is your friend. This public service message was brought to you by Party Poker.
No, I was folding before you did that. I mean, I was folding in the same time.
So Roelio opening up with the Queen Jack suited from the hijack. Pretty hand with the Queen Jack suited, especially in a cash game, deep stacked. Escobari calling with his weak suited ace, and Yo Viral with the ace-5 suited. A lot of solvers these days have this as a 3-bet, but I'm not sure in terms of this exact spot in cash games, and a call is more than fine. Everybody with like a minuscule piece, Barry with the best of it with the bottom pair and the flush draw, but it's Roelio who opened up with the least of this flop, firing out for 300. He was the pre-flop aggressor. Easy call by Escobari. Of course, he could be raising there as well, but he wouldn't be folding, and Yo Viral opting to see what develops on the turn. And it's a 10 of clubs on the turns. The check mark already over to Escobari with the flush. Nobody else can get ahead. And let's see if Roelio fires out again. So a small bet here by Escobari after checked on over to him. Gets a single call by Yo Viral. And the King of Hearts on the river. Thankfully not like a 3 of hearts, otherwise Yo Viral would have a much smaller number in his chip stack most likely, but now he can get away pretty cheaply. And it's not even a big bet, 400 into 2,500. kind of inviting a check raise here. Maybe that is the intention with this bet sizing, being that there's not any hand that could possibly beat Escobari in this particular spot with the nut flush. And Yo just making a hero call. I guess he just wants to see what he has. Not really beating anything but a stone call bluff there. And I think if Escobari's bluffing, he's betting a little bit bigger, so got some thin value there. You weren't going to really get much more. You bet bigger, Yo is going to have to fold. So this is the last hand before the break. And then we will be back in about an hour because it's going to be a nice dinner break for the players. So time does fly. I can't believe we're already up to a dinner break. I hope you're entertained as much as I am watching this amazing action and Yo Viral's game here at Portomaso Casino. Stakes 5,100, occasional rounds of straddles, but the stakes are high, the emotions are fun. Nobody's really stressed out, everybody having a good time. And we're just watching some quality poker, some leveling games going on here at the Party Poker Millions, Malta at Portomaso Casino. But this stream is powered by Hydra, sponsored by Poker Pro FR. And we could see Stake 7, who sponsored the last stream as well. So shout out to those guys. And Roelio, it looks like they did a bomb pot on the final hand. So in Roelio with the Jack Deuce, so far with the best hand with the top pair. But Escobari raising him up from the 400 bet by Roelio to 1,900. We do not know what he has yet. And Aziz with a strong jack as well calling. So I'm very curious what Escobari had, whether he was trying to steal it away or not. But does get another jack to fold. Top pair and a bomb pot is not always good, especially with a weak kicker. So nice read there. And the 10 of hearts on the turn does open up the possibility of a straight for Aziz too if the 9 comes on the river. And Escobari slowing down after his raise over a bet did not get everybody to fold. Perhaps had one of those hands like 9-10 that he's doing it with and slowed down because he connected with the 10. There could be other reasons as well. We've seen Escobari also not always play his cards, but play his opponents, so maybe it's one of those spots as well. It's kind of fun having a mystery hand every once in a while.
Bless you.
Bet 5.
So it's a, looks like a bet of 4,600. And Escobari folds, so Aziz picking it up. We probably will never know what Escobari had there.
We are here till 3 a.m. Yo Viral's game, 10k buy-in. Let's go! Crazy game!
So enjoy dinner, players. And for those of you at home watching, we'll be back in 1 hour. This is Jason Glatzer bringing to you live the Yo Viral's game at Portomaso Casino as part of the Party Poker Millions. Special thanks to Hydra Entertainment, Poker Pro FR, 24H Productions, and everyone else involved in making this happen. And of course, a massive thank you to Yo Viral for hosting his game as part of this festival. Absolute hero. Did win the 5K creators earlier for about 20,000, and now is having some fun in cash games. Bon appetit, and see you in 1 hour.
At first, we thought it was just one island, but there's magic in numbers.
And this place? Well, it's so much more.
We thought we knew these waters, but it's a museum down here.
And through these caves, you uncover some unbelievable views.
Just make sure you snap a shot from up there. A hop-on, hop-off boat tour hits different when the locals lead the way.
We thought we knew dining experiences, but this is something else. By night, you can soak up the sights of the beautiful city under the stars.
And by day, you can get a thrill in a whole other kind of way. Adventure is out there. You just gotta paddle to it. Before, you can jump right in. And you know what they say. Friends who leap together, stay together. The best way to explore the islands? Well, take your pick. Need a timeout? Turns out, flow state isn't only found in yoga barns.
Go off the beaten track and you'll find wine tastes so much sweeter. And the stories last longer when you pick the grapes straight from the vine.
So cheers to sunsets from a beach club,
a rooftop pool,
a 12th century church,
or even a cliff top.
We thought you knew how to sell it, but not like this. Come on! The best thing about it? When you think you've seen it all and done it all, there's always so much more to explore.
And Elio likes what he sees, fires out for 1,000. This is a value bet. 1.6K, so it's a big value bet. It was 2/3 of the pot. And Aurelian making the call with this bottom pair. This could get expensive. The pot is building up. 4 of hearts on the turn is a blank for both players. Roelio rechecking his cards before jamming the goods in. Less than a pot-sized bet in his stack, just getting it in right here, right now. It's going to be hard for Aurelian to call. It would almost be I'm calling because I don't want to be the last player to sit down. But we could see he only has 5 outs. That's because some of the 6s and 7s that would get him there were in other players' hands. And Alex is counting out the chips after she was asked to do so by Aurelian. It's an expensive decision either way. The loser of this hand is going to have to pay everybody 300 euro on top of losing this big pot.
I finished now 1 hour ago. Wow. I didn't went home since then. I slept for. I won it actually.
Queen Jack?
Okay,
You're
that's all
taking
you
with
finish.
Queen Jack?
Yeah.
How many players?
8.
You know that I would shove an ace.
7
Three?
and one re-entry, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you have like a jack, Jack 9.
But this was they pay 3 more.
Jack?
It was
So
on
I
the
get
casino?
Jack 10? Yeah, on this table. On stream, on live.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, also on live.
Well,
Yeah,
really, and
now-
trying to get a read here from Roelio.
It's on your,
No, now yes we are. But this afternoon we were on Fury TV. It's English channel.
Okay.
Yeah. YouTube poker English.
He would be massively behind with one card to call if he does get it in.
On multiple, yeah.
There's 2 6s and 3 7s. That is it.
But it's 30 minutes delay, so probably 10 minutes. Yeah, probably. Soon.
Always difficult spots.
Yeah, it's working because this afternoon it was working all the time. So,
How much?
3,000.
yeah, and the episode of yesterday will be released apparently
If I
next
make a
week.
bad call, it's like minus
Okay,
5.
we're gonna watch it. Yeah. Everybody, every viewer will be able to watch it.
Okay, you win.
Good faults. I have to show anyway.
4 pass.
Does fold, and Roelio showing that it was a good fold, in fact. Although Roelio likely saved himself some chips by folding. Of course, a miracle could have come on the river. He is going to have to pay each player €300. And we will have another stand-up game, but not until the top of the hour. And that's top of the hour real time. We are on a 30-minute delay on the stream, so we can talk about the whole cards. So betting 2,500, the stack size isn't exactly right because we see he must have reloaded. It looks like he has close to 5,000 back still. Art and deep thought. We know he's ahead. I guess he feels he's ahead as well. Makes the call. 10,900 euros in the pot, and it's a jack of diamonds completing the board on the river. Let's see if there's any more juice left in Orso's box to fire out a third bet. It would be awfully hard for Bart to just continuously call down. And it's a 3-barrel bluff with the A3 suited. Wow. It's an all-in, and it's a big one. It's not for 100. It's for about 4,000, maybe even a little bit more. So we're looking at a pot of around 15,000 euros already. Can Escobar sniff this out? If he calls, he wins the lot. Not an easy call by any stretch of the imagination. He's saying I can only beat 8-3, which is exactly what Orso has. That's amazing. Thinking that he's capable of doing that, which he is. But Bart actually hitting the nail right on the head without even realizing it. It's going to be a very difficult call. It's not for 100 once again. We see all those chips and gets Escobar to fold the best hand, and it is the 8-3. Doesn't look like he's going to be scared away. Is this a re-raise? It's a re-raise to 4,300. Oh no for Aziz. I mean, it is a pretty hand on this board, but not in a bomb pot. You're facing off against a straight. And Aurelian trying to figure out what to do. I mean, he shouldn't be folding. He's only behind the 6-8. It's a little bit of Hollywooding going on, I believe. Perhaps deciding whether he should get his whole stack in now or wait till later. Of course, he doesn't have just 10,000, so I don't think the whole stack is going in necessarily now. He has about 15,000. Those white chips alone are 10,000 in his stack. Aurelian taking his time, asking if Aziz has 2 pair.
It's horrible, huh? I have the second nuts again. Did I make the same mistake as yesterday?
So he's sharing what he actually has, that he has the second nuts.
What is second nut?
For now, it's 3-6. If you have 6-8, you don't put 6-8 so far.
So Aurelian maybe giving away a little bit too much info, but trying to get a read maybe off his opponent by sharing that info to see if he's happy with the information or not.
Can I ask him if he wants to pay to sell a card or not?
Yeah, of course, you can sell a card.
I can sell you a card if you want.
I like the concept.
That's very interesting. Aurelian asking Yoviral whether he can sell a card.
Free markets.
You choose. You choose. You choose. You choose. I will say one price for each, and you choose which one you want.
I will price differently.
Yes.
You can also price the same.
Oh my god, I like it.
I would buy both.
Bart would buy both. I'm not sure that's allowed.
That's a 6.
Okay, that's 5,000.
Wow.
And that's 3,000.
It's fucking expensive.
So he's charging a hefty price.
You have to put more money if you want.
Okay. Does he have to show for the bumper? No?
He doesn't have to show for the bumper draw. Only stand-up game.
Oh my god, he folds the 6-3. Aziz getting one through.
Oh.
6-8 of hearts?
Wow.
Oh, wow.
It's nice. I'm glad.
That is definitely history based. To fold the second nuts, I know it was a bomb pot. I know he could have had 6-8. But just wow. Is ahead though currently with his pocket sevens. It's Ruelio betting his open ender plus 2 overcards. Escalating calling with the best hand for 650. Aziz folding, and let's see what Yo decides to do. It's not just bottom pair he has a gut shot straight draw on top of that. And Yo making the call as well to pump up the pot to 3,200. And Roelio pulling out in front on the Jack of Spades turn. Will he keep his foot on the gas?
0.5k.
One bet 1,800.
And it's more than half the pot, a bet of 1,800. It's going to be hard for either player to stick around at this point, especially at this price point, unless they want to be a little tricky. Does get Escalating to fold. Is Yo going to be sticky? Not this time, just begging it's not a 7 deuce. Roelio was ahead on that last street anyway. And back to what he started with. Big smile on Roelio's face after pulling it off with the top pair. And also with ace-10, but his is suited to the hearts. And Aziz now contemplating. It looks like he's coming along for the ride as well with ace-deuce. So there's 3 aces already out. Roelio actually not in the worst of shape with his a3, which we can see, which is quite unusual. But meanwhile, it's a queen 6-4 flop. The players with the ace-10s are technically ahead at this point. Aziz drawing to also the backdoor nut flush draw. Checking around to Roelio. He's already sitting down, but wants to get that 8-3 through. A bet on the larger size will actually work from a results-oriented aspect. Fires out for 1,000. Gets Aurelian to fold. Likely will get Aziz to fold. And now let's see what Yo does. Yo quickly folds, and Roelio shows that everybody has to give him €300. So we've had now twice the E3 game pay off. The 7-deuce game has not paid off yet, though. First time that we've had the 8-3 game pay off during another game, which is the stand-up game going on right now. Meanwhile, everybody else has to give Yo Viral €300 apiece. It's the 3rd time a player has won a hand with 8-3 early on in this cash game. Definitely changes the dynamic completely. There would have been no reason for Yo to get involved if there was no 8-3 game, facing a 10x opening size.
Stay standard till the end of this game. Well, we're gonna make the job.
Yo is saying that players are going to be standing up till the end. Does not want to see any of the 4 win a hand. Wants to split pots with Roelio and torture his 4 other opponents.
My legs will have a good massage then. If I stay up all day.
Imagine a viewer arrive on this channel and like, what is going on, bro? Mixed game. Like everybody stand up, having massage, playing with 8-3 for €3,000.
Roelio with the 6-4 suited deciding to open up from the low jack, also under the gun. Only for Escalating, who really wants to sit down, 3-betting to 1,300 with the queen 10 suited. Folds all the way around to Andy in the big blind, who quickly folds as well. Roelio, what is he going to do? It is a fairly big sizing for the 3-bet.
No.
And does fold, so Bart gets to sit down. May feel inclined to call this bet of 350 by Yo with his 7s. Instead, he feels inclined to raise. Perhaps a 1,200. It is the 1,200. And Yo finding the call with just 1 overcard to his 7s. Going to be harder for him to keep up the aggression, Yo, and Esco in terms of staying in the hand. Escalating also with a nut flush draw on this 10 of diamonds turn. If he leads out, he may even be able to take it down now, but even if he's called, he still has a lot of outs to get there. But if he's raised upon, it could put him in a dicey situation, but more than happy to bet. And Yo in a difficult spot. We can see Yo's ahead, but Yo could be miles behind a king. Maybe even a king 10 or a made flush with that 3rd time incoming. does look like he is going to put more chips into the pot, makes a call. And the two of spades pairing the board on the river. Yo Viral gets the check mark, but Escobar may try to still pluck this away. Has almost exactly one SPR in his stack. So very often you see players jam with these kind of stack depths. Escobar thinking things over. Both players already putting a chunk into the pot. And indeed he jams, putting Yo Viral to the test.
The tequila shot comes in play now.
Yo is beating a bluff, but not too much more on this board. How many bluffs does Bart have? We see he's bluffing here. This is maybe what Yo is thinking about. Showing lots of guts with this jam. Keeping the story alive ever since check raising the flop.
Have to show anyway, right?
And gets Yo to fold the best hand. Escobar picking up a tasty pot and shows his ace-8.
Yo to you, thank you for not letting me reload.
Likely to get two folds here with not that much in the pot. No reason for Andy to do anything completely out of line here. And as I say that, he's calling. But Roelio now improving to something even better. Top two pair, but it's still a little bit scary with two clubs, two spades. He's going to protect his hand. And it says he only has 750, but we know he has a lot more. There was another reload by Roelio at some point, as he certainly has a lot more than 1,500 in his stack. Escobar thinking about what to do now that he bricked his ace-king, is checking it over to Aziz, who likely now thinks that his top pair is ahead at the moment. Does go check, check, and another heart comes on the turn. So not only does Aziz have the top pair, but he's now counterfeiting some of the outs that Escobar would have, because another heart would bring him a flush. So for example, the ace of hearts and 10 of hearts are no longer cards that can help Escobar, where on the flop they could. Aziz checking it back after Escobar checks, despite the super strong strength of his hand, and the four of spades pairing the board on the river. Escobar hoping his ace-king is good, checking it over to Aziz. And I think we'll see Aziz try to go for some small value here. Maybe try to get some value if his opponent had a jack. The problem with this is opponent may have had a 4, in which case, is he really going to check if he has a 4 after it went check, check on the flop and the turn? And betting big, 4,700 into a pot of 5,900. I don't think we'll see a hero call now by Escobar.
Sure, right?
Escobar folds and Aziz takes down the pot is over 20,000. He's at 22,500 euro after the hand. Maybe leading out. Does want to sit down. I think either way, both players will be sitting down after this hand. So does want to sit down without paying each player 300 euros to do so. And firing out for 350, Andy is now has to choose between whether he wants to raise or call, and he is just calling. Andy now has the check mark, and he will win the hand, assuming he can stay in the hand, assuming Orso doesn't go apeshit and push him off it somehow. But it looks so like Orso understands that he's likely being crushed and no chance of getting a fold unless he's really willing to risk a lot to do so. And both players check to see the Jack of Hearts river. Let's see if Orso tries to steal it away now. After Andy checked again. Nope, not this time. Giving it over to Andy. He'll be pleased that he didn't try to bluff the turn or the river after he sees that Andy has that ace. It's already showing Andy winning the pot, but it looks like he hasn't acted yet, so I don't think he checked it back quite yet. Yeah, it's Orso checking first. It was even just left on Orso, so apologies about that. And Andy reaching for some chips, trying to get some endgame value. Bets 1,000, but it's not going to work. Orso just doesn't have anything. He is counting out his chips though, so maybe he's going to try to bluff it. Not this time. He was counting out the chips to pay everybody off. Has to pay each player 300 euro for being the last player to sit down. Checks on over to Aziz. Basically just drawing to a 5, as an ace would give Andy the wheel. A 5 would give Aziz a better straight than a wheel. Or at least much better than Andy's 2 pair at that point if a 5 came. And Yo is still technically alive as well, with his Jack and 8 being live. But it's Aziz putting pressure on with a bet of 2,600 into a pot of 4,200. And after Yo made the easy fold, Andy deciding what to do, is ahead at the moment and does find the call. And the Queen of Hearts on the river, checkmark over to Andy. But what happens if Aziz bets big once again? Aziz may feel he has showdown value too, but I think he understands he would have to push Andy off a hand in order to win this pot. Andy, with a pot-sized bet behind, may not want to call off his whole stack if Aziz goes nuts. But both players do check. Andy will be thrilled to win this pot. A nice 9,400 euro pot, all starting with the bomb pot because of the dealer change, and close to 20,000 or double what he started with.
posso avere un cameriere? Waitress, yeah.
1 raise 300. 3 plus. 4 plus. 5 plus.
So it looks like we have an open from Roelio. So hopefully that catches up. It was an open for 300 from under the gun. It looks like just everybody's in kind of the wrong positions because it's showing Andy in the small blind and Yo Viral in the on the button, but we see that it's a little bit different, and it's actually Aziz who still needs to act.
6 raise.
So Aziz folds, but Yo Viral
2,950.
raising big to 2,900 from the small blind. Aha, it's because of the 7 deuce game. We've seen 3 times the 8-3 game come to fruition. If Roelio does not have cards, maybe we see the same pre-flop with Yo Viral, but with a slightly different game where you need to have 7 deuce instead of the 8 tray. If he takes down the pot, every player will pay him €300 on top of what he wins in the pot. And Roelio jamming. He had the ladies. Yo Viral getting nowhere. He made a big effort with the 7 deuce game. Sometimes these games can cost you a bit of money, and Yo Viral just found out right there that that was the case. Roelio with a gut shot to the wheel, backdoor flush draw. And Orso with that 8-3 may try to be a little bit tricky because of the 8-3 game. But Escalating, feeling his top pair is worthy of a bet, fires out 1/4 of the pot. And Aurelian says the 8-3 game's nice, but there's too much going on here. I'm out of the way. And now what does Aziz do? There's 2 diamonds on the board. The Queen of Diamonds may make a difference slightly in his decision-making factor. We know he's never ever folding. But will we see a call or will we see a raise? If he calls, he's almost pricing in Roelio to come along for the ride. If he raises, he will at least get Roelio out of the way, but maybe Escalating will have to continue. Oh, but Yo Viral was in the hand too, so we don't know what he had. Roelio folded though. And Bart thinking about what to do. Top pair is a very strong hand, but you were facing a raise by the original opener. But Bart not scared away. Perhaps should be though. The 9 of hearts on the turn. Aziz should still feel a bit of comfort here. Let's see if he goes for more value. Aziz deep in thought. And now asking Bart how much is in his stack. And it's a little more than a pot size bet behind, assuming the chip counts that we see here are accurate. He's saying it's around 9, so the story checks out. And Aziz jamming it. Can Bart get away? It would have been harder for him to get away on the flop than it is on the turn. But massive pot brewing. Bart would still have a few outs if he called. Technically 5, but in reality 3 because the ace of clubs and 7 of spades were buried by other players. We did see that ace of clubs, 3 of clubs go into the muck by Roelio earlier in the hand. And Bart gets away with it, gets away from it, and Aziz does not have to sweat a river, picks up a tasty pot and is up to 23,200 euro. And with Aziz sitting down, all it is a walk there. And Bart was already sitting down, so maybe he would have liked to have pumped up that pot a little bit, get a call pre-flop, and see what happens from there, but 150 profit is 150 profit. So Roelio is stepping away from the table but making it back in time. He is still standing up. We have 4 players standing up. Still 4 players standing up. It folds around to Bart. Looks like a limp. It is a limp with 9-6 suited from Escalating. But Orso has something different in mind, raising it up to 600 with Queen 6 suited. And with nobody else showing up with anything, I mean, Orso's doing this just so he could sit down, but if he gets a call, he's in amazing shape, in position with a dominating Queen 6 suited over a 9-6 suited. And look at this, Escalating limp 3-bet. This smells super strong. Maybe he sensed a little weakness from Orso here. And Orso getting out of the way quickly. And Bart, once again, showing the different gears. Picking up another pot. For all he knows, he could be drawing dead to a 7-9 kind of hand. It wouldn't be drawing dead then, it would be drawing to a chop. But he could be drawing to just a chop, being far behind even. We see that he is a bit ahead, but does lay it down. Yoviral gets to sit down with his 10-7. Does need to show it. And now it's mano y mano in the stand-up game between Roelio and Bowie Effect. And after it checks all the way over to Andy, perhaps we will see him fire out once again. Not this time. And the Queen of Hearts on the river, so now Roelio connects with his Queen. Nobody with the flush, nobody with the Jack-10 for the straight. So Andy's still good with his trips. But maybe can get some super thin value off of Roelio. Or maybe Orso is going to try to bluff this, knowing that's the only way he can win this bad boy. It did check all the way through on the turn as well, after the ace paired the board. So checks on over to Andy. Is he going to try to squeeze in some thin value? And if so, is Roelio going to call him? Or is either of the players going to try to bluff Andy if that happens as well? All options are on the table. So betting more than half the pot, 1,400. Roelio counting out the chips, but checking his cards again. I think with the player behind you, you have to be careful, but he did call. Now is Orso going to give up, or is he going to try to steal this away? It would not work most likely with Andy having those trips. But he may try. He does fold his hand, and Andy takes down the pot with trips. Back up to 18,600, and the big smile on his face as he gets to sit down, and Roelio is going to sit down as well, but not without paying each player 300 euro. Escobari flopping that top pair, but opting to just slow play it. And now look at this, Viral. This is like a Yahtzee card here. He has a Broadway gut shot draw along with a flush draw, along with a royal flush gut shot draw. The king of spades on the river would be the true Yahtzee card. But Yo betting that out for 1,600. Gets a call by Escobari. And as he's folding his ducks, easy fold by him. And it's a blank 4 of diamonds on the river, so no magic by Yo Viral. But is he going to try to take it down anyway? He knows that Bart's capable of floating. Does indeed check after not hitting what he needed on the river. Let's see if Bart tries for some value from his top pair. It's not the cleanest of boards, but he may feel that he's good, and we know he is. Escobari taking his time, but looks like he is reaching for some chips. And nearly half the pot, 2,000. And Yo Viral now taking his time. I thought this maybe would be a quick fold, but maybe he has something up his sleeve here. Maybe trying to get a sense whether Escobari is trying to bluff him off the pot, and maybe he's going to come in over the top, but he makes the more obvious play of folding. So Escobari picking up a 6,500 euro pot.
The bus.
Thing to see what develops on the turn, and it's a 10 of clubs on the turn, so the check mark already over to Escobari with the flush. Nobody else can get ahead. And let's see if Roelio fires out again. So a small bet here by Escobari after checked on over to him. Gets a single call by Yo Viral. And the king of hearts on the river. Thankfully not like a 3 of hearts, otherwise Yo Viral would have a much smaller number in his chip stack most likely, but now he can get away pretty cheaply. And it's not even a big bet, 400 into 2,500. Kind of inviting a check raise here. Maybe that is the intention with this bet sizing. Being that there's not any hand that could possibly beat Escobari in this particular spot with the nut flush. And Yo just making a hero call. I guess he just wants to see what he has. Not really beating anything but a stone call bluff there. And I think if Escobari's bluffing, he's betting a little bit bigger, so got some thin value there. You weren't going to really get much more. You bet bigger, Yo is going to have to fold. So this is the last hand before the break.
At first, we thought it was just one island, but there's magic in numbers.
And this place? Well, it's so much more.
We thought we knew these waters, but it's a museum down here.
And through these caves, you uncover some unbelievable views.
Just make sure you snap a shot from up there. A hop-on, hop-off boats all hits different when the locals lead the way.
We thought we knew dining experiences, but this is something else. By night, you can soak up the sights of the beautiful city under the stars.
And by day, you can get a thrill in a whole other kind of way. Adventure is out there. You just gotta paddle to it. Before, you can jump right in. And you know what they say. Friends who leap together, stay together. The best way to explore the islands? Well, take your pick. Need a timeout? Turns out, flow state isn't only found in yoga barns.
Go off the beaten track and you'll find wine tastes so much sweeter. And the stories last longer when you pick the grapes straight from the vine.
So cheers to sunsets from a beach club,
A rooftop pool,
a 12th century church.
or even a cliff top.
We thought we knew how to sell it, but not like this. Come on! The best thing about it? When you think you've seen it all and done it all, there's always so much more.
And Elio likes what he sees, fires out for 1,000. This is a value bet. 1.6K, so it's a big value bet. It was 2/3 of the pot. And Aurelian making the call with this bottom pair. This could get expensive. The pot is building up. 4 of hearts on the turn is a blank for both players. Roelio rechecking his cards before jamming the goods in. Less than a pot-sized bet in his stack, just getting it in right here, right now. It's going to be hard for Aurelian to call. It would almost be I'm calling because I don't want to be the last player to sit down. But we could see he only has 5 outs. That's because some of the 6s and 7s that would get him there were in other players' hands. And Alex is counting out the chips after she was asked to do so by Aurelian. It's an expensive decision either way. The loser of this hand is going to have to pay everybody 300 euro on top of losing this big pot.
I finished now 1 hour ago. Wow. I didn't went home since then. I slept for. I won it actually.
Queen Jack? Okay, let's
Taking with Queen Jack?
Yeah.
How many players?
8.
You know that I would shove an ace.
7
3?
and one re-entry, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you have like a jack, jack 9.
But this was 3. They pay 3. Not only
My
1.
jack?
So I get
Jack 10?
Yeah, on this table. That's 3 on live.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, also on live.
Aurelian trying to get a read here from Roelio.
No, now yes we are. But this afternoon we were on Fury TV. It's English channel.
Okay.
Yeah. YouTube pokering.
He would be massively behind with one card to call if he does get it in.
On multiple, yeah.
There's 2 6s and 3 7s. That is it.
It's 30 minutes delay, so probably 10 minutes. Yeah, probably. Soon.
Always difficult spots.
Yeah, it's working because this afternoon it was working all the time. So.
How much?
Yeah, and the episode of yesterday will be released apparently.
If I make a bad call, it's like -5.
We're gonna watch it. Yeah. Everybody, every viewer will be able to watch it.
Okay, you win.
Good faults. I have to show him away.
Does fold, and Roelio showing that it was a good fold, in fact. Although Roelio likely saved himself some chips by folding. Of course, a miracle could have come on the river. He is going to have to pay each player €300. And we will have another stand-up game, but not until the top of the hour. And that's top of the hour real time. We are on a 30-minute delay on the stream, so we can talk about the whole cards. So betting 2,500, the stack size isn't exactly right because we see he must have reloaded. It looks like he has close to 5,000 back still. Art and deep thought. We know he's ahead. I guess he feels he's ahead as well. Makes the call. 10,900 euros in the pot, and it's a jack of diamonds completing the board on the river. Let's see if there's any more juice left in Orso's box to fire out a third bet. It would be awfully hard for Bart to just continuously call down. And it's a 3-barrel bluff with the 8-3 suited. Wow. It's an all-in, and it's a big one. It's not for 100. It's for about 4,000, maybe even a little bit more. So we're looking at a pot of around 15,000 euros already. Can Escobar sniff this out? If he calls, he wins the lot. Not an easy call by any stretch of the imagination. He's saying I can only beat 8-3, which is exactly what Orso has. That's amazing. Thinking that he's capable of doing that, which he is. But Bart actually hitting the nail right on the head without even realizing it. It's going to be a very difficult call. It's not for 100 once again. We see all those chips and gets Escobar to fold the best hand, and it is the 8-3. Doesn't look like he's going to be scared away. Is this a re-raise? It's a re-raise to 4,300. Oh no for Aziz. I mean, it is a pretty hand on this board, but not in a bomb pot. You're facing off against a straight. And Aurelian trying to figure out what to do. I mean, he shouldn't be folding. He's only behind the 6-8. It's a little bit of Hollywooding going on, I believe. Perhaps deciding whether he should get his whole stack in now or wait till later. Of course, he doesn't have just 10,000, so I don't think the whole stack is going in necessarily now. He has about 15,000. Those white chips alone are 10,000 in his stack.
You are drawing 2 pair.
Aurelian taking his time, asking if Aziz has 2 pair.
It's horrible, huh? I have the second nuts again. Did I make the same mistake as yesterday?
So he's sharing what he actually has, that he has the second nuts.
What is the gun?
For now, it's 3-6. If you have 6-8, you want to put 6-8 so far.
So Aurelian maybe giving away a little bit too much info, but trying to get a read maybe off his opponent by sharing that info to see if he's happy with the information or not.
Can I ask him if he wants to pay to sell a card or not?
Yeah, of course, you can sell a card.
I can sell you a card if you want.
I like the concept.
That's very interesting. Aurelian asking Yoviral whether he can sell a card.
Free market. You can
You choose. You choose. You choose. You choose. I will say one price for each, and you choose which one you want.
I will price differently.
Yes.
You can also price the same.
Oh my god, I like it.
I would buy both.
Bart would buy both. I'm not sure that's allowed.
Okay, that's a 6.
Okay, that's 5,000.
Wow.
That's 3,000.
It's fucking expensive.
So he's charging a hefty price.
You have to put more money if you want.
Okay. Does he have to show for the bumper? No?
He doesn't have to show for the bumper draw. Only stand-up game.
Oh my god, he folds the 6-3. Aziz getting one through.
Oh.
6-8 of hearts?
Wow.
Wow.
It's nice. I'm glad.
That is definitely history based. To fold the second nuts, I know it was a bomb pot. I know he could have had 6-8. But just wow. Is ahead though currently with his pocket 7s. It's Ruelio betting his open-ender plus 2 overcards. Escalating calling with the best hand for 650. Aziz folding, and let's see what Yo decides to do. It's not just bottom pair he has a gut shot straight draw on top of that. And Yo making the call as well to pump up the pot to 3,200. And Ruelio pulling out in front on the Jack of Spades turn. Will he keep his foot on the gas?
0.5k.
One bet 1,800.
And it's more than half the pot, a bet of 1,800. It's going to be hard for either player to stick around at this point, especially at this price point, unless they want to be a little tricky. Does get Escalating to fold. Is Yo gonna be sticky? Not this time, just begging it's not a 7 deuce. Ruelio was ahead on that last street anyway. And back to what he started with, big smile on Ruelio's face after pulling it off with the top pair. And also with ace-10, but his is suited to the hearts. And Aziz now contemplating. It looks like he's coming along for the ride as well with ace-deuce. So there's 3 aces already out. Ruelio actually not in the worst of shape with his a3, which we can see, which is quite unusual. But meanwhile, it's a queen 6-4 flop. The players with the ace-10s are technically ahead at this point. Aziz drawing to also the backdoor nut flush draw. Checking around to Roleo. He's already sitting down, but wants to get that 8-3 through. A bet on the larger size will actually work from a results-oriented aspect.
One bet, 1,000. 4 pass.
Fires out for 1,000. Gets Aurelian to fold. Likely will get Aziz to fold. And now let's see what Yo does. Yo quickly folds, and Roelio shows that everybody has to give him 300 euro. So we've had now twice the 8-3 game pay off. The 7-deuce game has not paid off yet, though. First time that we've had the 8-3 game pay off during another game, which is the stand-up game going on right now. Meanwhile, everybody else has to give Yo Viral 300 euros apiece. It's the third time a player has won a hand with 8-3 early on in this cash game. Definitely changes the dynamic completely. There would have been no reason for Yo to get involved if there was no 8-3 game, facing a 10x opening size.
We do a stand-up game with Skrill?
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer coming to you live at Portomaso Casino during the Party Poker Millions for a special evening of poker. We've already seen a little bit of the Yo Virals game, and it's been quite thrilling the first few hours, but there's another 5 hours of play, and immediately going into the stand-up game, and I learned from the dealers that they have switched roles, so the male Alex will now be stand-up game, and the female Alex, who is the other TV table dealer, that will be, when she comes, an immediate bomb pot. But they are playing blinds 50, 100, occasional straddles going on as well. It looks like we have a straddle right away, in fact. It looks like we're now at 50, 100, 200. But the straddles are not mandatory. Occasionally the players decide, let's all straddle for a round. It's a friendly game, so everybody obliges with all the fun. We do have a deuce 7 game, an 8 tray game, where if you win a hand with those combinations, you get 300 euros from each player. Similarly with the stand-up game, if you win a hand, you get to sit down, and the last player to sit down has to pay each player 300 euros. Meanwhile, we have Escobari, who has shown he can open wide, but this time he has the snowmen from the hijack, raising it up to 600, which is fairly standard considering there was a straddle for 200. But Aziz thinking about what he wants to do from the button. Not sure yet if that's a call or a raise, but we will find out. It looks like a raise to 3,000. Let's see what he has. So 2,000, so not as big as originally announced. And Roelio, now action is on him. We still do not know what Aziz has. We can see Roelio folded the 8-3. Too much action for him to try the 8-3 game at this point in time. And Escobari making the call. Aziz rechecking his cards. And the 4-10 6 flop, not the worst one for the 8s with one overcard, but he should be concerned about Aziz's 3-betting range. Every player at the table is capable of 3-betting light, but that doesn't mean they're doing it with a high frequency. Some are higher than others. Goes check, check, and the 4 of clubs pairing the board on the turn. Maybe Aziz has something like an ace-queen, ace-king kind of hand, or he's slow playing like a monster like pocket 10s. But I think it's more in the first category after going check, check. If I was in Escobari's shoes, I would feel comfortable betting here. It's a big bet of 2,600, 2,700. And even though Aziz has his cards in the box, he is thinking about this. It's too big of a bet to call with a hand like ace-king, ace-queen, but maybe he has something a little bit different than that. Could even be a hand like pocket 9s where he's actually ahead, but it's hard to know with the 10 on the board, the 4 pairing up. The 4 shouldn't really come into play too much, but Escobari is tricky. He could have even a 6-4 combination that would have gone there, but meanwhile, Aziz must have something. He is making the call. And another 4 in the river, so it's 4 fours full of 8s. For Escobari, we do not know what Aziz has. And now Escobari is stuck in a weird spot in a bloated pot, out of position with the 8s, with a little more than a pot-sized bet behind. You can't really be shoving for value, but you can call. You can try to induce a bluff with a smaller bet as well. But if you bet and you're raised, you are in a hard spot on this board, even though it is still a pretty strong hand. And it looks like a big bet coming, at least 4,000. 4,500. So there's 14,300 euros in the pot. And Aziz not making a decision, but is reaching for chips. Perhaps thinking whether his ace-king or ace-queen, we do not know what it has some showdown value to call here. But he could have a monster that he slow-played as well. He could have also been 3-betting light. If he calls, we'll find out. Maybe. Right now, we can play along with Escobari, knowing what he has. And does get a call. And the pocket eights were good, so I'm assuming it was something like ace-king or ace-queen, but it could have been something else. But well played there by Escobari, knowing where he stands, and rakes in an 18,800 euro pot. One of the biggest pots we've seen thus far in the stream, and a great way to start things off. Also, Escobari gets to take his seat, which is also very important. It can be hard to stand up for 20-something minutes, but it's also, even though it's not a lot in terms of big blinds, you do have to pay each player 300 euros if you're the last player to sit down, and then it becomes a pride thing. You don't want to be the guy that has to pay everybody out. And as we mentioned during the earlier part of the stream, the gentleman that sat down, Bart, also known as Escobari, he did win an event already during this festival, so he is an extremely gifted tournament player, won the 5K high roller for about 75,000. Yoviral, who is standing up with the white hoodie in the corner there, he won the influencer game, the Stake 7 Creator's Crown, with a 5K buy-in. It was a sit-and-go affair, 7 players, 8 entries, and he won a cool 20,000. And probably more importantly, that amazing trophy that was on display.
4, 5, 6, plus.
He beat Kim. Let's give it a spin. Heads up in that match.
I think there is no chance. Stiamo facendo strada tutto lo stand-up game di questo. Così lo sa.
So folds around to Andy. Andy folds as well. So it's over to Roelio.
This stand-up game we are doing straddle. Like that you don't have to say everyone. They know. Like that they know.
Ah, new rule there, introduced by Yoviral. He says anytime there's a stand-up game, it's also mandatory straddle going forward. We did not have that during the first session of the cash game, but we will have it for the final 5 hours of this amazing action. And Roelio just basically completing from the big blind, meaning because there was a straddle, tossing an extra 100 in with this 5 deuce suited. But meanwhile, it's Escobari connecting quite well with the 7-6. Happy enough when it's checked over to him to bet and take it down right there. And unless somebody reloaded a lot, Escobari has the biggest stack at the table. And just like that, here we go. We have a nice graphic showing all the chip counts. So we see Escobari with the 27K. We see Andy also above 20K. Roelio is a little bit below what he started with, down to 7.1K. But everybody else with 5-figure stacks, so quite a lot of money on the table. About 100,000 euros between all the players. They're not going to play until one player has all the chips. It is a cash game. Players can reload whenever they want. They can even stop playing whenever they want. There's a small waiting list for this game at the moment as well. I know Sasha from France is waiting to get into the action, anxiously waiting for a player to say, I've had enough, so he can have his turn. But meanwhile, action is paused, I believe, on Roelio from the small blind. Just completing with the ace-4. Escobari tossing in an extra 100 with his 9-6. And Aurelian checking back from the straddle. And not the worst flop in the world at all for Escobari, flopping that top pair. We have a gut shot to the wheel for Roelio. And Escobari betting big. It's an over bet to the pot. gets the job done. Perhaps trying to hope somebody will come along in the stand-up game. But if he was raised there, it would be hard to keep going, even with top pair. But you have a poor kicker. So many hands are beating you in that spot when you are raised. But didn't want to see a turn in river, so happy enough to win a €600 pot.
Now, like you win this, those make sense. Well, I hope you win the next 5. Me too. Me too.
It looks like the Bart game is back in action with some new rules. Bart has introduced his own game instead of Yoviral, suggesting some rules, but it sounds like every hand that Bart wins, there will be a drink had during the stand-up game. May add a different dynamic. People may want to see Bart with a few drinks in him, but the problem is the more Bart drinks, the harder he goes. During the 5K high roller, he never slowed down. And Andy opening it up with the ace-10 suited from the cutoff. Escobar calling with the 6s from the small blind. The rest of the table not involved in the hand want to see Escobar win for 2 reasons. 1, he will do a shot, and 2, it means another player doesn't take their seat with everybody else still standing up. But gets a call not only from Escobar but from Aziz as well to see the 4-8 queen flop, 2 hearts, nobody with hearts. So Andy actually still, Escobar is still ahead with the 6s. Checks all the way around for the 4 of spades to pair the board on the turn. Andy may think his ace high now is good after checks all the way around, but might see a bet here by Bart as well. Or maybe it's the wild card who has pretty much very little equity with the Jack 3 of diamonds to get into the action, but he checks as well. And if Andy bets, I'm not sure if it's for value or to bet off hands like pocket 6s, but he checks it, so it doesn't matter. And we have a 4 of hearts on the river, so it's a full house for Escobar. And Bart thinking about something here. Maybe thinking of betting like an 8 off, I don't know. But over bets the pot. Perhaps if he bets smaller, he would get a crying call from Andy, but the bet was too big, and now Bart gets to do a shot. A man of his word. We could do a shot counter during the stand-up game. That is number 1. It is the 3rd or 4th hand, though, he's won in the stand-up game.
But you have to show, right? If you were bluffing, because if you muck now.
But he wasn't exactly bluffing. Maybe he thought he was, but he then was bluffing with the best hand. And Yoviral, here's a nice little player profile on him. As we mentioned, he did win the Creator's Crown on a live stream earlier today for 20 bags. And now he's having fun at his own game.
You don't even have to wait 1 hour.
That's amazing.
I give you so many edge. So much edge.
Yeah, that's why I'm winning a lot.
I'm 100 down. That's the best I've done in 2 days.
Are you down tonight?
Yeah, for 30.
I didn't know. I thought you were fucking up. I didn't follow.
Never.
So Bart sharing, he bought in for 30 total, so the 30 he has in front of him is basically what it bought into. So this little mini streak since the dinner break has brought him back to even.
To avoid a long time wait. Okay. I always do that. I always bring the chips with me in advance. Yeah.
And it's Roelio taking charge with 2 suited cards. So far, so good for the Belgian. But meanwhile, Yoviral waking up with ace-jack. He's going nowhere. Makes the call from the straddle and flops the top pair on the ace-deuce 4 flop. There are 2 diamonds. Neither player with diamonds, though. And after Yoviral checks, Roelio continuing with his story, betting 500. At least for now, he's not going to be able to push Yoviral off this hand. In fact, Yoviral is saying it's time to bump this up. It looks like a raise to 1,700. And Roelio snap folding. Because it's a stand-up game, players are showing when they sit down. And we have our second player sit down. So after that mini streak by Bart, we have our game's host in a seat. 4 other players sweating out the stand-up game at the moment. And just when he sits down, he stands up and walks away. Looks like he's just grabbing something though. Glasses. His signature Ray-Bans coming back on.
Vamonos.
Roelio trying again. Let's see what he has this time. Opening to 600 from the hijack. This time with the better suited cards. Ace-7 suited. It's the same suit. He had hearts before. Has hearts again. Showing a lot of heart as well. And Aurelian making the call with the King-10 from the button. So 2 standing up players in action. It might be 3 if Andy comes along for the ride. Can be calling quite wide from the big blind, completing the action. And we can see he has a decent enough holding to do so. Queen-5 suited. And the 9-3-6 flop. 2 clubs. But currently it is the Ace-7 in the lead. Nobody hitting any piece of that board. Checks around. 4 of spades on the turn. Now Andy has an open ender, but it's Roelio still ahead. Not only is he ahead, he has a gut shot if a 5 comes. His ace would make him feel a little bit more comfortable, but it is a weird board where it's already double suited with 4 low cards. And it's Andy leading out. Roelio folds. Let's see if Orso does the same. No backdoors, but his King and 10 are live. May feel that Andy's just trying to push him off as well. And very interesting, Orso raising it up may get Andy to fold the best hand. Well, really Orso is ahead, but denying at least Andy the equity. And gets to sit down. So we have 3 players standing up. We have Aziz, we have Andy, and we have Roel. All not wanting to be that last player to take their seats. It's kind of like doing the walk of shame. Plus it costs you 1,500 euros to take your seat as well.
Ouais, pour moi, en francophone, c'est le plus drôle de très loin et le meilleur streamer en fait. Juste peu importe le jeu.
Folds around to Orso, who folds his Ace-8 as well. Let's see what Aziz does. He looked down at his cards. Hasn't sat down yet. Should be opening a lot of buttons. Raises, we'll see in a second what he has. Raises with the ducks. I don't think he would mind everybody folding in this spot. It's not like deuces flops very well usually. But that will not be the case. Roelio, who's still standing up, coming along for the ride and not in horrible shape with this Jack-9. And now pulls out ahead with some redraws as well, but flops that bottom pair on the King-10-9 rainbow flop. A queen would give him a straight. But right now he is miles ahead with Aziz really just drawing to a 2 or a Jack-Queen runner-runner for a chop. I guess a King-10 runner-runner would also result in a chop, but other than getting a 2, the best he could do is a chop. But it did not slow down Aziz at all. Roelio checked, and then Aziz bet 800 into a pot of 1,400. And Roelio jamming for 4,600. gets a snap fold, shows his cards, and gets a sit down.
Oh my. You want to sit Roel, huh?
So lots of heart there by Roelio. It's a little bit easier for him to do on his stack depth than it would have been on any other player. Perhaps one of the few benefits of becoming short stacked in a cash game and not reloading. It makes it a lot easier to recognize your equity.
When I say Roel, it's the French accent. Rule?
Yes.
He rules the world.
He rules the table.
Not tonight for now.
Not tonight.
No. Sleeping rule.
Tonight.
Sleeping rule today. Oh my god. It was too late yesterday for me.
Tonight is pretty. C'est serré.
Ouais, c'est ça.
C'est serré ce soir.
On doit trouver des trucs pour flamber.
Ouais, faut flamber.
Les personnes qui gagnent avec 7-2, 8-3.
Non, ce soir, il n'y a pas de 7-2, 8-3, il y a que ça.
5, 6.
So after speaking only English for a while, it looks like because it's a majority French-speaking table that they've moved to French for a small time. And Orso raising up a pretty hand, Jack-10 suited from the hijack for 600. A bit of a loose call with 3 high there by Escobari, but it is suited. And look at this, 2 hearts for Orso here, but we have Escobari with a wheel draw. 6 would give him a crap end of a straight as well. But it does go check, check. And look at this, the ace of spades on the turn. Escobari playing that 3 deuce and then turning a wheel. He's not out of the woods yet because Orso can still win the hand with any heart. Let's see if he bets the turn to try to take it down now. It will not work unless Escobari has misread his hand. It's a bet of 800. It's a question of whether he wants to raise, maybe deny some equity, maybe gets hands like ace-5, ace-7 to call, 2 hearts to call, etc., etc., 6 X's to call. Obviously, he's behind the 3-6 and a 6-8, but other than that, those aren't necessarily hands he has to worry too much about. Does indeed raise it up. Putting the pressure on Orso here, may not be able to see the river. Perhaps regretting that he bet there. He could have checked it back and gotten that free card, but wanted to try to take the pop there or juice it up a little bit in case that heart came on the river or in case he decided to bluff it if it was a blank river. Lots of reasons to bet. But does call, hoping for that heart. And it's a 6 of hearts on the river. Oh my god. But being that it's a 6, this may actually save Escobari. It's probably the worst card in the deck for him. It completes better straights, but it also completes as a flush, as we see here for Orso. But still, there's 7,000 in the pot. And now Escobari is leading out with his straight. And does just get a call. It was a bet of 3,000. Orso with the snap call with the flush. And what a roller coaster of a hand. Orso winning the pot. Up over 21,000. Escobar, who was near around 30K, has lost a couple pots now. So down to 22.5. Has some work cut out for him. But there are a lot of big stacks on the table. Very feasible that eventually we'll see a 50K pot if fireworks really go off, and maybe even more. They will be playing for at least another 4 hours, if not longer. And I'll be with you until the very end. I'm absolutely loving the carnage, loving the action. There's no other place I'd rather be than with you, watching the action, sharing some thoughts, in some case for players, sharing some prayers. But in general, we've had some very exciting poker all day long. First with the Creator's Crown, won by Yoviral, and now Yoviral's game has been equally, if not more, entertaining, both with the levels of play, because there's a lot of leveling wars going on, and with the fun little side games we got going on. We still see 2 players standing up in Aziz and Andy. And Andy hoping he can get this one with his ace. We don't know what Bart has. He's the only one with the mystery cards in the big blind. But what we can tell you here is that Orso did flop second pair. And let's see what Andy does from the button. It checked around to him. He does want to sit down. But that's probably not the sole reason for him laying out a bet here. But it's part of the rationale, because if he loses his hand, the chances increase that he will be the one to have to pay 1,500 euros, meaning 300 to each player, for being the last player to sit. And we have a call by Orso. And it looks like Escobari called as well. And the 5 of spades pairing the board on the turn. And there could be some 5s in Bart's range there from the big blind. He can be literally calling with any 2, especially if they're suited. Let's see if Andy keeps his foot on the gas. Aziz patiently watching, probably pleased with that check. And the 4 of spades on the river, so Orso has a better hand with Andy than Andy, but we do not know what Escobari has. But I think if he had a 5 by now, he would have bet it. He probably would have also bet a 10 after a check through. And it checks all the way through. Let's see what the players had. It was Jack 4, so he had a flush draw on the flop, hit the 4 on the river, but the King 9 was good the entire way, so Orso picking up the pot. Andy has to keep standing up and battle it out with Aziz to see who will be the last player standing. Absolutely love where I'm commentating from. I keep having people delivering beverages. Enjoyed a bunch of coffee today. Sometimes when you're in the booth, people forget about you. And you don't have time to skip a hand to get a drink. So thank you very much to Frankie, to everybody else, to Andrea, that has made sure that I'm properly hydrated. So this is interesting. We still have the stand-up game, but there's no straddle this time because Alexandria is back, and that means one thing at this point in time. It means it is time for a 3K bomb pot, each player putting in 500 euros, getting to see a free flop with already 3,000 in the pot. And this flop brings, let's see what this flop brings. So far, we do not know what this flop has brought. 3, King, 4, 2 clubs, so you can get a look at what some of the players have. Checks on over to Yo. And Yo Viral firing out for 1,200. 1,300. With 7 deuce, this is amazing. So we have the stand-up game, we have the bomb pot, and we have the 7 deuce game all in action this hand. Andy going nowhere with his gut shot. This is interesting. Let's see what Roelio has. Does anybody have a king? Well, we know that 5 of the players don't, so maybe Roelio has it. Does call, and does have the king, so he has top pair jack kicker. And the other players all fold their hands. So we're going to go 3-way to a turn. It's going to be hard for Yo to win this 7 deuce hand, depending on what happens next. And oh no, it's the 5 of diamonds on the turn. Andy improving to the straight. He is guaranteed at least a chop, but at this point in time, he's winning the whole lot with the nuts on the board. But if a 6 comes, then Yo would have the same straight, assuming they get to a river. But Andy making a slightly risky call there, but getting paid off for his guts and glory, especially when we have Yoviral betting into his nuts for 3,500. And Andy's maybe thinking about the fact that Roelio is behind him, about whether he wants to raise or call. There are 2 diamonds and 2 clubs, so he may want to protect his hand to some degree or force players to pay a certain price, but he may want to continue to set a trap with just a call. And Andy jamming it in. Roelio snap folding his top pair. Very disciplined there, and we know Yo is going to have to fold as well. And Yo folds as well. Andy wins the hand with the straight. Not only wins a big pot, but each player now is going to get 300 euros from Aziz because Andy sat down before him, but at least Aziz gets to sit down. So we'll be seated until we have a dealer change, and then the stand-up game will resume. So Aziz laying out the money, and it's 300 to each player.
Excellent. I'm topping up 8,000. Top up 8,000.
And 6-6. No, 8 points. And 6-6 up 8,000.
Okay, so the days, the bomb pots are going to have to wait. The days of the stand-up game will have to wait, but they will be back. But we still have the 7-deuce game, the 8-tray game. There's likely some special Bark game in play involving him doing shots. The rules of that keep changing. But meanwhile, the action folds around to Andy, who just won a decent pot after turning the straight after completing his gut shot. And it looks like he's ready to get right back in the mix. It looks like Yoviral did open for 400. Indeed he did with King Queen, and Andy, it looks like 3-bet to 1,400 with a weaker king, but it is suited. Folds back around to Yoviral. Tosses in the extra 1,000 to make the call. Is ahead and flops top 2. This could spell trouble for Andy. Does have top pair, backdoor flush draw. Has backdoor straight draw as well. And after Yoviral checks, Andy continuing with his aggression, probably thinking he's likely good at this standpoint with the bet. This is for value. And Yo decides to just call with his beautiful top 2. Oh no for Andy. Andy now improving to 2-pair, but his 2-pair is dominated by Yoviral's 2-pair. And it is a kind of wet board where I would expect to see some chips come in on this turn. There are still 2 outs for Andy, 2 jacks in the deck, so a miracle can come for him. If not, it's going to be the game's host, Yoviral, taking down a pretty decent pot. Already 4,600 in there, more to come. Very little chance that this stays at the pot size it is. And this is going to be a sizable bet by Andy. 3,500. Once again, this is a value bet. It's just a setup for Andy. Yoviral, he has a decision to make. The decision is not whether he is going to fold. The decision whether he's going to call or raise. He had the similar situation than Andy. in terms of the board texture. Right now he has top 2. There are some hands that are beating him, not just sets, the 9-10, 10-ace. Of course, then he's blocking, let's say, hands like pocket queens and kings to some degree that Andy would 3-bet, but he'd also be doing with jacks, perhaps with 7s. So he's behind some sets, but he has to think that he's ahead. But playing it safe, making a call, maybe setting a trap to some degree, knowing that Andy is capable of bluffing rivers. And it's a 5 of spades on the river, not the card, not the miracle Andy needed. And Yo checking again. 11,600 in the pot. Andy probably wondering what could have called the big bet on the turn, but it was so wet it could be like something like an ace of diamonds, 8 of diamonds even, but is that calling a 3-bet pre-flop is also the question, perhaps. But then Andy's not going to get more value out of that from a bet either, so I expect Andy to bet, but I'm not going to be shocked if he checks it back. Oh no, he is all in. Oh my God. Oh my God. We talked about the possibility of a 50K pot, and here we go. And Yo, thinking about it, am I really not ahead here? There are combinations you're not ahead of, but in this case, you're absolutely crushing Andy's 2-pair. I'm curious. Andy is such a smart player that maybe he's thinking if I jam, I'm actually turning my hand into a bluff, but I think this is for value. And Yo Viral looking like he's in a world of pain. He would have to call off his entire stack of 15,100 euros. We know that would be a good call because we can see the cards. And now Yo is trying to figure out if he is ahead. We did see a player earlier fold the second nuts, but that was in a bomb pot situation, completely different than what we have going on here. The thing is, Andy is never doing this with pocket aces, you know, the strongest part of his 3-bet range. I think Yo Viral is thinking, am I being set up by an ace-10? Did he really hit Broadway on the turn? He could have, because Andy bet small on the flop and Yo just called. We know that's not the case here, though. Even the sunglasses are off on the rail during this thought process. It is for a lot of money. The biggest pot of the day, regardless of how this turns out. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Can our hero, the game host, find a call here? Very tricky against Andy. I have all the respect in the world for Andy for his poker acumen. Also a super nice guy. But the way he can process hands is like none other. And really has Yo in a spot. I mean, I don't think Andy meant to turn his hand into a bluff. I need to ask Andy later. Maybe we can find out and inform you tomorrow, because this is a super interesting spot.
Sorry guys. Have a begin.
Yes, what you have? Maybe we can think with you.
Yes.
Some others at the table said maybe we can think with you, but it's one player per hand. That was a joke. Ooh, looks like he's about to pitch them away. Oh no! Andy getting it done.
So it's either an ace or a 10.
They're going to both be interesting.
And he's going to be disappointed when neither is an ace or a 10. And Andy getting away with one. It was looking like Andy's stack was going to take a massive dent, but he gets the overall to fold the top two pair. Andy picking up a massive pot.
I don't think so.
Big smile on his face. Over 30,000 for Andy. And I don't believe Andy reloaded at all, so his profit is around 21,000. I know not all the cash games this week have been going Andy's way, but certainly today has. Maybe some redemption for bubbling the Creator's Crown earlier today. A 5,000 euro sit and go, which Andy was also at with the overall. The overall defeated Kim. Let's give it a spin heads up to win the 20,000 top prize and the trophy. Kim was able to collect 12,000 from runner-up, and Andy Greekfish took third place for 8,000 euros. And as we just mentioned, Bowie Effect, Andy Wilson bubbled that one, but making up for it in a big way. Is already up more than the top prize was in that event in this amazing cash game. And Andy back to his 3-betting ways. Has the chips. It was a little bit quiet early, other than winning the first hand, but now picking up the speed, and that's easy to do when you wake up with pocket queens. And after 3-betting the last hand and 3-betting this hand, you may get people wondering, is Andy trying to push us around? And Roelio all in. Let's see what he has. He has pocket nines. He's going to be absolutely dominated, but it's a 49 big blind shove. And this should fold around to Andy. I don't see Yo calling here, and Andy's probably going to snap it off. It's not really that big of a decision, and he does quickly call to see how far he's ahead, and Roelio needs some magic. This is poker, not chess, so anything can happen. You can get it in behind only to pull ahead.
Always an axe.
And that is not the flop Roelio wants to see, because now he's down to 1 out. The 9 of spades will complete a flush for Andy.
I'm going to the cashier.
And it's a 2 of spades, so Andy with the check mark with the flush. It doesn't matter if a 9 comes now. And Roelio is saying, I'm going to head to the cashier. But Andy winning another big pot regardless of what this river card is. It's a blank 8 of hearts. More smiles by Andy there. Absolutely on fire. He was on fire to start the first session of the stream, and then coming off the dinner break, winning a few big pots, including this one. Loving life. And we've lost Roelio, at least for now, but I think he is coming back. If not, there is a player that I know that is waiting to join the game. Probably multiple players at this point, but we want to keep it at 6 max. It is more fun that way. Provides a lot of action. And in general, yeah, when you start playing full ring, then ranges tighten and everything else, and the game itself becomes a little less interesting. Could be interesting to play that way, because that's how I'm playing a lot, but in terms of what you are watching, you would not get the same fireworks that we're getting non-stop left and right, just about every hand now. So after all the excitement, the love, and everything else, we finally have just a walk for Yo. Hashtag nothing to see here. And it looks like Roelio is back, so that was a quick reload. Didn't have to go too far, it seems. Looks like a cool 10K in front of him. Assuming his stacks are in 20. Bart opening it up for 300 with ace 8. Are we going to see back-to-back walks after all that action? Is that really what we're going to see here? That is what we're going to see here. Just a queen 6 for Andy. Doesn't want to defend.
What are we going to do? Are we do one more round of turn? Or we do setup game now? What do you want to do?
I'm not going to stand up now.
It's in 5 more minutes.
One more throw.
One more throw.
It's in 5 more minutes.
We need to try something, right?
Bart is getting bored after the back-to-back hands, forgetting the mayhem that just happened right before that. With Andy Wilson raking down 2 big pots back-to-back. So Aziz opening it up to 500 with the 6s from the cutoff. Are we going to get a third walk? Well, we do have a straddle now with Bart, so chances are that's not going to be the case. But Roelio folding the queen 9 suited. But maybe we will. Yep, that's 3 walks in a row. So different gears at this table. We had absolute mayhem, and now nothing to see here for 3 hands, but those 3 hands just went by so fast that we will get some sick action, I'm pretty sure, pretty soon again. I'm still in awe that Andy was able to get Yovaral to fold the best hand when he had top 2 pair with a massive jam on the river. Yovaral was thinking about it for several minutes, convinced himself that Andy had the nuts. And that wasn't the case. Andy had a lower 2 pair.
Yeah, then you need to win. How much? Good. Everybody? How much? 500? Yeah, sure. Fine? Okay, 500 for king 9 of diamonds from now.
That's interesting. 500 for king 9 of diamonds. That's very specific, but we'll have to keep that in mind if we see it on any player's hand. Is it going to be 4 walks in a row? It is 4 walks in a row. So after not having a lot of walks at all, the table has tightened. It's more that nobody's really had anything. We see Orso there with the trade deuce not even suited. No reason to put more money in there.
Too easy with king queen.
On diamonds, 500. But just with diamonds.
You just can go for the best.
Diamond ball.
Struggle.
Andy getting back into the action, opening to 600. With Jack 10 suited.
What do you think the odds are that it doesn't happen tonight? How many percentage? King 9 diamonds, somebody win?
I don't know, I have no idea.
Aziz defending from the straddle with a dominating ace-jack, so we do get to see a flop this hand. And 2 spades on the flop, so Andy, once again, with tons of equity. Aziz, though, ahead with the ace-jack at the moment. But any 10, any spade puts Andy out in front. And Andy continuing for 400 into 1400, juicing things up a little bit. I don't think we're going to see Aziz go anywhere quite yet. And does call with the better hand. The 7 of clubs on the turn does not help Andy, but perhaps he'll continue the aggression. It's going to be hard for Aziz to call 2 straights, let alone 3. Andy checking it back, does not want to deny himself the equity, and look at that, he gets there with the 10. Rather unfortunate for Aziz. If it was a spade, it would be worse. If it was something like the ace of spades or the jack, well, the jack of spades Andy has, so really only the ace of spades is a worse card for Aziz, because then that could get him in trouble, would have given Andy a flush. Meanwhile, Andy just got there with the best hand, but he's probably not going to be able to recognize any value and may even opt to check it back. I think after it goes check, check on the turn and Aziz checks again and invites Andy to bet whether he got there or not, and he did get there. And it's a pretty big bet, 1500 into 22. Aziz with a bluff catcher. Hasn't laid it down yet. Maybe thinking of making a crying call. Hoping his hero instincts are correct. Or maybe trying to talk himself out of doing anything that he will regret later. Does make the fold, and when he looks back later, he'll realize that he made the correct fold there. And Andy picking up another pot and getting nearer and nearer to 40,000 euros in his stack. Perhaps after today's stream, we see Andy hang up his boots on the tournament circuit. He plays quite a lot of online and live tournaments and become a cash game specialist. But we do have a dealer change, and it looks like players have already stood up. The stand-up game is in effect with Alex coming into the dealer's box.
Solo di 4. So Capanova di 1. Bella, sì, esatto. Via di Bart.
Always straddle.
We are doing straddle, I think, 1 round, right?
Yeah, 1 round.
Till,
We can do the same as before.
Oh, till the end of the stand-up game? Yeah,
What
sure.
do you want?
Sure.
Yeah, it was
Till
good.
the end of the stand-up
Was
game.
good for the game.
So they've decided once again to reintroduce the straddle until the end of the stand-up game. So it's going to be 50, 100, 200, at least for a little while.
Bottom 3. Straddle 6. 8 pass, 1 pass, 3 pass. 4 base, 8 under. 5 pass.
So Orso single raise with the 5s from the button, picking up the blinds there. Gets to sit down.
Let's go.
This is B3, 4, 5. It's more blind.
Let's
Here it's
deal.
not
You have
really-
to deal. Let's deal.
Okay.
Let's explain that after.
Yes.
Yeah, let's deal. Thank you.
One pass. Three raise 700.
It looks like Bart opening up the action with the Jack 5 suited.
Four pass. 5, 6 pass.
And we'll get through it. It's only Andy Wilson left to go. I know Escobar would like a fold here. Just wants to sit down. But that is not meant to be. And Andy just jamming it in his eye with the 7 deuce offsuit. It will work. He will get the sit down, and he will get 300 from each player. But showing a lot of guts here. It took a lot of time and a lot of skill for him to build up his stack. But taking a big risk here. I mean, we know what Bart has. It's only Jack 5 suited. It wasn't an all-in. It was a 3-bet to 3K, so that's much different. But either way, it works out the same. Andy will show his 7 deuce, so he gets 300 from each player and also gets to sit down. So guaranteed 300 more from whoever's the last player to sit down. Nice awareness there by Andy. Understanding the double value there. Gets 300 from each player instantly, gets to sit down, and also potentially, eventually, will collect 300 more from one of these 4 standing up players.
Unstoppable Andy today. You started drinking? Okay, so there's hope.
They haven't done the King Jack enough yet.
I wanted to make it 7,000 so badly. Is there, you would ever shove there?
I lied it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I have. I shouldn't have spent much for bets there. Trapping a lot, and yeah. So my hand was too bad to just call 3,000. Very bad.
So Aziz, now with the sit-down bet raised from the button, he'd probably be opening anyway in an open pot with Queen 5 suited.
Jack 5. So, well, I was contemplating.
And Aziz gets to sit down, only picks up 350, the straddle, the big blind, and the small blind, but more importantly, gets to sit down. It isn't going to cost him 1,500 euros, and he can relax while the other players are sweating it out. We have Roelio, we have Escobar, and we have our host, Yo Viral, all still standing up.
I want to be heads up with you in this kind of game. Then he always goes crazy. Crazy? Especially if you have X.
So it's King 9 of Diamond.
You overshot.
So now it's Aziz, who's sitting down. Now he's off playing the 7 deuce game, hoping to repeat what Andy just did. Maybe not in the same form. Really just hoping for folds. The folds would not only get him the 350 already in the pot as profit, but would also get him 300 euros from each player for winning a hand with 7 deuce. if you host a home game, you may want to be paying attention to all the side games at the overall's game, because it does make things a bit spicier.
6.5 behind.
Oh my, because the A3 game is in play too. There's a leveling war going on between Roelio and Aziz. A 3-bet to 2,700, and all the other players are out, so it's 8-3 or 7 deuce. One player is going to get 300 from each player. I'm not sure what happens if the board runs out a straight or something and both players chop. But maybe we'll find that out as well. What's funny here, Roelio is just doing this to take down the pot, but he's actually dominating the 7 deuce with this 8 tray. A little bit more even because it's suited. And Aziz lays it down, but Roelio is going to show his 8-3, so he collects 300 from each player, plus nearly 1,000 profit from the pot.
Really?
Yeah. That is a good fault. You were behind.
Roelio pointing out that it was a good fold if he was behind, and now Roel not only wins the pot, but gets a sit down, gets 300 euros from each player on top of that. And we have Bart and Yoveral as the two sole standing up players.
You were close, right?
I was really close.
Not enough.
Yeah,
That's
that's why you was not
That's why I never mind this.
Remember, Bart, if you lose the stand-up game, you drink a shot. So.
Oh no. Okay, if you lose,
nothing. I'm already losing 20k. Almost.
So Yoveral sharing he's down about 20k, which is the amount he won when he won the Creator's Crown earlier today.
Till the end of the stand-up game, so every end the same. Thank you. Crazy game.
if I do one more shot, I will be drunk. So I have to win this hand.
You're all thinking about what to do here.
9, 6, raise 900.
And opening to 900, this is a sit-down kind of bet. He just has 10-3 suited, a hand he probably would not be opening from the cutoff otherwise, if not for the side game. And Escobari, who also wants to not be the last person to sit down, does fold his king there. And if Orso folds, then Yoveral will be able to sit down. And it'll be Aurelian who has to pay everybody off 300 euros. Decisions, decisions, decisions. It's looking like the decision is going to be a 3-bet. And it looks like to about 2,700. It is for 2,700. And it's because he has the 8-3, wants to play the 8-3 game. It definitely, with these hands, 8-3 and 7-deuce game, the 3-bets can be those hands just as much as it could be monsters. Thinking things over. If he does put his opponent on an 8-3 or 7 deuce just because of the side games going, that combined with the fact that he's still standing up in the sit-down game with just one other player standing up may lead to a weird 4-bet between 8-3 and 10-3 that you would not see without all these fun side games going on. And these are done. Overall, taking his time. And doesn't look like he's going anywhere. In fact, it does look like a 4-bet is incoming, showing a lot of heart. Perhaps recognizing that Aurelian would be doing this with hands like 8-3 and 7 deuce because of the side game. 4-betting to 4,600. The sizing isn't large, but it doesn't have to be with the overall in position. But basically telling to Orso, if you 5-bet shove, my stack is getting in. Which may or may not be true, we will see. But it is telling that story.
No!
And very interesting there.
That was a good move.
It was a jam by Orso with the 8-3 and overall folds. So he's asked to see a flop. Let's see what it would have been. And neither player really hitting that. Do we want to see a turn? But a 5-bet to 12,700 just to win the 8-3 game. And to deny overall to be able to sit down in the stand-up game. Just absolutely amazing to have 8-3 against 10-3 and such a huge pot. Who would think these two card combinations would lead to a nearly 20,000 euro pot? Oh ho. Shots fired there by Escobari. Shots fired.
We don't play this hand. 8-3, 7.
Win the game 8-3. Where is my money? 300.
You okay? Give me? You need a shot maybe now? My new best friend. Come to the buy, Habibi.
Escobari taking some pride that Yoviral has been manhandled to some degree in 2 hands. He is playing smart thinking poker.
You kill him, he will never recover from this.
Let's play, let's play. This is too slowly. We have to go fast. Slow.
Go too slowly. Let the tilt grow.
Bart having fun needling Yoviral in his own game. But players came here to have fun. And Yoviral thinking about what to do once again. We don't know what he has yet, but he is opening, it looks like, for 500. No, it's just a call with King 6. Perhaps tired of the leveling battles that have been going on lately. And both players standing up in the hand after Escobari calls with his Queen 9 offsuit. And both Orso and Aziz in the hand from the blind, from the big blind and the straddle. And it's the Queen 9 here by Escobari, flopping top 2 pair. It looks like Bart will be able to take a seat unless somebody pushes him off this, but it checks all the way through. An ace on the turn, nobody with an ace in their hand. Checks all the way around again, and a 4 of hearts on the river, so now there's 4 hearts on the board. Is Escobari going to try for some weird thin value? He's behind some hands, but after it goes checking all the way through, he may try to squeak out some thin value from an ace that isn't double paired. And that's exactly what's happening, betting for 2,500. It's a rather massive bet into a pot of 800. And very interesting, Orso not snap folding his middle pair. And now everybody folds. But the commentator is going to take about a 10-minute break, but I have a very special guest. It is the founder of the stream of 24H Productions, none other than Franke. So welcome, Franke. Thank you for taking over for 5 or 10 minutes, and I will be right back. Enjoy.
This will be exciting because I believe that the level of commentatorship will go down, but I will do the best. So we do have, well, I guess that Jason already went through what will happen or not. He's still in consideration. So will Joe Viral call with what? With King High, King 6? And Escobar has the 2 pair. Yeah, it's made. It's made. And it's a big bet. And we also have to remember that in the beginning, I think Escobari did discuss that if I bluff you and you fold, then I need to do something special. So there's maybe additional things that Joe Viral is considering.
I will do the shot anyway.
And they are discussing the deal here, deal making. I might do the T anyway, he said. It's something in French. Why is he lying? Why is he trying to trick me? Exactly.
Maybe, what can I have actually?
What could I have? I like Escobari. He's needling, and he has the T in hand.
See what I can have? Do a reach. Do Negrano.
Oh, Negrano, he plays that card. Escobari is already a bit of my hero. So we have a made hand, 2 pairs. Joe Viral is considering a hero call, King High. And he took the T. Escobari took the T. Let's see.
You want to buy one? How much is that? I know they're both good.
They are really discussing. They are really needling each other.
How much is that?
2,000.
Oh. So, situation is very clear. Escobari has it, but it is a very nice opportunity for Joe Viral to do a hero call with King High. Not sure, because I came in the hand where the read comes for, but I think Joe Viral is quite sure that Escobari, with a high certainty, is empty. He wants to sit down. And everyone wants to sit down. It's a stand-up game. So let's see what he does. He does the call. Oh, so nice of Escobari. He talked him in. It's insane. And the level of, I don't know, meta game here. This is an amazing hand.
It's been amazing action, Frankie. I mean, because we've had so many different side games, some of them combining into 2. We have the 8-3 and the 7 deuce, which has collided in a hand or 2. But when the stand-up game is going on top of that, we even had bomb pots with the stand-up game for a short time because the stand-up game just took too damn long. And we have a very tilted overall right now.
You're talking about a half an hour stand-up game?
Yes.
Oh, you get tired.
That was only one time where the bomb pot rolled into the stand-up game, but it was quite amusing with all these different things.
It is.
And then, of course, we have the Bart game where randomly Overall makes up rules when Bart should be drinking, and then Bart decided maybe that's not enough and adding his own rules on top of that.
They are good friends.
And they added another game recently, which we haven't seen come into play, which is a King 9 of diamonds.
Okay.
I do not know exactly what happens there, but I believe every player has to give you 500 euros if you win with that combination. But we'll see when it comes up.
Ooh, I like this. I like this. King
Yeah.
9 of diamond game.
This is your kind of game, Frankie. Maybe not the stakes, maybe not these players, but you would be having a blast at this game. This is right up your alley.
I like that. Maybe I can invite them to one of my home games like a 1-1, 2-2.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody would play.
Yeah, of course.
When they find out that you could probably sit at 10K at the table, maybe they would.
But this is epic. I'm very happy to be here for a short while.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to have you, Frankie, as always. Always fun to do commentating with you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And then I move on for my stuff.
Yes, and you would approve of some of the play. The VPIP has been high most of the time.
I have seen that.
It's
been insane.
A lot of fun. The 6 max is creating action as well, so very smart to keep it down to 6. I know there's other players that want to get in. But
it's actually a long queue. It's a long queue.
If we make it 8, it's going to slow down. The range is tightened quite a lot. 6 is the perfect number for this kind of game.
I agree with you. You get so much more action into the game. Me personally, I prefer 4, 5, or 6 card games. I'm not a strong Texas player, but if you play Texas, I would prefer the 6-handed game.
It's similar in Omaha, though. You don't want to play like 9-player with 5-card Omaha.
You don't play that. Never.
Yeah.
No, of course not. You do 7-handed max.
But Escobari here, Bart getting trips on the river. Likely not to see very much from Aziz, trying to get some small value in a very small pot.
He could get the call, he has to see where he stands.
He could.
No, he doesn't.
Aziz always seems to know where he stands. It's very, you could see the gears moving in his head, actually. Never met the man before, but quite impressed with his poker action.
Okay. Well, I haven't, like you, seen every hand. I is more in the back room or sorting things on the front. So I haven't had the opportunity, but I trust your judgment. And we do see that Andy is up quite a bit.
Yeah, he came back from the dinner break and he just went on a tear. He laid out such a nice bet, which I still don't know if it was value or not. I mean, it looked like it had to be for value, but Yoveral had King Queen flop top 2.
Yes.
Andy 3-bet the pot pre-flop with King Jack suited. A Jack comes on the turn, so he has 2 pair. Bets a little big on the turn, gets a call, and then just jams in the river. Perhaps he was repping that ace 10 that he didn't have, and that's why Yoveral folded, and he said, "Can I see one? It better be an ace or a 10," and of course it wasn't. And after that, he's been tilted on a few other hands with Bart, and I think he took a quick break to regain his composure and have fun in his own game.
Exactly, and he has done an amazing game. I mean, what the lineup has been there. It's been Q, it's his friends, and I don't call it family, but it's been good banter. Good banter.
Sure.
This is how poker should be played and enjoyed, in a good company of friends.
Of course.
And giving the stack sizes, they're not afraid here.
No, this is like us playing in our home 2-2 game that we play.
We do 1-1, come on. Don't
occasionally.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but I head on. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Frankie, for coming in. And maybe we see Frankie back in the booth at a later time, but if not, thank you. That was Frankie, the founder of 24H Productions, who is putting all this together. Everything you see is these guys, Hamar and Sten, Anastasia, Nikita, Plush. So shout out to all 5 of you guys. It's not the most biggest team, but it's probably one of the best teams I've seen. So kudos to you guys and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, have a nice day.
Thank you.
See you later then.
Could always go to the bar and then come back. What? Go to the bar and then come back.
That was Martin von Swagberg, a.k.a. Frankie, in the booth. But now it is me, myself, and I, ready to go, ready to rumble. We have Aziz calling an open by Escobari and Andy and Roelio calling with some lighter stuff from the blinds. And ace, ace, deuce flop. Escalabari flopping the flush draw there, but nobody else with that much. Aziz might think his 7s are good. Maybe even Andy thinks his 3s are good here. But Aziz certainly going nowhere. It is a small bet, so maybe Andy going nowhere as well. But I then would expect maybe Andy to raise and not just call with no clubs in his hand. Just trying to rep that I have an ace, you guys don't, rather than playing his 3s. And it looks like that's what we're going to see. It's a raise to 1,400, so nearly a pot size raise. And Escalabari with the flush draw, weighing through his options, would be drawing dead to an ace 2 or 2s, but other than that, his flush draw would be live, but does fold. Is he going to get Aziz to fold as well? Andy seems to be so situationally aware. But Aziz sniffing it out, is miles ahead at the moment, assuming he can stay in the hand. The 9 of diamonds on the turn, so it's another overcard to Aziz's 7. Pretty much anything in the deck is going to be overcards for Andy. He's not trying to rep that he has 3s anymore. We could see that from a card standpoint, there's only 1 out in the deck remaining with that 3 of clubs in somebody else's hand. But if Andy keeps his foot on the gas, he could be making life rough for Aziz. Even though we see he's ahead, it's only because Andy has a lower pocket pair. And it's a big bet, a pot-sized bet, nearly by Andy, of 4,000 euros. Can Aziz keep himself in the hand? Whereas with the other hand against Yovaral, we weren't quite sure if it was for value or to get certain hands off like Yovaral had. It seemed like it was for value. In this case, we know it's not for value. He's just trying to rep something he doesn't have. But with the 8-3 7 deuce game going, the 7 deuce is blocked by Aziz. The 8-3 not so much. Maybe Aziz thinks that Andy is trying to push me around in these side games. And he does make the call. We'll see what happens on the river. It's a king of clubs on the river. Flush draws would have completed. May slow Andy down, actually. It was a big bet on the turn. Aziz with exactly a pot-sized bet behind. So maybe Andy just rips it in and puts max pressure on Aziz. Everything has been going right for Andy. Let's see if that trend continues. Certainly a spot to think over. 12,200 euros in the pot. You know the only way you can win the pot is by stealing it away. And does jam it in. Oh my. Has he done it again? Will he get another player to fold a better hand with relentless aggression? Repping that ace, maybe repping even a flush, repping a full house, certainly not repping those 3s he has in his hand. And meanwhile, Yovaral looks like he's reloading for a lot. We'll see how much that is in a moment. But is back in action after a short 1 or 2 hand break. And Aziz not snap doing anything. Taking his time. This is why playing against a player like Andy is so tricky, so many gears. And does get Aziz to lay down the best hand. Andy Wilson does it once again, up to 47,000 euros after stealing one away with his trades against sevens. Well played there by Andy. And it looks like it's massage number 2 time for Yovaral. This time with a lot more chips in front of him. It looks like it's about 30K he has, maybe a little bit more even. We'll find out. Oh ho, we have Alexandria back, and that means only one thing. It means it is time for a bomb pot. 500 euros from each player, 3,000 in the pot, then a flop is dealt, and then the action begins.
Never fold to a guy in a shirt like that. Rule number 1.
Yeah, the good river.
They're always the crazy guys.
I was giving up like.
Yeah, I know
you
you're giving up.
river, and then I was like.
Yeah, you're gonna give up?
Maybe on a tree you build if it's a tree you
a
put a tree.
Free works. Yeah.
So the ace of clubs, 9 of clubs, 5 of diamonds on the flop. We'll begin to see hands as players check along. Roelio with the king 8 not connecting. Bari with the king 10 not connecting. But meanwhile, Aurelian with a nut flush draw also checking. But it's Aziz with bottom pair leading the way with the 500 bet. Gets a couple players to fold. It'll likely fold all the way around to Orso, who does need to call or raise, but certainly not fold. Folding is the only really bad option here. And does call. Ace of diamonds pairing the board on the turn. Now Orso doesn't necessarily need to call a big bet if it's big, but he'll likely call if it's a small one. Certainly would prefer to see it check back after he checked. Maybe has a check raise in mind even, but it does go check, check. And a club on the river. Orso getting there with his flush. Probably won't get that much action. Likely thinking about how much he should be betting rather than if he should be checking. And it's a small bet of 1,100. Maybe he gets a crying call from Aziz. But I think that he will lay it down. But as he's thinking about it again, it seems when he's thinking too much, he talks himself into a fold, and this time it would be correct. Last time with the sevens against Andy's trays, it was less correct. Oh my God, Aziz turning his hand into a bluff at this point, repping a full house. Maybe even repping just a flush, but he's repping a lot more than just connecting with the 5. Jamming it in for 11,200. And it isn't actually a snap call by Orso here. I think he will have to call, but obviously he's behind some full houses. Is thinking about it. It is a bomb pot, which means any cards can really be in your opponent's hand. If he had something like an ace-9, ace-5, he might be betting those kind of hands on the flop he should be. And then boating up on the turn, which then would make sense to check, hoping that hands like this would get there with the king-jack suited. We see that's not the case. Aziz just showing a lot of heart here. Thinking about whether to call here. It would be another cool 10K to do so. If he can find the call, which will likely be the case. We're looking at a massive pot, and here we go. He makes the call. And look at this. Orso with the flush winning a 26,000 euro pot. Absolutely bonkers, over 42,000, and now we'll see if Aziz steps out or reloads, but well played there by Orso. Did think about it for a little while, thinking, is my flush good here? Is my flush ever good here? Does my opponent have any bluffs? Can my opponent even be doing this with the worst flush, or does he have any bluffs? Did not have a full house. And it looks like we're doing a little coloring up here, getting a little few less chips at the table. Or maybe something else is happening here. But that is a lot of chips. Those white ones you see in the back there, 500 each. Those are stacks of 20. So it's more than 30,000 alone just in white chips.
We were playing with plexiglass, so some people were standing up to see how much he's playing.
And that's how they started?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Oh, that's a cool story.
Yeah.
Makes sense, yeah.
The plexiglass was huge.
So Aziz stays in his seat. The players on the waiting list will have to continue waiting. There's a good chance that this is going to be the lineup that we see the rest of the way.
I almost saw it at the beginning and then imported it to my game in Europe during COVID.
Looks like Andy's getting ready for something. No, Andy already folded. Just the camera's on him. But Roelio opening up for 1,000. Interesting sizing from the button, and gets 3-bet by Escobar. So we're going to see some carnage going on. Bart with the jacks, Roel with the ace-queen. Roelio thinking about his options. It was a pretty big opening size. No stand-up game involved. It does smell awful like the 8-3, 7 deuce kind of hands that you're going to win the prop bets with that kind of sizing. But meanwhile, it's not that case at all. It's that Bart waking up with the fish hooks. And I'm not sure that open actually was for 1K because the 3-bet sizing would be on the lighter side. Chances are it was for about 500, if not even less. Because I do not see white chips out there. Yeah, it was a raise to 300 and then a 3-bet by Escobar to 2,100, which makes far more sense. Otherwise, that 3-bet wouldn't make sense. Did we just have a jam and a call? So we had an all-in by Roelio. Escobar snap calling it off. So 19,000 euro pot. The duo agreed to run it twice. Both players flipping. And so far, so good for Roelio on the first flop, connecting his queen on the 9-6 queen flop, 3 of spades on the turn.
red pilt gewoon en direct.
Nee, ik zit erin.
And the 5 of spades completing the first board. So the first board going over to Roelio. And let's see what happens on board number 2.
In the window. In the window, eh? In the window. Ace of diamonds. In the window.
Ace of diamonds in the window. There is no ace of diamonds in this window. And now Escalabari ahead with his jacks on the second board, but needs to fade an ace or a queen. The 2 of spades on the turn opens up a few more outs. A 3 would complete a wheel for Roelio. Otherwise, we're looking at a chop pot if it's no ace, queen, or 3. And the 9 of hearts completing the board of the rivers. Players chopping it up. A lot of drama, a lot of suspense, but each player only winning €50 with the chop pot.
All this for 50 euros. lost 5 years of my life.
You can say my stack. Tell them my stack because they don't know. You need to tell them how much I have. I will tell you. Ready? Can tell them? 36,500.
So Yoverall now with 36,500 in his stack. Decided to at least have enough to play a big pot with the other stacks that have built up to that level. Andy opening it up to 300. Folds around to Aziz in the big blind. And not every pot Andy wins needs to be a big one. Just steals the blinds, getting closer and closer to 50,000 euros in his stack from a starting stack of 10,000 a few hours ago. For those of you just tuning in, this is your host, Jason Glatzer. Thrilled to be part of the Party Poker Millions and part of the Yoverall's game with stakes at 5,100. And here we go. Here's my graphic. Thank you, guys. Special thanks to the people at Hydra, people at 24H Productions, the people at Fury TV, Stake 7, Party Poker, and of course, the venue, Portomaso Casino, always rolling out the red carpet. Plenty of tournaments, plenty of cash games going on during the Party Poker Millions. So come on out to Portomaso Casino. You have until October 3rd before the action ends, so still plenty of time to pop out for a few days, especially if you're living here in Malta. But meanwhile, back to the action. Andy opening up with the King Jack. Roelio coming along with the 7s. Roelio ahead on the 9 Ace 6 rainbow flop. Three of clubs on the turn changes nothing for either player. And Andy deciding to take matters into his own hands. He is going to bet. And it is another overbet by Andy. Andy's bet sizing seemed to be all over the place, but he studies so much that I'm more just curious about when he's deciding to overbet. And gets Roelio to fold the best hand. Andy constantly pushing players around. getting them to call when he's got it, getting them to fold when he doesn't.
I didn't believe anything of it.
And it looks like we had Bart take a break and Aurelian take a break. No, here comes the two players back.
I was not afraid of that one. I was afraid of the riverbed.
He usually doesn't do the wrong. Gives up. You are the give up. Give up. Yo, go look for the king 9 diamonds. Go look for it in your heart.
Folds around to Aziz. It looks like he opened up. Indeed, he did the 300.
Yesterday, don't feel sad for you. You are down for 1 minute probably. Then you get stuck against someone. So don't worry.
Andy making the call with a much stronger ace.
At what time did you plan it on your stream?
And the 5-5-10 flop. Not the best, not the worst for either player. Andy checking it over to Aziz, who's betting small, just 200.
Yeah, I thought you had king queen when it was had king queen, yeah. I think I would have also folded in this one.
Andy going nowhere for now with the best hand, and it's a queen of hearts on the turn.
I would think king jack would play like this.
Yeah?
Kind of a scare card for both players. Andy does have another out with the king if he doesn't believe that his opponent has the queen, then his jack is good as well. We can see Andy is actually still ahead. Aziz has little hope to improve though. If the board pairs, he can chop. If a 3 comes, he can win. And the king of clubs on the river. Andy makes it all the way to Broadway. Once again, Andy Wilson with a big hand. Just not in a big pot this time around. And Andy with the sneaky check with Broadway. Perhaps hoping he can get Aziz to bet. Possibly the only way he was going to get some value out of this hand, because he bet it Aziz is likely folding, and meanwhile does not fall into the trap and putting more money in, so minimized his losses, and Andy wins yet another pot.
One round sale?
Sure.
Good? Good. What? Yeah, let's give. Okay, sure. No, I start round to sell.
All the players are now back in their seats. Considering how long we're running cash games, the players are not really taking any breaks. It's quite impressive. Maybe a hand to run to the toilet, that's about it. Players just want action, 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 and who can blame them with all this action happening? So if Orso opening it up with the Jack-10 suited from the hijack, sitting on a very healthy stack, and Yovaral, who did reload to bring himself up to around 35K, thinking about coming along. Indeed he does. And what about Mr. Wilson here? Hasn't immediately acted. We could be seeing the 3 biggest stacks at the table banging heads this hand. And a raise to 3,200. We do not know what Andy has yet. Oh, with the pocket cowboys. So this time Andy with a hand to be proud of. Orso might be thinking, is Andy pushing me around? Does make the correct laydown, and Yoverel not trying to chase the 8-3 game. That was the only reason why he put 600 in to begin with. And hand after hand after hand, going to Bowie effect, going to Mr. Andy, and inching really near that 50K mark. Quite an impressive run from an impressive player. All sorts of gears going on from him, making it very difficult for his opponents to read what he is doing.
Andy on fire. Another one.
Another one.
6.
Andy jacking it up to 600 with the king queen. Roelio coming along from the small blind with his pocket fives. Escobari also with his queen jack from the big blind. And Orso giving up on his 9 deuce. So we're going to go 3-way to a flop. Roelio a bit ahead just because Andy and Escobari are blocking each other. So a coin flip to win the pot. And certainly with both of his opponents bricking the 9-7-3 2-diamond board, his equity goes up quite a bit. But it does check over to Andy, who seems to be getting away with whatever he wants, but choosing to not go for it quite yet, if he's going to go for it at all. 7 of clubs pairing the board on the turn. Checks on over to Bart. And Escobari opting to bet 1,200 into a pot of 2,000. Likely we'll get Andy to fold, but Roelio stick around. He is ahead. Feels to at least see the river card before deciding what to do. Does make the call, and the two Belgians staring each other down before the chicken game was over with Roelio cracking up. And the 8 of hearts on the river. Roelio checking again. And Escobar checking it back. He's going to see perhaps a bet would have worked on the river, but never mind that at all. Roelio picking up the pot. Maybe he would be calling a river bet anyway. Looks like Bart passing around some drinks. At least the left side of the table is enjoying an adult beverage.
L'arabe marocain. L'arabe marocain. Ouais, l'arabe marocain, ouais. Même l'arabe, je parle un peu.
C'est vraiment différent l'arabe marocain de l'arabe.
Ouais, déjà l'arabe marocain, c'est juste parler, c'est pas écrit. C'est un dialecte. Et l'arabe classique, c'est un arabe, c'est le même arabe dans tous les pays arabes.
Ok.
It looks like we might be going back to dueling masseuses at the TV table. We had 2 before. Why not have 2 again? This time it's going to be Bart once again. He had 1 earlier. And Yoverel is also on his second massage of the day.
que dans un cadre académique, tu peux avoir ça, ou dans la littérature.
Roelio opening the button for 500 with 6-5 suited, getting a call from Escobari, who's getting prepared for his massage at the same time. As he's tossing another 300 in from the straddle with the ace-deuce suited.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna dumb bet.
All players with similar equity heading into the flop. But that all changes on the 5-deuce queen flop. Roelio now connecting with his 5 to pull ahead of the 3s. Barry in a bit of bother, but maybe not. He is betting 300 from the small blind.
Everybody calls.
And both Aziz and Roelio call.
Probably overbet.
Aziz with bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. It's a 3 of hearts on the turn, so it's a miracle card here for Bart. Still isn't out of the water yet, because if a 4 comes on the river, things change, but maybe nobody will stick around. But hitting his 2-outer and betting big, betting 3,000 into a pot of 2,500, gets Aziz to snap fold. If the bet was a little less, we'd likely see Roelio come in, but quickly folds as well.
Big one.
And Escobari asking the table to pick one, but they're really the same, which is funny.
Oh, what a turn. And then I said overbet, and I have to do it, of course, because I announced. Why do I drink so much?
Bart saying that maybe he meant to bet a different sizing there.
Every time I get massages, I run so bad.
Stand-up game? Yeah. Stand-up game. We have to play stand-up.
You're lucky.
So we have a new dealer. Alex is back, and so is the stand-up game. Even the masseuses have to rearrange themselves.
Yeah, because we have to play stand-up. And if I win, I will be sitting.
I know I don't go to the gym.
Hoe ver je nu zit?
Ja, let's go.
Ik zeg overbet.
Ik zal alles wel. Ja.
Je moest het toch doen?
Ja, 6. Ik zal 6 wel een shirtje van. Ja, 2,5 k.
Ja, probably overbet.
Ja, ja, dan moet ik wel een 5.
Nee, dan moet ik dat wel doen ook.
Van mezelf.
Yeah, maybe it's better for you. I don't. Up to you. Up to you.
Escobari opening up the action from the button. It doesn't look like we have a straddle this stand-up game.
Yo. I know you're looking for revenge.
And Escobari gets to sit down. We do have a straddle. It was the overall. And does call, so it doesn't get to sit down yet, but does flop an open ender on the 9-6-8 flop. The overall with the bottom pair. Still ahead technically, but you can see the equities are super close. Checks over his bottom pair to the pre-flop aggressor, Escobari. And Bart firing out for 1,500, so it's a little bit more than a pot. Does have some outs if he is called. The queen is live, the 7 is live, the 10 is live, the 5 is live. You could see all the cards up on the top of the screen.
50.
No. It's too cheap, man.
So Bart showing his 7 after getting a fold. And now showing the queen.
Goodbye, bye-bye.
Goodbye the money.
Bart Insurance, no company.
It was good price,
Bro.
50. I think that was the maximum value.
It's like in poker, when it's cheap, you don't pay.
It's like the insurance of Ryanair that you can pay for 10 euro. If you are dead, we reimburse you your
And
flight.
he also take insurance if the air company go bankrupt.
No,
He buys it every time.
Bro, when you go on Ryanair and you buy the flight, you take in the insurance for 10 euro. And if you die, basically, they give you back the ticket.
If you die?
Yeah, like if you die, they give you by the ticket plus 2k or something.
Nice.
It's nice, you will leave a big inheritance.
It's just 10 euro, bro.
It's crazy value.
It's just 10 euro. Some people thinking. I think it should be gambled. They should have a Curacao license.
Well, I guess that.
Yeah. They should ask a Curacao license.
Bart opening up with a decent hand this time, has the pocket tens opening for 600. And being that he's sitting down, his range actually becomes a little bit tighter just because of that.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Has all the pressure off, but a little bit nervous about what Andy does. But Andy making the call with the 10-8, absolutely dominated by Escobari's tens. And look at this. Andy's probably not going to be able to go too far, flopping the open-ender bottom pair, but would be just drawing to a chop or an 8 to win the hand. Escobari betting 500 into a pot of 14. Andy making the quick call. 2 of hearts on the turn, leaving Andy to not too much to win the hand, just another 8. A queen or a 7 is a chop. A check over by Andy. Escobari happy to check it back, it seems. Nope, he's happy to bet it. Andy making the call. And it is a brick on the river. Pairing the board is another jack. Another check by Andy. Is Bart going to be able to squeak out just a little more value, or is he going to have to settle for a 5K pot and nothing more? He's going to try. Is it going to work, though? 3,000 into 5,000. Andy not quickly doing anything, but he is reaching for his cards. We'll take one other look at it. No, Andy already folded. It was Escobari looking at his cards.
Really?
So no new player sits down. It's been only Bart winning hands ever since the stand-up game began.
I don't want to sit down by myself. It's weird.
And Bart folding just because he doesn't want to be seated by himself. Can imagine Bart being the life of any party.
Five raise 600. 6 pass.
As he's opening up the 600. Getting a call by Andy from the big blind with the suited connectors. Roelio, though, not quick to act from the straddle. But it looks like Bart will get his wish eventually. Since he's not in the hand, one of the other players will be sitting down, assuming there's no chopping going on. In which case, we're not sure how that works, but I'm pretty sure the players have set up a rule about what happens with that during a stand-up game. I'm assuming either both players sit down or nobody sits down. And Roelio completing with an ace-6. His is just not suited. So Andy's 8-7 is looking quite live against 2 players with the same holdings. And look at this, Andy once again getting there. 2 pair on that flop, 3-7-3. Checks it through to Aziz on the button. Does have a backdoor flush draw. Runner, straight draw. Maybe thinks even his ace high is good at this point. We see it as not. And Aziz betting 600 into a pot of 1900. Andy is not going to fold, but is he going to call or raise? Raises it to 1800. Likely will get the job done. Aziz weighing his options. Deep in thought. Perhaps thinking about making a move. Understanding Andy is capable of check raising in spots where he hasn't connected. In this case, he did connect. And Aziz making the call. Does have some backdoors. An ace would put him ahead. And the 7 of diamonds pairing the board on the turn could spell trouble for Aziz. Very often his ace would be good with 2 pair on the board, but we see Andy has that 7, has the nuts. Obviously, there's one hand that would beat him, which is the pocket 3s, but if you run into that, then it's just a bad beat, especially against one of the shorter stacked players. Let's see, Andy reaching for chips. That's 2,000 into 5,500. Aziz thinking things over. Does lay it down. So disciplined fold there by Aziz, and Andy back near 50,000 has never passed that 50,000 mark, but now is just 800 euros away from doing so. Folds around to Andy. All the way to Roelio, actually, in the big blind. We had to straddle this hand because we're still in the stand-up game. And Escobari just tossing another little bit in to call. Actually, it's Roelio, I'm sorry, tossing a little bit more into call. No, raises it to 1,000, sorry, with the ace-9 suited. It's Escobari raising it up. Roelio thinking about what to do here. He does want to sit down, but giving Bart the credit Bart not showing this time, but he had a decent hand, especially when it folds all the way around to the big blind. So it is well past midnight here in Malta, and the casino is absolutely hopping. Cash games running everywhere. Some tournaments are well in play. I've been locked away in the corner with the comms, so I have no visibility about how many are left in the Party Poker Millions, the 3K buy-in, but we will have some coverage of that tomorrow. So looking forward to that. That will play down to a winner, so whether we start at the final table, final 2 tables, or even final 3 tables, we will know tomorrow. But what we do know is that we will be going live at approximately 6:30 p.m. with some amazing tournament action. So if you enjoyed this cash game, get ready for some more fun with some characters, some high-stakes players playing for a lot of money. Meanwhile, the Grand Prix is also playing some more opening fights today. That's a 550 buy-in with a 1 million guarantee. The mystery bounty, which we will have the final table broadcasted to you on Monday, also will kick off tomorrow. One of the tournament winners from earlier, and Bart, who is getting his leg massage at the moment, won the 5K high roller for nearly 75,000. And Yovarel, the host of this game, in the white shirt standing up without the hat on, earlier today won the Creator's Crown for 20,000 euros. But it hasn't been an easy going in his own home game here. Down about that in his game. Either way, he will have the trophy to remember his amazing experience. And hopefully he's having fun, win or lose, on his own table as well. But special thank you to Yovarel for inviting me into the comms booth, but more importantly, coming to Malta, hosting this game, generating some fun on top of the fun that's already here. Can never have too much fun. But we have Andy opening up with the 5s, Aurelio calling with the 10-9 suited from the dealer's button, Escobari coming along from the small blind, and Aziz still standing up but folding his cards. So we're going to go 3-way to the Queen, Ace, King, all heart flops. So Aurelio flopping a flush draw, Escobari flopping 2 pair, and Andy just 3 overcards to his 5s. No smile from Andy at the moment. And in addition to the flush draw, Aurelio also has a gut shot to Broadway and bets 1,000, gets Escobari to call, but Andy getting out of the way. And it's another heart on the turn. So Escobari with this 2 pair may be in some pain with Aurelio nailing his flush now. Let's see if Aurelio figures out a way to get max value on his hand. But meanwhile, it's Escobari repping that flush rather than Aurelio. We see that Escobari has a strong hand he might be protecting. King Queen is still a strong hand even with 3 hearts on the board. And a little bit of Hollywooding here by Aurelio, but perhaps also thinking, should I call or raise here? Being that he's in position, either is really fine. I don't mind the call here. Even if another heart comes in the river, so be it. But look at this. We have a raise by Aurelio. Escobari thinking now. Not immediately acting. Can he put the pieces together here? the problem to some degree is one of those hearts is the ace of hearts, which is something which would be more often in Roelio's holdings than this 10-9 suited. But it's not really a big problem. There's still tons of flushes, such as this one that the button would be opening with that hit a flush on the turn here. And does lay it down, so very disciplined fold there by Escobari. Did have 4 outs to the full house, but that's not really enough to be making a call. And after seeing the cards, apparently does do a small internal fist pump that he made the right play. So it's better always to lose a small pot than lose a massive pot, and that could have gotten ugly very fast.
I don't know. How do I know? So no bottles here? Oh, ga je even vragen welke champagne is er?
Ja, dat is gewoon een champagne.
J'ai jamais joué ici. Joué mais je pense qu'il y a, ouais.
Should be.
And he's shown up with a hand, opening to 600 with the 10s from the hijack. Nobody's showing up with anything they want to play back at Andy with, at least thus far. Corso folding an ace-9. And will Andy get a walk? I know Yovarel wants to sit down, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a call or raise, and he does call. Holy cow, Andy running hot, playing well, but then also running hot. Look at this flop. Flops the full house, but Yovarel flopping a flush draw, knowing that he was leveled by Andy not so long ago. And it's Yo leading out for 400. We call this a donk bet, but not because he is a donk. It just means that you are betting when you weren't the pre-flop aggressor from out of position. And it's an over bet too. Wow. Really bad timing here for Yovarel, but it's such a setup too with the flush draw, especially if another club comes with Andy having the goods. He's behind a few Jack-10 combinations, but not too many. Oh my God, what just happened here? The case 10 on the turn, so it's quads now for Andy. He's probably praying to the poker gods that Yovarel has that jack in his hand. Oh my God. Hand after hand for Andy. Whether he has it or not, he's winning them left and right, but he's been getting his fair share of cards as well. It's not every day you see the one outer to quads come. And it looks like Andy is having the work done for him with Yo betting into his quads. Wow. 2,200 going down the toilet for Yovarel. Andy obviously never, ever, ever giving those chips back this hand to Yovarel. There's only hand beating him is pocket jacks, and then it's bad beat jackpot. I don't know if they have one on the stream game, but in theory, quads over quads. Let's just say that doesn't happen all the time, so Andy can feel super safe. Likely thinking about whether he should try to raise here or not. Or maybe even thinking about how much he should raise if he will raise. Or maybe it's also just a little bit of a timing tell. And it's a big raise by Andy to 10,000. And Yovarel Didn't snap fold. Should realize that after on a double paired board, of course he doesn't think he's up against quads, but should think he's up against a jack or a 10 or a bluff. Those are the three scenarios. But drawing just your flush draw may not be a good idea on a double paired board. He also may think his ace high is good.
And I called him.
Board was 6-6-4-4 deuce.
And I called him on the river with pocket threes.
You misread the boards.
I didn't see it was too fair.
Almost playing the board.
And he said,
playing.
And I said, I bluff. I said, and he said, okay, then I win.
And I said, I have nothing, and he showed like 9 high, and I was like, yeah, threes. And he said, yeah, you get the board. You won. I really didn't see it.
And he was not the drunk one.
Oh man.
And he said, yeah, it's so dark here.
Everyone was up. He lost his ass, and I lost even more. Oh,
yes.
Yo hating his spot now. In general, he's had the worst seat at the table with Andy having position on him all day long.
It was like 30K if I
No.
Oh, it's on camera. It's on camera. Thank you.
Texas, I lost 150.
The Texas.
Still thinking it over. It is for a lot of money. Andy trying not to give away any tells in this spot. And Yo is counting out his chips. And Andy licking his lips now after Yo Varel makes the call here. And if a club comes on the river, it could be showers. But maybe thinking he's already ahead with his ace kicker on a double paired board. Meanwhile, he's run into Andy's quads. And Andy with the check mark already early on in the hand, but will likely not get too much more from Yo Varel. But it is a 24,000 chip pot. Will be over 60,000 no matter what. And checks it over to Andy. Andy may opt to jam here actually, with Yo having less than a pot-sized bet behind for a massive pot. And being that we've seen Andy jam, sometimes when he doesn't have it, it's also a polarizing bet.
De andere spelen precies alsof ze in de tweede film zitten.
De bet verliest elke 26k en hij slaagt er toch in om niet meer uitgenodigd te worden.
Andy taking his time, maybe trying to get a visual read on his opponent's stack. But does jam it in, and now it's Yo Varel with a very tough decision. If he made the read that his ace high was good before in the Jack-Jack 10-10, he may feel that's still the case, but I think he will lay down his hand. Would be different story if that was the 8 of clubs instead of the 8 of spades. And does quickly lay it down. Had enough time to think, and Andy, Bowie effect, Wilson, hand after hand after hand, easily the biggest winner at this table, up to nearly 61,000 euros from an initial starting stack of just 10,000. And I say just, that's just because that was the minimum at this table. Obviously, to most of us, 10,000 euros is nothing to laugh at and quite a lot of money. Here is a look at the chip counts and some of the cumulative winnings. The cumulative winnings can be off a little bit. Andy didn't start with the 7K stack. He started with the 10K stack. So if the 60,900 is accurate, and those counts typically have been kept fairly good throughout the whole day, that means Andy is actually up around 51,000 euros today, making up for bubbling the event earlier today.
I will come.
Oh, laat je geen kans gewoon. Als je 3 keer allemaal
And he was still standing up, making a little bit of a loose call with the 3 deuce suited from the big blind, and Andy coming along for the ride with his ace deuce suited to see the 8-8 king flop with 2 spades. Checks on over to Orso. And checks all the way through to see the 2 of diamonds on the turn. And Yo connecting with that, as does Andy. Andy, who was already ahead, remains ahead. His ace kicker coming into play. But meanwhile, it is Yo trying to say, I have an 8 or a king. He's not saying, I have a deuce here. Betting out for 400. Andy coming along for the ride. Everything going his way, so why not? And we will have Orso with really nothing in his hand, likely to fold. I mean, the price is small, but still, there's not a single river that can help you with a bet and a call. I mean, we see there were rivers that can help him, but just against the ranges, that would have been a call. But meanwhile, he would have gone there with the 10 of clubs on the river, but it's Andy instead picking up another pot, most likely, unless Burrell bets big, and he opts to check. Andy quickly checks it back. And no matter what Andy does, it is the correct thing, up to 62,500 euro. Putting on a clinic, Bobby effect.
Who invited Andy?
And it looks like we have a dealer change, so it looks like we're going to get to combined games. This is my favorite part of the stream. We still have the stand-up game, but when Alexandria comes back into the dealer's box, that also means a bomb pot. The deuce 7, 8 trade games are still live during both of this too. I believe there's still a king 9 suited game that we haven't really seen. It's not suited, it has to be diamonds. But pretty much prop bets left, right, and center, creating a lot of action. Andy Wilson taking the most advantage of all the craziness going on. Quietly building and rebuilding his stack all evening. So the flop is king 8 ace with already 3K in the pot, with all players putting 500 euros into the pot to see a free flop in a bomb pot situation. We have 2 players with king 10. We have Roelio currently ahead with the ace 5 without knowing what Aziz has. Maybe Aziz has something a little better. He just has a gut shot to Broadway, and it's a 2 of diamonds on the turn, so 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, nobody with a flush draw. Roelio still ahead with his top pair. A few players actually drawing dead at this standpoint. Roelio trying to get some action now. Betting small. Gets a call from Orso with the second pair there. And is Yo going to come along too? It looks like he did. And the 2 of hearts on the river. Roelio with the check mark. His 2 pair is better than the same 2 pair held by Yoverel and Orso. Checks all the way around. Roelio turning over the ace-5 to take down the pot.
I was in the dark on the flop. I never looked. You can see it on camera. I checked in the dark.
Button stays. Une heure et quart, les mecs sont restés debout et après on a recommencé un stand-up. Et du coup du coup on a attendu qu'ils finissent et on en a refait un. Ah ok. Ouais. Je disais le plus long stand-up game de notre game, c'est 1 heure et quart. Ouais.
C'est normal.
Ouais, ça arrive.
Pendant 1 heure et quart, il y a 2 mecs qui viennent pas un coup.
Ouais, c'est horrible. Tu perds trop. Tu perds beaucoup trop.
1 heure et quart, ça fait 4-5 mains, non?
Ouais, max. Je pense
c'est pas si bizarre.
Orso opening up the action from the cutoff with the ace-10. Raised to 600. And Andy with the 3-bet here, with the king-queen suited to 2,600, consistently putting pressure on everyone at the table in different ways. This time it's with the king-queen suited from the big blind. Is Orso going to call? Between the 2 players, they have nearly 100,000 in chips. Actually, a little bit more than 100,000 in chips. Orso makes the call. So 5,500 in the pot already. And Andy flopping the top pair. Once again, Andy in an excellent spot. Orso with a gut shot to Broadway. Ace is live. Technically a backdoor flush draw in there as well. And Andy continuing for 1,500 with his made hand. Orso finding a call. So 8,500 in the pot. Ace of spades on the turn. The tables have turned on Andy with now Orso with the best hand. Andy does have some outs. Some of them look like they have already been discarded by other players. Is Andy going to slow it down? He does. He seems to know where he's at. That Orso likely can have an ace. Maybe even a king-10 that improved the Broadway. But Orso not looking to jack up the pot anymore. Checks until the 2 of hearts coming on the river. Andy taking his time. Opposite check. It is a scary board with that third heart coming, the ace coming on the turn. Let's see if Orso tries to sneak in some value here. It might work. We will see. But first he has to be willing to try it. Does go check, check. Orso picking up a pot. The rare time Andy was not able to snag one. Andy still with plenty of chips. Orso also now with the healthy stack of near 44,000. If these two players collide, we're looking at a pot of nearly 90,000 euros.
Thank you.
If you avoided a huge headache, you can also bring the rest.
It looks like Bart just ordered a round of drinks, and then as they're coming, ordered another round. We do have likely a couple hours left in this cash game. So perhaps to them that's the tail end, but a couple hours more of excitement.
So, Yo is heads up in the stand-up game. That is when his specialty comes up. Everybody put on the helmet. The chips can come flying to you.
Bart continuing to needle his friend Yoveral.
Let's hope you don't get like a 9-deuce suited. Oh.
And a jam from Aziz. It's double-ended here with him. He has a short stack. He's playing the A3 game and the stand-up game. Really just hoping everybody folds. A massive overjam, but he can do it more than the other players can.
Oh, sorry. No, he can double. Oh no, you lose.
I lost no matter what.
So I don't have to call for you?
Can you remove the glass, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Not so good.
6 plus 8.
I have ace queen, but
He got Yoveral to fold the threes.
because I don't like you. Oh no, it doesn't matter.
What did you fold?
Ace queen.
He said he folded ace queen, but he folded ace deuce, which is a much easier fold than Aziz turning over the A3. Not only collects 300 from each player for that, but will collect an extra 300 from Yoveral, being that he was the last player standing. So now all players are sitting.
Yo, how you fold pocket 3?
I don't know. I have pocket 3.
You do everything opposite?
I paid everything. I paid also the j'étais aussi payé tout ça. Ouais, j'ai payé.
Give me back the champagne.
How much do you want for the champagne?
300. What the spot? Suited. Ik opzoek je just
Ooh, that looks a little dangerous, the champagne on the table. Aziz quickly moving it away, though.
I top up 5,000, okay?
It looks like Aziz adding some more chips to his pile, another 5,000. Orso and Aziz folding. Yoveral also. Meanwhile, Andy opening the button for 300 with ace 5 suited. Everyone folds. Andy with the smile shows his suited wheel-ish hand. And it's just stacks upon stacks upon stacks for Mr. Andy Wilson. An impressive pile of chips. And we can see here he's sitting on 58,000. up about 48,000. And Yo is down the most. I don't think he's down 46K, but he is down quite a lot.
So proposition one more bonus hand.
So just every king 9
Every king 9.
suited.
I like it.
Suited.
So the king 9 of diamonds game is now a king 9 suited game. We didn't see it come into play with the king 9 of diamonds.
You can change the
Maybe that'll change.
You don't want? I want. Okay.
King 9 is fine. Let's not make the reason. Let's play Omar 6.
Oh my
I'm just
god.
kidding.
Yes.
3 boards?
Omar, bye. I'm your man.
Let's play roulette.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's go everybody to roulette and we stream.
Let's play street poker.
That's my
Let's play street poker.
It looks like Yovarel is trying to change the rules, trying to change his luck. Maybe thinks he'll do better at the roulette table, but Orso is still stuck on the 7 deuce game. Does flop the middle pair. Maybe some kicker issues with Roelio having 7-6 against 7-2, but that might not come into play.
Street poker reverse way. We had closes on us.
And then
With this lineup, I want to add.
we got so hot at the end.
Yeah, I prefer to add closes with you guys.
That's a good call.
Every time we
This
lose
is
a hand, you
so
add some
arranged, you know?
close.
The 3 of diamonds on the turn is not the best card for Orso. If it was a high card, it would increase the chances for him to chop. Now basically it would have to be a 3 or 5 to chop a 2 to win the hand. But not slowing him down, considering he does want to win that extra side pot with the 7 deuce. And the 4 of clubs on the river, there's not going to be any bluff possibilities now for Orso with Roelio improving from good to great with this straight on the river. And Orso recognizing maybe I need to slow it down. And Roelio should be betting here behind the 6-8 only. Looks like a bet for 1900, so a slight overbet to the pot. Indeed it is. And this should get the job done, but maybe Orso thinks that this is a bluff, and he does have a bluff catcher.
Good advice.
And Orso does pay him off. We'll get the bad news. Roelio winning the hand with the straight. Orso didn't lose that much that pot, but could have potentially saved some chips with the fold on the river there. Did have a bluff catcher. Did have some equity with the 7 deuce game. If he did win the hand, he would have collected 300 euros from each player. So all those things coming into perhaps his decision making to call there.
1-2 instead of 51. Better than straddle because color is 3 blind.
Always
So
100,
you want to
200
change the
trust.
blinds?
Yeah, just 1-2 instead of 51.
They want to change the blind. All your guys are agree?
It sounds like the action is picking up a little bit. The stakes may have doubled.
The reg will not change. I will make sure that reg is not double.
No,
It's 10 reg. No, I will make sure. I will ask.
More rake is better.
Yeah,
No, it's better for the game.
I see you saying more rake is better.
1-2.
Give me 5 seconds.
Yeah, thank you.
5 seconds. That's
So the stakes will be changing.
For one hand.
The lovely Anastasia, who's been tracking all the action for us, just needs a quick moment to change the stakes as well.
She also have because she's my dad here.
But just play like we play standard. We didn't change anything. So let's go for this
Yeah,
standard.
but he's not with me now.
Yeah, but whatever.
We are
Priority to the game. So.
we are with you.
Like odds are even better. Just
Yeah, you're at the best hand on the turn, probably.
you know what there? We play 7.
5. No. Queen.
I told you my odds. Oh my god. Very cool.
So a little bit of a breather for the players, some sipping some champagne.
5-7. This is
Bart and Yovarel getting massages. And this casual, you know, little 5100 game is now just a tiny 100, 200, completely standard. Although it looks like maybe it's just a straddle going on. We'll see what happens in a minute.
It doesn't matter. It's like if they miss a hand, what's the problem?
They don't just see the cards.
Like people are looking.
Yeah, we don't mind missing a hand. I can follow along without some graphics here. Let's get it done, yo.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, but it's better to have something going on the stream than nothing. So that's not logic.
In a cash game, I can tend to agree with you that we don't need. If the chip counts are off a little bit, that could always be corrected. It's obviously much different in other scenarios.
It just doesn't matter. They will not blame you. I will take responsibility. I will take responsibility. They will not fire you. I will take responsibility. I say that.
Yovarel taking responsibility for this hand. Let's have fun commentating. Let's get the cameras. Let's do this completely old school.
No stop. We don't stop the play. Just. Yeah, but we are not changing the.
Smile. Everybody's winning.
So it looks like we're at 5100, 200 now. And it opened to 500. And it looks like Yo is calling. So we do have graphics after all. Rulio raising to 500 with the Jack-9 suited, folding around to Yo, who we did see call already. He does have suited cards as well with the King-Deuce suited. Nobody getting any love from the 6-3 Queen Rainbow flop. Backdoor flush draws for both players. Gut shot straight draw for Rulio. Now on this 8 of clubs turn. I don't think the cards that are showing in the screen are fully accurate because we saw the board. One of the burn cards must have slipped over the reader.
Oh, yeah, because you are big blind? Huh?
No, it's better for him because it's going to be 2 times 2.
Anyway, I guess.
What did I do now? I did 2 early. So let's do like
we
this.
do one
Let's
bomb
do
pot? Just random bomb pot? No?
Random bomb pot called out by Bart, but
One round spiel of 5.
it doesn't look like everybody agreed to that. We will wait for the new dealer before that happens.
No. Next end. 151 and next end. I play 1 and 51. No, it's except everything.
So we haven't had one of these in a little while. We have a limp pot, all started by Orso, limping with the 5s on the button. Aziz completing from the small blind, and Yovarel checking back his option from the big blind, only to flop 2 pair on the 10-10-4 flop with 2 clubs. Aziz, though, with the flush draw. Orso with the better 2 pair than Yo. So everybody a little piece, but it still checks around to the Jack of Diamonds turn. And checks again to the 9 of clubs river, so Aziz gets there with his baby flush. Not the cleanest of boards, but after going checking all the way through on the flop and turn, has to feel that his flush is good. But it looks like he maybe checked again. It checks all the way through, so a tiny pot for Aziz. No, he did bet 100. Graphics are catching up now. Works out the same. Both players fold. Small pot by Aziz. Small pot's better than no pot.
Teniamo la stessa rete, però. Teniamo la stessa.
E nero no, abbiamo
Non ho capito.
un draw. Delle carte per fare un draw, quindi
Ma che abbiamo una draw? 100-200 adesso.
Sì, vogliamo darvi per far dire che siete tutti d'accordo senza che sia esplicito. Vediamo una carta rossa e nera e voi ridate al dealer la carta rossa e siete d'accordo o nera.
It sounds like Burrell is talking a little bit about the structure of the rest of the day, or rest of the evening, being that it's almost 1:30 in the morning here in Malta at Portomaso Casino, the host of the Party Poker Millions, the host of the Overalls Cash Game, brought to you by Poker Pro FR. We can see some of the sponsors on the table, including the amazing people at Hydra, the great website Stake 7, the amazing work by the 24H crew as well. The best of the best, all getting together to bring to you an amazing week plus of poker. This will be our last evening of cash games. Tomorrow we'll be moving into final table or late game action in the 3K Party Poker Millions Malta. We'll have a final table, the mystery bounty, the following day, and we'll end things on Tuesday with the final table, the €1 million guaranteed 550 Grand Prix.
I think from the beginning is a conspiration to make me lose my bankroll like this game. In like, you guys gonna play 10 days in a row and I'm gonna lose $1 million. My bankroll is not $1 million. Who is the traitor? I want to troll and put black.
Really?
Let's go. One race.
I'm not quite sure what game they're playing now, but there was something happening here.
I knew someone would do that. Oh my god, this is the best. Oh, thank God.
Okay, with the blinds go up. Only back.
I'm losing 50k, but thank you, Bart.
What's that voice now?
I'm very happy. Oh my god. Let's come back to 25.50, guys. 25.50 from now.
So we went from potentially jacking it up to 100, 200 overall, saying, let's reduce it to 25.50. I'm down too much. But now having a really good time, at least.
They make us do stupid things, I also do stupid things. We have to approach.
And it is 100, 200 on hand 97 of this stream.
It's limit, it's limit.
And what's going on here? Is it limit? It can't be limit. We have a raise to 400. It might as well be limited. 3-bet by Part to 600. Perhaps not seeing Roelio open. Perhaps just doing some min clicking.
Oh my
The
god.
viewers want also something, huh?
We have to give.
What?
It was looking like a min click back for a second, but it was just a little bit of trolling there by Orso. Gotta love it.
You're so sneaky, man.
Click it.
Regardless, with the amount of money that's now on the table after stacks have developed, the players are having more and more fun. Absolutely amazing to see.
You're scaring everyone.
Default?
You again.
And Roelio deciding what to do here. Only 200 to call. Perhaps pulling the same thing that Orlin just did with just putting some chips out and then, but no, it is a raise and not a min click back. Putting the pressure on Escobari, who had no reason to be in the hand anyway with 9-4 other than to have a little bit of fun. We'll see if the fun continues. He does have 2 live cards. Just a very unorthodox to be min-click 3-betting with 9-4 offsuit.
You're gonna take it back. gonna end up short.
What the fuck?
I told you.
So it isn't A7, it is in fact aces. So I'm not sure what happened there. So maybe Escalabari has something different. So the cards are a lot different, but we have a massive pot with aces against ace-9, so it was not 9-4. Now everything makes a lot more sense.
500, 200 is not my game.
Yeah. Not after all what you have done, bro. I mean, I would have do worse.
I'm fine with chopping.
And now Bart in for a world of hurt. Roelio just saying he's fine with chopping, and Escobar saying, "Okay, let's chop it now."
Everything in the chat, they are playing fake money. They think we are playing fake money, but no, everything is real. Everything is fucking real.
No, this is real money, folks. This is not fake money. Disregard that comment altogether.
It's fucked up the mind.
They will be running it twice, though.
Oh, it's my fault? No.
Yeah, it's true.
Roelio miles ahead.
Backdoor.
Backdoor flush maybe for Escalabari. Other than that, it could be drawing dead on the turn on the first board, depending on what it is.
Where is the second button?
Me, always.
Oh, you don't like it?
Yeah.
20,000 gift?
Yeah, you never know.
The 6 of hearts on the turn, and Escalabari drawing dead on the first board. The river is inconsequential. 8 of clubs on the river, so a vote for Roelio. 8s over aces to win the first board. Massive favorite to win them both.
That's so unlucky. Trio spade. Oh, the first time.
There is a spade apparently out of the window, but we'll see if it indeed was a 3 of spades.
No, if it was a spade, you can take it.
There was a spade. There is a spade for front door and spade.
You can buy out. Insurance.
And it is a 3 of spades out of the window, but the king of clubs, queen of clubs does not help Escobar at all. It does have runners to Broadway for a chop. Backdoors to the flush. And the backdoors come out front on the 4 of spades turn. Can Bart get a save here on the river? But no, it's the king of hearts on the river. Massive double up here for Roelio, winning a 40,000 chip pot, but you wouldn't even know it the way Bart is just cracking up here, not minding he lost this massive pot.
It's a conspiration against you, Bart. Not against me, apparently.
And Escalabari likely to reload. Even though he's down a bit during this stream, he did win 75,000 earlier in the week in the 5K high roller. Maybe that's why he can have so much fun, but I have a feeling Bart has fun no matter what he's doing, winning or losing.
They give us confidence, they make you win the 5K, they make me win the single, and then we lose all in cash.
That's a good point. The 2 winners of the 5K events this week are big losers in this game right now. And meanwhile, Andy Wilson, who bubbled the 5K sit and go earlier today, is a huge winner at the moment, up around 50K. Absolute mayhem.
How much was that, though? How much was it?
42.
Okay.
It's my biggest spot ever, guys.
Cheers. Yeah. Cheers.
Oh, nice, Roelio. Congratulations. He said it was his biggest spot ever. Always nice to see, winning your biggest hand on a stream. I'm not sure if it's the same for other players at the table.
This is just 10x your clothes. Your outfit is like...
It's less than my
It's not even 10x your outfit, it's like 3x your outfit. What the fuck, bro? How can it be your biggest spot?
Yeah. I don't play really high stakes poker.
Yeah, this is high stakes poker. Welcome to the jungle, bro.
I like it.
Of course, you enjoy my money. You'll be on game, bro.
Oh my
You're for
God.
donating. Donation every day. Not every day, sometimes I win go. Sometimes I win.
So we are about to have a dealer change, and if we're sticking to the previous rules, that means one thing and one thing only. not only will we have a dealer change, but we will have the stand-up game back. But maybe as the night is getting later and later, players will opt to forego the stand-up game, but I can't see them foregoing at any fun.
Every hand you were entering, he was re-raising you.
Every hand?
And now he had
50
years.
15.
15, yeah.
I'm old, but not that old.
15 years you play with Bart. Oh my god. Wow. Is he always drinking? I know. That's all.
He drinks more than he plays poker.
For the viewers.
So Rogelio kind of ratting out Bart a little bit there, saying he's doing a little more drinking than poker, but usually he's very good at combining the two.
You don't care.
I will not sleep tonight.
Bart saying he will not sleep tonight after paying off his fellow countrymate in a 40,000 chip pot, the biggest pot ever Rogelio won, according to him.
No, only us.
I like those blinds. 100, 200.
I like those blinds. I like those blinds.
First hand, easy.
Oh my god, can we take 10 more minutes?
12.
Oh.
12,300.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a fake
What?
That's what started it.
No?
It was a fake
Ah.
misclick.
Take what?
It was a fake
Stand up?
misclick.
Why?
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's stand-up game, guys.
Oh, it's just that the players didn't notice the dealer change and only noticing now. Was wondering when we would see the stand-up game back, and here we go.
I didn't even know what the word means.
Well, you don't have to know the word to do it, I think.
Oh my gosh, what a game. What a game.
Ja, tuurlijk. Ik ben al 50k. Als je een pot verliest van 700, denk ik normaal aan het zagen.
Oké, vamos. Aziz Duloft.
Het is gewoon. Zolang de macht er is, blijf ik.
5 raise 600. 6 plus.
I can't drink like a booze.
Aziz opening up the 600.
Ik dingen, hè. Ik heb nog geen ene keer een lange zicht gehad.
Once again, there will be a little bit of leveling here. Everybody wants to sit down. Nobody wants to be the last player standing up. Andy calling with his ace-10. Out of position, but in a coin flip situation, heads up against Aziz with his 9s. And it's a 2-6 king rainbow flop. 9 still ahead, but there is a scare card with that king. Andy checking it over. Aziz looking like he's grabbing some chips for a continuation bet. Is ahead. Not a big bet, about 400 it looks like. It is 400. Is Andy going to call at least one street? Andy does indeed call to see the 3 of clubs turn. Aziz still ahead. Andy checking again. Is Aziz going to check it back this time or try to take it here? Andy would be calling with hands at 9 as ahead in. Ace-10 maybe not be the one that would come off the top of my head, but being that Andy was in the small blind hands is like 6-7 come to mind. Pocket 7s, pocket 8s, and speaking of which, it's the 8 of spades coming on the river. Is Andy going to use one of his patented overbets, or is he going to just check it?
T'as 20K dans le sac à me prêter. T'as 20K à mettre en jeu sur toi. 20K pour moi.
No.
You have
What do you want?
20K. I will write.
It's gonna be close.
Yeah, or 15.
10 I have.
I take 10.
I gave him.
I'm
10
gonna
already.
write him now. I'm writing back, okay? That I owe you 10.
I brought 50.
So Yo borrowing 10K. It's a very friendly game. It looks like it's going over to his friend Bart.
No, I like it well. Really more. I swear.
As he's thinking about it. And just jams it in. Is that what happened here? No, it's not what happened here. So apologies for me getting excited there. I saw the graphics say all in, but it's a bet of 700, which makes a lot more sense. And Andy now. Laying it down. And Aziz saying good fold, and indeed it was in this particular case. I'm not sure Aziz remembers he can sit down.
Crazy game. La game est folle.
Now he's got his seat.
We have another bottle? Or
Yeah.
I don't work here, sorry.
No, start drinking.
We asked
No,
I asked
my top
I asked
10K.
5 more bottles, but they don't bring.
Ho aggiunto 10.
They cannot bring like
No.
fireworks and all that
No.
stuff.
They have to buy in
That's
an
after
shop.
we do that after the game ends, you know.
Yeah.
That's nice. I asked 2 bottles to start. They only bring 1, and then I said bring the other one, and now they quit working. And they moved countries.
If they brought 2 bottles, Ace 9 wouldn't have happened, you know. Ace 9 wouldn't have happened if they brought 2 bottles, right?
I would have been more happy. I need a big one.
He needs a bottle.
And also, can you bring a glass for him?
Of course, Andy.
Is this a big one?
So Orso opening it up from under the gun with King Jack.
You only didn't want
And
to
here comes the bottle. Players requesting a little bit of champagne near the tail end of the stream. But meanwhile, Yo Viral waking up with the big slick 3 betting to 2,900.
Staan is het te veel aan. Staan is taking a leg.
He likes it the most. To stand on the Everyone hates it.
Ik hoop gewoon dat niemand mijn leg ziet.
Rogelio not immediately acting, maybe sitting on a hand. Does eventually fold. And Bart folding as well, so now it's up to Orso to see if he wants to come along for the ride with this King Jack. Would not be in the best of shape against a suited Ace King. And with the stand-up game, 3 bets don't have to mean 3 bets, along with the 8-3, 7 deuce games that they have going on.
Plug socket down there for it. Unplug something from down there.
Yeah, like
We don't need one of the cameras.
You have a mini fridge?
Looks like Orso's counting out some chips here. I'm not sure if it's to call or just to see where he's at in terms of stack depth. We're just making Yo Viral stand up for a little bit longer, but Yo gets to take his seat. It's been a while since he's been one of the first players to be able to take a seat. Must feel good. And shows his Ace King.
Klaar zeker niet. Ik zou zeggen welke jogging ik nog even kopen.
Me?
My base 500.
Are you
So I think as he's open to 500, we'll find out in a second. Indeed, he did with the 5s, folding around to Andy in the cutoff, who it looks like he's reaching for a 3-bet, maybe to 1,700. We'll find out the sizing soon enough, but there were a bunch of chips in his hand. To 1,600 with King 9 suited. That was one of the magic hands for prop betting. I'm not exactly sure what the consequences are if he's able to win that hand. And Andy shows the King 9. Looks like everybody paying him 500 euro.
Oh, yeah.
King 9.
500 per player for King 9 suited. So not only is Andy able to win playing poker, he's winning at the prop bets as well. Well done there by Andy. And gets to sit down too. All sorts of goodness about that hand.
Already without a bounty is a dream. Well, imagine with a bounty. It's insane.
Andy, you're really on fire today.
Unbeatable.
Unbeatable, Andy.
Yeah, Andy is unbeatable today, that's for sure. At least in the cash game. It was a different story when we had him on the stream earlier in the sit and go.
Also the only one that remembers about the
Did bubble it.
I think I'm capable of winning a hand.
Don't worry, you are not folding King 9. You are not.
No, but I'm capable of winning a hand with King 9 suited and put it to the muck when I win it.
Oh yeah, you are capable of that. That I know.
Guys, don't fuck around with me.
Open to 1,000. That's, I want to sit down, kind of raise with Jack 5. It is 100, 200 now, but still it's a 5x raise. Or so calling with the 4-3 suited. And Aziz getting out of the way with the best hand. Pre-flop with the King Deuce suited.
That was one of the best moments of my fucking life. Yeah, you should have.
And the King Deuce suited would have flopped the flush draw, but meanwhile it's Bart with the Jack 5 ahead on the 9-9-10 flop with 2 diamonds.
Because at some point I thought maybe someone was against. I was like, what the fuck, really, guys?
And Bart firing out after Orso checks for 1,000. Orso really nothing here. Does call though.
No, it's sadly without the stream. Yeah. We won't get to see any part. The part will be there, but yeah, the game will be really good, but it's without stream. Yeah. Tomorrow and after tomorrow.
So Escabari getting there on the turn. It goes check, check. Now has a full house on the river. Is Orso now going to try to make a move? I'm not sure what he was doing calling the flop unless he had a plan on the turn or river.
I really can't say. Yeah. I don't have your patience. Whoa!
So Orso trying to steal it away with a bet of 900, just doesn't get away with it. Bart with calling with that 5. Can sit on down. Wouldn't say this hand involved 2 premium holdings, but Bart's still picking up more than 3,000 profit in that 6K pot. Can take a seat again. And it looks like we have just 2 players remaining standing up in Roelia and Orlean.
Acceptable.
A bottle, glass, everything. I'm the last in the stand-up game, so I need to be here. We need them drunk.
8 days, 6 up.
Andy opening it up to 600 with the 7 deuce. And Aziz making it a bit expensive for him to play that game if he wants to continue, Andy, because it's a 3-bet by Aziz with the mystery cards to 1,600 euros. It's actually a 3-bet by Orso to 1,700 from the button with 10-6 suited. Aziz is next to act. He would have to cold call a bet from the small blind or 4-bet if he wanted to see a flop or try to take down the pot. Meanwhile, Orso just wants to be able to sit down before Roelio. Andy wants to take down the pot because of the 7 deuce game. Neither player, though, with anything good. 10 high between the two of them. So perhaps some of these premium cards are stuck in Aziz's hand thinking about what to do. And it is a 4-bet with the big slick to 4,000. So that was exactly the case. Those big cards in Aziz's hand gets Andy to fold to 7-deuce. Orso, who'd like to sit down, may not want to have it cost even more than what it would cost him now. He did put already 1,700 euro in the pot. But sometimes compounding mistakes is not a good idea. But does opt to call. Very interesting. We'll be playing the hand in position. But we have nearly 9,000 euros in the pot with Aziz against Orso. The later we get, the more interesting the action gets. And the Queen 3-3 flop really isn't what either player wanted to see come out for the first 3 cards. But Aziz may continue anyway. Does just have a pot-sized bet behind. So he may even just decide to jam here. Let's see what he does. If he does and he's called, he's in amazing shape, but it would have to be just some kind of ridiculous hero call by Orso with really nothing going on. It's not a jam, but it is a bet. Maybe trying to milk the cow a little bit. Or maybe just trying to see where he is. If he's raised over the top, maybe he'll get out of the way. But Orso maybe sensing something here. I'm surprised he's sticking around, but he's in position, maybe just waiting to see what happens on the turn and river. Play the player, not the cards. And it is a call by Orso, being very sticky here. And the King of Hearts on the turn. His backdoor flush draw is not a front door, but Aziz now should feel a bit more comfortable connecting with his king as well. So 2 pair for Aziz, a flush draw for Orso. Won't be completely surprised if Aziz just jams. Less than a pot-sized bet behind. Must feel somewhat good about his hand. And indeed, he does jam for 7,600 euros. Now, is Orso going to be able to call with his flush draw or not? Probably we'll figure out whether he's getting the proper odds to do so. It doesn't appear that he is, but Orso may feel differently, especially if he thinks his 10 and 6 are live as well. But that would be a very bold assumption. Looks like he's asking for a count. Not the worst thing to do. It buys you a little time to think in private, but you can also then do the math a little bit better. You can reconstruct how much is in the pot in your head, know how much you have to call, and then understand that you're probably not priced in to see a river unless you're doing it for kicks and giggles. But as I say that, the cards haven't gone anywhere, and chips are being counted. There's also the possibility that if he calls, Aziz will agree to run it twice, which would reduce the variance for both players. But if he knows that as a fact, that might be a determining factor. Still not really good to get it in as such a huge underdog. If you think your opponent can have a king or a queen there. But does make the call, folks. This is a shock. Aziz not agreeing to run it twice, just wants to get the pain over with now, or the celebration. Just needs to fade a heart on a river to double up. And it's the blank 2 of diamonds on the river. Aziz winning a massive 27,000 euro pot with his big slick, doubles his stack. Still have some play left today, but it's nice near the end of the session to have your hand hold like that, especially when you're getting a very loose call by Orso there with just the flush draw. Aziz seems very satisfied by this turn of events.
Yeah, I know.
So the stand-up game continues. The last 2 rounds of stand-up game have dragged a little bit for the final 2 players. I suppose that was part of the reason why we saw a call actually by Orso there, because he would have won the stand-up game if his flush got there too. But it cost him a bit of money to find that out. But you have to put that into the equity calculation that you'd be getting an extra 1,500 if he won the pot on top of what was already there. But I still don't think that pushes you into a call. So the straddle is back. It's just a little bit more. We had a straddle at 5,100 to 200. Now the stakes recently moved up to 100, 200 per all of the players' requests. So we have a straddle to 400. And Orso with a standing up call, wanting to get out of this stand-up game.
No, it was a straddle. Oh, you didn't know. Ah, that's a good thing. I wanted to have action last. Okay, let's see the flop.
So Andy calls, and what is Roelio going to do? He's still standing up as well, checking his option from the straddle.
That's a bold spell.
And 2 aces on this ace-jack-ace rainbow flop. Checks all the way over to Orso, who was reaching out for some chips for a small bet of 300. Gets Andy to fold his king. But Roelio going nowhere, so the stand-up game will be over after the sand. It's just a question of who has to pay each player 300 euros, and now it's the jack of clubs pairing the board on the turn. So I shouldn't say necessarily we have some chop pot scenarios, and I think we have both players continuing to stand up, and we have the king of hearts on the river, so this is very often just going to be a chop. We do not know what Roelio has. But he does have the queen 10 for the straight, so never mind chop. Roelio wins the stand-up game, wins an almost 2K pot, but will collect another 300 from Roelio. No, from Orso. I don't know what happened there. I thought we had a straight there. But it showed the check mark going to the other player. But it is Roelio winning the pot, Orso paying people off. Everybody having so much fun now. It's nice to see as the night goes on, their energy level keeps increasing and increasing.
You just forgot or what?
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Oh, that was just, yeah, a long time ago.
Short memory.
Sometimes shit happens.
Hey bro, the pot was half of the winning of your tournament. More than half.
And it was a 5K tournament, right?
And it was a fucking 5K, voilà. It's half of the buy-in of the main event.
So now
bro.
Bart is getting some of his needling back.
Offsuit. I'm losing 47K.
So now Yo doesn't mind that he's down 47K as long as his friend Bart is suffering in misery with him. But meanwhile, Andy loving it all, up heaps and heaps.
Ça paye au flop, après à la terre, t'es dedans. Pas que t'as trouvé ton tirage couleur.
Pour car.
One call. Ah, chips now. They were yours before. It's not yours.
So an open by Escobarry with the A3, that's part of the game, and then flopping middle pair, Roelio with just the sixes. Bart will get a kick out of collecting the prop bet despite being down quite a bit after doubling up Roelio in a massive 40K pot not too long ago. Doesn't seem to bother Bart at all though. And Roelio finding a call there with the sixes. And now has a gut shot on top of potentially hitting a six for a set, but maybe thinks the sixes are good and ahead. But we see Bart is ahead after connecting with his 8. And keeping the pressure on, this time with a bet of 4,000.
The stream, my love is insane.
I fully agree. The stream is absolutely insane. One of the craziest games I've ever seen.
Bang, bang, bang.
You have something or you're looking?
Barry Escobar.
I have nothing.
You're ahead for now?
How can he be serious? I have not seen your head for now.
C'est trop putain cette game. Play with him 15 years and I still don't know shit.
So Roelio and Bart, 15 years of playing together. Probably isn't too happy that Bart had position on him, but took it well. And now is deciding whether Bart has it or he doesn't.
Can we have the service for a bottle of water, please?
And a bottle of champagne.
Champagne, really?
So it sounds like a bottle of water and a bottle of champagne incoming pretty soon.
I need a glass too, so I've been waiting.
Yeah. Is he like, do you see him or not?
I was saying they might think I'm underage or something. Like.
No, because you asked for a glass like 2 hours ago.
You're walking. You are walking here. You cannot think.
Yeah.
So Bart, after losing a massive pot, at least wants to have fun winning this hand with the 8 tray game along with the 7 deuce game. The action just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Got on me.
I think my nothing is better than your nothing. That's the thing.
Oh no.
He said, I think my nothing is better than your nothing.
Oh, no.
Roelio and Bart been playing together for 15 years. You just heard them talk about it. They still don't know where each other stands. That's the lovely game of poker.
Well, you should raise to figure it out.
Yeah, but yes. Raises all in. I'm doubting about
Now,
it.
normally it's one hand per person, but I say raise to figure it out. But if it wasn't this kind of friendly game, maybe that would be a bit over a line comment. But in this kind of game, it's fine.
Fucking psychology.
Does
Does it mean now that I need to go all in or not to go all in?
Friendly game, you don't have to do it.
It's Shakespeare.
Yeah, and now I really want to do it. What if I call? Would it be a bad choice?
Depends on the river. If my nothing turns in something.
Well, if you go in and you have ace-9 of spade, I don't think.
I think Bart's trying to actually sell that he's playing the game, but playing the 7 deuce game. Saying you're probably ahead for now.
Hey, yes, bro. Ace-9. I cannot realize, bro, so that I will give you money to I will just give me?
It's better for the game. It's better for the game.
Don't give me. You have to choose your words wisely.
Aurélien, est-ce que tu peux me passer la bouteille? C'est quoi la petite, tu vois la petite bouteille là, elle a jamais été utilisée, je vais la voler. Voilà. J'ai craché dedans. Moi c'est pas grave. Elle a pas été
Okay, I'm
utilisée ça.
gonna ask you a question. If I fold.
I will ask you a question. If I fold, will you show? And he just said it's either A3 or 7 deuce, and if it's either of those, I don't need to pay. So he kind of has an idea what's going on. He just doesn't know which way it's going. Right on track, though. He's ahead of the 7 deuce, but far behind the A3. He's saying I either need to go all in or fold, but after all this hamming up, it's hard to go all in at this stage.
Yeah, super. And bottom of water if it's possible, please.
You get nervous about it, right?
Yes, I'm very nervous.
These two guys having fun. It doesn't matter that there's 9K in the pot already. The camaraderie that poker brings. You sometimes forget that, yes, this is real money. It's not play money they're playing for. Quite a lot of money to a lot of people. Maybe not to these guys. Roelio is saying for you it's not a lot of money. For me it's a lot of money. But Roelio did win his biggest pot in his poker career about 20 minutes ago, a 40K pot off of Bart. And makes the right fold there. But he's going to have to pay Bart anyway 300 more euros, but nothing more. But he will be happy to see the A3, unlike other players at the table. And Roel is saying he had pocket sixes. But I will be back once again in about 5 or 10 minutes. We have our relief pitcher in, Mr. Frankie, founder of 24H Productions. Welcome, Frankie, and thank you for taking over for a hand or two.
Thank you for welcome. So I hope I will do some good work at this stream. Jason is coming back in maybe 5 minutes. He needs his break, him too. So what I've seen from watching the stream, the actions is amazing. They play the funny games, 8-3, 7 deuce, they do the stand-up, they do the bomb pop, and most importantly, they are all good friends. Yes, they play for high amount of money, and they do it with the charm of good friends. Let's see what happens now. It's a bomb pot. So what? It's a 500 piece. So it's 3K in the pot. And I am still getting my bearings where the button is, etc. So the flop is 2-3-7. Is that correct?
My friends are already to the clubs.
How does that software show that now?
Is that the open or what?
No. So there's an error in the software. It's a 4-5 queen. There it came correctly.
Check. I check. I see my card. Check.
So is anyone hitting anything? We have a proper check around. Andy, no, there's no 5 out there. Currently, Arusa is leading with his gut shot straight draw and flush draw. I think this will be bet and fold maybe, but Arso is trapping, I would say, in this case. That's my way of seeing trapping. And Jack High will win. Whoever bets out will probably take this down. There is no crazy game. 7-3 was close, 7-2 is cooler, or then 8-3. It's a full check around. Aziz wins with Jack High. Easy game. This is how you win a bomb pot. 3K for Jack High against 5 opponents. Insane. Insane. Insane.
I had showdown value.
Me too.
Showdown value.
Yeah,
Best comment this far.
I don't think so.
A bomb pot is a nice way to. Now I got a title also. That's good. I am a farmer, Franke, the farmer. I'm doing commentary for a while now, standing in for Jason while he on in the little break.
Andy, where's your glass?
So bomb pot is always action. We love that. So next hand, next hand. So we do have straddle. Is that correct? Yes. No, we can't straddle. Cannot straddle. No one straddles. I will straddle every day in the week. So have action 100, 200. Action on Arso, he folds. Aziz elects to sneak it up with to 500 with the very nice suited connectors. Joe Viral, of course, calls with the trees. And action on Relio, and let's see how he acts. It's a simple call. Oh, nice Queen 10 blocks then Aziz a bit, and Barry Escobarry is also blocked a bit. Let's see. Give us a 3 maybe. 3 Queen would be interesting. No one really hits the board. Relio do have the flush draw with the Queen high, and Joe Viral has his 3s. I think we have a bet out from someone. It's getting exciting. It's quite fun to be commentator. So the 10 hit both Aziz and Relio, but Relio has the flush draw. He leads out, as he should. The graphics is a bit off in this hand. I did see a 10, now it's gone. There it came. And does anyone even bother to be in the hand? Could be Aziz is thinking with his 10-9. Oh, and he hits it. It's fantastic. This can be exciting. Is anyone doing anything? Relio traps, maybe, I think he thinks about. At least that's how I would read it. Like the 9 doesn't scare at all. So Queen 10 should be leading if I'm Relio. I would think it every time in the week, but I mean, these guys are on a different level, yeah? And they've been battling now for a good, wow, is it 7 hours? Let's see what it says. So Escobarry with nothing bets out.
Yes, King 10.
Aziz, who has 2 pairs, what does he do?
King 10.
And will Relio get the read on this? Okay, this really seems like the graphics are off. So Escobarry folded. Now I see that actually in the camera. And it's Aziz probably that bet out. And then the action was on seat 1, who then elected to fold. Very, very nice. Professionals. Now, my friends, that was all by Frankie the Farmer. We have the real man back, who can give you the actions in a better way than little me. But I'm happy to be here, Jason. Thank you for giving me the chance. 5 seconds of limelight.
I think I might be out of a job, Frankie. You did such a fantastic job following along the action. Not actually going how you would approach it, which would be pot, 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 not even realizing it's not a pot limit game. But you were following everything along, and great job. We need to get your name on the graphic.
I was there. They had put Frankie the Farmer.
They put Frankie the Farmer up. That's amazing. Amazing. Much love to those guys. On the ball, on the fly, yes.
Fantastic. I head on.
Okay, thank you, Frankie, and I'll see you later.
See you later.
That was Frankie, the founder of 24H Productions, who is producing the stream. Occasionally in a long stream I need to get up and stretch. I am locked away, so Frankie, happy to join in for a hand or two. And now I'm back with all the energy in the world for the tail end of what we have going on here. And we have Aziz, once again, just winning that hand that we saw with the 10-9 suited, now waking up with the pocket ladies. Getting a little bit of action. Roelio waking up with the 8-3 suited, and waking up, I mean, there's still the 8-3 prop bet game, so of course he's going to play that. And Orso flopping top pair after calling with the King-Jack, so we have an 8-King-5 flop. Aziz can't not feel that great about his queens now, but may opt to continue just to see kind of maybe where he is. And then we may see Roelio come along, has that middle pair. And Orso coming along as well with the top pair. So we have already 4,000 in the pot. The 7 of clubs on the turn doesn't change really anything for anyone. Orso still ahead. Rulio just hoping that he gets something like a 2 pair here. Then he can win those little proppy bets. But so far it's Orso miles ahead with that top pair, as he's just drawing to 2 outs. Actually, not even as good shape as Rolilio, who is drawing to 5 outs.
And losing sleep also. Sleep is the one part. Yeah. I'd rather lose money than sleep.
You can go. We'll land you out. Land you out, you can go. Excuse me? Campaign is finished or you have? No. What are you doing?
So it looks like it's checked around to Roilio, who is trying to take it away.
Oh, okay.
Well, bring it if it's ready. Yeah. Bring it. Or just bring. You have ice? No. Okay. Thank you.
Me, my friend.
I think.
So Orso colds and the queens get out of the way, so as he's able to not really lose too much more there. And the 3 of diamonds on the river, so look at this, the 8-3 actually gets there for Roilio. Amazing. Will not only win a tasty pot, but another 300 euros from each player at the table. It would same be the case if he won a hand with 7 deuce. And apparently King 9 suited is one of those hands now too, but that's even a little bit more than the 8-3 and the 7 deuce for some reason. But that's what the players decided sometime after their dinner break.
Also nothing. You have nothing, it's not right.
So Orso checking, maybe saving himself some chips, but I don't think Roilio is just going to check this back. Has 2 pair. Not really behind too much, as almost every king should be calling. Orso could have a lot worse kings in the big blind though, so maybe there's 2 pairs that are beating him involving the king, maybe even involving the 8 as well. But still, I think Roilio needs to bet here.
Or months. I will be there, all December and maybe part of January also. I think I'm going to do the New Year. I'm really looking forward to you will do the same? Yeah. Maybe not January, but definitely.
And a decent bet sizing there by Roilio.
Yeah, I love Vegas.
Firing out for 3,400. Is Orso going to be able to sniff this out? It's very hard with the top pair, but there's a lot of low cards that would create a lot of interesting combos. And he knows that Roilio could even have that 8-3 because of the 8-3 game, but equally likely to have the 7 deuce, which he's ahead of. But with the 7 deuce be turning their hand into a bluff? Possibly not.
Wow, it was so nice. 4K people everywhere. 4K? Yeah, NLH in the 10K. The main event? The main, yeah. Ah, you mean in December? Yeah. 4K, 4K
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Last
like,
year.
I mean, it's
And this
like,
year it's gonna be more.
Yeah, it's more guaranteed.
Yeah, last year it was only like 15 or 20 million guaranteed. 15, I think.
15 they collected 30 and then now it's 40. Now it's 40 guaranteed.
Now it's 40
But
guaranteed.
like last winter, how much price pool did
40
it?
million.
40 million.
No, it was only 30 last year.
No, 3,900 pair.
Was it 3,900?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
It was like 40 million almost. That's why they guarantee 40 million. They're almost sure that.
Orso eventually does make the call. He's going to get a little bit of bad news, but you can't really blame him for calling there with top pair. Meanwhile, Roilio raking in a 14,300 chip pot, plus another 1,500 with all players giving him 300 euros for the 8-3 game.
Of course, you can. With this board.
C'est trop, Châté River, il paye
il mise 3 fois. Et River, il veut être sûr que l'autre il a pas mis. Il lui dit, ouais, t'es pas en train de me piéger là? You're not chopping?
I bluffed the turn, I catch the river.
And the river, you wanted more money, so you asked him, are you chopping me? I want more money. Are you chopping me or not? Because I want more money.
I was so close to check it back.
Yeah.
I swear. Because maybe at 7-5, 8-5 or 8-7.
Yeah, it lose to 8.
When I'm drunk, I'm even playing better.
But bro, you had 2 drinks. How can you?
No.
He weighs 45 kilo.
Yeah. I drink limoncello all night.
All night, like 3 glasses.
Yeah.
But
it's nothing.
He's drunk. You will see. He's snap calls now. He's not playing serious.
And you know what my job is?
No.
I own some nightclubs, so I have to drink as a profession, and I can drink.
How many nightclubs?
That's why he lost his license. Or driving license
But
many
like
times.
the biggest of Belgium.
Race.
Where are them?
Antwerp and one between Antwerp and Brussels.
So when we go to Belgium again, let's go to his nightclub, okay?
You
'Cause
have
I was
to.
in Namur in
You have to.
bro, I was in Namur in August. You didn't play with us, we were in stream.
I cannot enter the casino.
Why?
I did it myself.
Ah, you ban yourself.
Yeah. Or else I'm
Escobari opening the button with the Queen 7. I am listening into this conversation, but we need to get back to the action. Aziz calling, and it's a 9-8 jack flop. Aziz with bottom pair is pushed off it by Escobari.
So you're never gonna do something in like.
So a quick pot. We're learning a little bit that Roelio is a nightclub owner in Belgium.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's make a big, 51 or 1-2? 51 like this? Same? We can do same? Let's do same.
That's easier to do.
That's easier, let's do 51.
It's in Amsterdam?
What?
Amsterdam or...
You're not defending.
No.
Doesn't matter for you.
Aziz is such a nice guy, bro.
Yeah,
He can only be invited.
He's nice, he can be.
No, I'm just asking in which city I was gonna be.
I love how he answers. So, which city, by the way?
So Andy, who's been a little bit quiet since winning all the money that he's won, and then the blinds going up, is now back playing the 7 deuce game.
Vote for the city with cards.
Opening to 600.
Black is... Where do all the black people live?
Black is Anvers,
No.
and
Black is
red.
Africa?
No, red is
We're on stream, bro. Careful.
Marrakesh?
red is Amsterdam. Okay, we do a vote. How much?
But you know, on stream, just the word.
So nobody respecting Andy's open. Roelio calling. Orso 3-betting to 1900. Maybe has a hand. We see Roelio doesn't have very much. And Yo Varel is deciding what to do while also holding a multi-way conversation. A slightly off-color one. And does fold a strong hand in ace-10. But was facing a 3-bet out of position.
Do you never do it, Yo? Do you never do it in Paris?
No, it's difficult for him to do it in Paris.
For the government or something?
Yeah, and even the clubs didn't invite him, didn't propose him something, you know.
And Andy back to making moves. 4-betting with this 7 deuce suited to 4,500. Heart of a Lion. And let's see if we can see what Orso's cards are, but it does look like he's reaching out for a 5-bet. Or at least counting out his chips. It'd be funny if Orso had the 8-3. We saw that in another spot where there was a leveling war between the 7-deuce and the 8-3, being that both games are side prop games in the Oviral game of today on the final day of September. Although I guess technically in Malta, it's technically October 1st now. And not the worst flop for 7-deuce, 4-5-2. Better if there were some clubs involved, being that Andy has 2 of them. But you take what you can get. Already 10,000 in the pot. Andy weighing his options. Andy just jams it in Orso's eye. Orso folds, Andy shows the 7-deuce. So once again, Andy getting away with stuff. Providing tons of value to the stream too. We absolutely love this carnage. Over 60,000 in chips.
7 juice, 7 juice.
Who? You again?
It looks like the game is starting to get a little bit unwieldy. I mean, they've been playing for nearly 8 hours, so of course players need to walk around a little bit, but as the hours get later and later, the players are going to be more and more aloof. Maybe not knowing when they're supposed to be sitting at the table or when to hand out their glass to get it filled with some champagne, as we see here with Aziz. So Andy has received this extra prop bet money. The prop bets didn't go up even though the blinds have gone up, so it's still 300 per person. It wasn't 3 big blinds, but it was a fixed 300. And Andy has reasons to celebrate. He has many reasons to celebrate, more than 50,000 of them, because that's the minimum amount of profit that he has at the moment in the last 7 hours and change.
Yeah, he lose 50k, so we can drink a little bit more champagne.
Yo, j'ai donné 300 de ton stack.
Ouais, j'ai bien fait. Ok, let's go.
J'ai pris moi aussi pour mes 300.
C'est passé quoi? What happened? Everybody's on Thank you. I don't have a glass. Everybody have a glass? Thank you. I don't think
So it looks like we're back to straddles.
So yo, if you ever do another game in Namur, then we do a party in my place.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, we do that. It's a deal.
Okay.
I like Namur so much. I like my friends there, Louis, the team, the organization.
I don't know, I cannot enter, so...
Yeah.
We have to do somewhere else.
We'll go to Amsterdam. Amsterdam or Anvers?
Yeah, Amsterdam is
easier for us.
Yeah, easier for
I wouldn't mind commentating this in Amsterdam. It could be a completely different stream in Amsterdam, though.
And they can have stream.
It's the second best casino of Holland.
If we don't do stream, it's fine also. We don't need...
It would be then the 3rd country I've got to commentate a Yo Viral cash game.
So we can do also private game there.
I do a private game.
But it sounds like it might be a private game, a non-stream game.
No, of course you can know. Yeah, not at home somewhere.
No.
So Rolia with the jacks from the straddle, but Yo gets there with the top pair, at least so far. Nobody with any clubs in their hand.
So I don't know if they can do it.
You win.
Let's see what
Yo doesn't get any action after getting there, but adds another 1,400 euro profit to his stack.
What's the name of the city again?
Breda.
Breda.
It's
How far from
40
Amsterdam?
minutes from Antwerp and like 1 hour from Amsterdam.
Yeah.
We play every Thursday there, no pros allowed.
How many... What are the line?
We play 10, 20, 40.
Okay.
That he played. I cannot play.
He's welcome.
Why?
Yeah.
He's too good.
What?
He's the biggest fish, but he's too good.
It's weird, right?
But after these
you
two
would every
sessions,
game, right?
Yeah.
I think after these two sessions,
I don't care about how you play, but you're a fan at the table, so I'll bring you. Anyway.
At any table, right?
Yeah.
That is the key right there. We mentioned that, what Aziz said early in the stream. If you want to be invited to the juiciest games, just be a friendly guy. Just, you know, understand that, especially if you feel you're better than the other players, if you want to be invited back, they don't always care if you win or lose, but if you're adding to the fun, that's what they care about.
Sure. In bars, in many bars, and also in poker games. In the massage salon.
So Yo raising it up to 600 from the button with the mystery hands, Andy and Roelio calling from the blinds. And what kind of flop is this? 999 and Roelio with a 9 in his hand. Oh my God. Improves to 4 of a kind on the flop without even a pair in his hand. Bets out 1,000. Nobody's going to believe he's betting with a 9 here. Unfortunately for him, Andy doesn't have anything. It's a question of whether Yo does. Wow. And all of a sudden, just like that, all the laughter, all the banter, things have quieted up after this 999 flop. The entire table absolutely silent. And this could spell trouble for Yo Viral if he's thinking about raising. He might be just shuffling some chips, but he grabbed the pile and is just calling. We do not know with what yet, but I'm assuming there is some strength in his hands, just not going to beat the nuts. And a king on the turn. It really doesn't matter what the cards are to come if we don't know what Yo Viral has and what his ranges are from the button, or can be quite wide. We know Roelio would have the check mark no matter what. And setting the trap.
I don't know. 8-3, 7 deuce is still on, bro.
Checking it over to Yo. Is Yo going to try to steal it over?
Because at least we don't pay 500. We cap the maximum.
And the trap has been set. Yo is reaching for the chips. Thinking about what to do. Unfortunately for him, no matter what he has, it's not going to be enough, and he's betting 3,400 into the nuts. Roelio just making sure he has that 9. Is out of position, so if he calls, it seems strong. A raise actually may even seem a little bit less strong than a call, and then you could take control on the river. Does just call, it looks like. Six of spades on the river. Not a big bet. Kind of smells like I'm just going to fire out a blocker bet. Come on, bet over it. Something you might do if you had a 6 in your hand. Or something like pocket 8s or 10s. But we know Roelio has the stone cold nuts, 4 of a kind. after that 9-9-9 flop. And I'm really wondering what Yo has here. He could have one of these 7-deuce-8 trays and then just spaz out here. If he has a hand like pocket kings, it's just a massive cooler. Even a single king is a small cooler. Taking his time, which is even more curious here. Looking back at his cards, I'm guessing if he had a king, some action would have happened already, but does just call, so we'll hopefully find out. Maybe not, but Roelio showing his queen 9 for 4 of a kind. We will never know what Yo had there. I think he's raising king. So it might be some kind of pocket pair. So all the players are having still fun, but you could tell that it's past 2:30 in the morning because you can see that players are moving a little bit slower, maybe a little bit sloppier. I mean, Roelio's chip stack is amazing, but his sunglasses were not just lying out on the table before.
I didn't know what to do because I never flopped something like that.
One ball?
Yeah.
So we're back to a bomb pot. So it'll be at least 3K in the pot. They are going to stick to 500 per player, even though the stakes have gone up.
He didn't want to wait like 30 minutes.
Checking it out.
So it did not have enough time to catch what came on the flop. Maybe the graphics will catch it for us. It's a 5-4 queen, 2 spades, 1 diamond. Here are some of the hands the players have. Andy has the open ender. He's the first one to lead out after 5 players check. Roelio trying to get that 7-deuce through. It may not work this time with Aziz having the top pair and Andy having that open ender, but showing a bit of heart after just flopping quads casually before. As he's finding a call, and Andy will likely call as well, even if he's up against a set. I mean, if he's up against a set and a flush draw, it's looking slightly grim for him, reducing the number of outs. But as of things stand now, he has 8 clean outs to the straight.
The 6 of hearts, please.
It was going to be our day.
And the 7 of spades might be a deceiving card for both Roelio and for Andy. The fact that it's a spade may slow things down slightly. Andy does have a weak spade in his hand, but not exactly a blocker or anything like that. But the fact that it was checked over to him may lead him to bet. We'll see what happens. Andy checking it all the way through. And the 2 of spades on the river, so Andy actually gets there with the flush, but Roelio with the 2 pair may turn his hand into a bluff. and would likely get both players to fold with 4 spades on the board. Andy with just the 6 of spades in that mix, behind a lot of other spades. But meanwhile, it's likely to check through and Andy to take down yet another pot. Yo Viral may want to rename this the Andy Wilson game.
Two-pair.
Or the Bowie Effect game, his nickname.
I have good two-pair.
So we're all sharing that he had 2-pair and a good 2-pair. I don't know if it was good per se, but it was good in terms of potentially his prop bet outs. But Andy getting that timely river to pull ahead of the King-Queen by Aziz. If it was a different 2, it would have been Roelio pulling out ahead with the 2-pair.
River the nuts instead. Won't be better.
Mannen dat gas doen branden?
Huh?
Mannen dat gas doen branden. Ken je dat?
Ja.
Dat is mooi uitdrukking van België. Ja, is hier. Was het niet goed?
Het was medium slecht, maar wel goed genoeg.
Patje veel dan?
We kunnen wel kijken.
Daar of patje veel?
Daar of
dat
die
patje of het andere?
Ik heb wel liever een ander.
Ja, hè? You're going up straight? I like it.
Folds around to Bart in the small blind. Looks like he's just completing the blind, so as of now we'll have a small pot. Orso happy enough to check it back with the Jack-7. So it's ace-deuce against Jack-7 with only 400 in the pot. And it's a 10-9 deuce flop with 2 clubs. Escobar flopping the bottom pair. Orso with an open-ender, and now complete, not an open-ender, but a gut shot. The gut shot's completed with the 10 of diamonds. The card